All right, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm your host, Melissa Baldwin, with Scaling Clean, a podcast for CEOs and investors and the people who advise them. We're joining you today from PowerUp Live Stage Live at RE Plus here in Las Vegas. And this is presented to you by Wärtsilä. So my guest today is Alon Mashkovich. He's the CEO of Insights, an AI-based profitability software built to optimize energy assets and operations. Alon has spent over 15 years in energy consulting and renewables. Insights software helps optimize over 10,000 clean energy assets across the globe. Alon, welcome to the show. Thanks for being with me today.
Happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Glad to have you. So we always like to start our show just hearing from our guests, who are usually CEOs like yourself, about the journey that landed you where you are today. So how did you become a CEO? Have you always had an interest in starting businesses? Kind of what led you to sitting here in the seat today?
Good question. Actually, yesterday I talked with my co-founders and I said, I didn't imagine my life like this. But yes, from the beginning, I knew that I want to deal with businesses. I have my first degree at law, second degree MBA, majoring in finance, and started to deal with business consultancy, strategic business consultancy, where I have been developing the department who have been focusing on renewables and energy efficiency, leading C&I commercial industrial facilities in their journey through the digitalization and adopting new technologies. And eventually we worked with so many types of assets, so many types of data that coming from different assets, and we discovered the shocking fact that you have so much data, and data is the new oil, and eventually no one uses it. And even if you do, very few really get insights from it. And after understanding and working in the space and identifying so much insights, we decided to do it in our own way in order to make things simple. They taught me as a business consultant, everything you do, you should be very keep it stupid simple.
Keep it simple.
So this is exactly what we're trying to do, to make the life of our partners easier through our platform, and this is how we got to it.
And I heard you mention C&I there. I know that's a big part of your portfolio and the work that you've done. I want to talk to you also. So there's a big growing C&I business. It was mentioned last night at the dinner that I was at with Nico. But one of the things that I've noticed in some of my customers in the United States is because of the tightening policy environment, they're looking to expand globally and expand abroad. And that's something you've been very successful in. So you've done business across Europe and Latin America. Can you tell me, if you could give advice to businesses in the United States who maybe want to expand globally, what advice would you have for them if they want to, for example, do business in Europe or MENA?
First of all, I think that the market here is huge and still needs help, especially C&I, but also the resi side of things that is struggling, and also the utility space that must have more advanced solutions. But when it comes to a global expansion, I think the most important thing is to listen to the market, what it has to say, and penetrate very strategically after understanding if the product is ready to transformation, kind of, because every country has its own specific needs. In renewables, everyone talks kilowatts eventually, and sun, but it's more advanced than it is. Financial modules, different work methods, workflows. So really invest in understanding how the market feels, what are the pain points, and then easily adapting and starting with local presence. I think it's very, very, very important to have your boots on the ground, different languages. You need to speak the culture. I think listening to the customers and understanding their pains.
Good. I want to ask you another question about something that you've done successfully that I see a lot of our customers and our clients pursuing, and that is fundraising. So your company completed a $10 million Series A funding in December of 2024 to support your expansion here into the United States. So what advice would you give to other companies who are going through fundraising rounds or seeking Series A, Series B? Any advice that you'd give to them?
I think that the most important thing is to bring business values and tie it to real revenues. And when you build your business from ground up through bringing revenues, even if you have a small value proposition, but it brings value, you start sale. And when you start selling, you have more revenues. And then you bring much more confidence to any investor that comes in that it's not a startup that has an idea and presentation. It's a real business value that you can build and scale and improve pain points that all exists. And I think when you tie everything, and of course I think the team and the people that behind are important together, a very good team and good culture, everything rest is coming easily. It's quite difficult, but when you are tied to the business impact, it's a different play.
I'm going to ask a follow-up there. What do you think, when you were working with your investor, what do you think gave them that aha moment, or that got them really excited about what your business does?
Good question. I think it's a lot of considerations, but the bottom line, I think, is the most important thing of execution, that you really need to provide real value, real product. And if you do some claims, like we are trying to really showcase to our customers, clients, partners, that we're bringing them value, boosting their energy, the metrics, the numbers, not only in percentage, but also in quantified numbers, is very important. And when they hear it, so it's a real business. And I think this is the most important thing, the bottom line, that you really impact on the revenue. And then it's a real business that you can scale and grow it.
Real numbers and real results.
Yeah.
Got it. So recently, I understand that your team has analyzed over 10,000 C&I solar assets. And this is across the United States, Middle East, Europe, to look and see how are these systems performing. And we know there's a chronic issue with underperformance. Can you tell me, what did you learn from that analysis that you did recently?
Every time that we are looking on this data, it's shocking. When we just started the business, we did a small research across several thousands of assets, and we discovered that over 70% of the systems are not meeting their planned outputs. And it is insane. It's kind of
70% not meeting outputs.
It is a very high number. Mm-hmm. And then every time that we try to convince ourselves, no, that the problem is not so big. Maybe we can do better things, or instead we get in shock anytime. So even the 10,000 sites that we have analyzed recently, we see that over 2/3 of them are not hitting their targets. So it is still high numbers. And it's not because you don't have data, it's what you do with it, how you identify it. And there is, today I think the administration and what's happening, finally, assets, owners making attention that the performance is not there. There is, we call it revenue leak. And by looking at the numbers, we try to really improve it because it is there. The sun is there, the equipment is there. Just take action. So the numbers are pretty shocking.
And I agree with you. I think right now our industry is under a microscope, right? So we have more criticism from the current administration. Now is the time that the assets that we have on the ground, they have to be performing as expected. That's important to solar's reputation generally. So, but what I understand from your look at this is that it's not always a human error. It's almost like an overload of notifications. Is that right? Could you talk about that?
I think there are 3 reasons for that. First, I think the data quality and how you manage all this data, because you have so many data sources that coming from the hardware on site, but you have also additional systems that you have implementations on the software side of things, like ticketing systems, billing systems, and by gathering everything in one place, then you really can analyze and start providing a value. So, correct. There are many reasons before we're entering to the human space. It's the data acquisition piece, handling the underperforming data, and I think quick action. Quick action because we have noticed that Many times we onboard assets in a very unique and easy way, like plug and play. Just last week we've onboarded thousands of assets in the East Coast, and we noticed that many systems are underperforming and no one knows for months. Even sometimes we saw disconnected strings and disconnected inverters over 6 months and more. So it's really
6 months,
Yep.
and nobody noticed.
Yep.
And the system was not performing.
Yep.
It's incredible. It's incredible. So I want to move on to a different section here. This is something that we ask all of our guests on Scaling Clean about. The purpose of Scaling Clean is really to share wisdom from seasoned CEOs with the rest of the industry so that we can all do better in the business of running our business. And one of the things that we like to find out about is, not just how did you get where you are, but what are the places where you learn from? What are the places where you draw inspiration from? So do you follow any podcasts? Is there a great book that you can point to as being contributive to your success? Like, what has inspired you professionally, either now or in the past?
I think many times I'm looking at my father and grandfather, what they've done before and how they grew me. And then in this modern world, I read, not today less read, but listen to books while driving, while running. I think that the most important thing is to listen and communicate. Eventually, it's all about human, even if the hardware, but it's operated by humans. So listen to the customers, listen to everyone. I think this is the most important thing, that every time that I have a conversation with everyone, I try to take more and more things that I can learn. Books, wow, recent books. I can open my Audible and say, but I listen to lots of researchers by Gartner, by different podcasts, SunCast.
Shout out to Nico.
Definitely. I try to gather as much information as I can because I believe that knowledge is power, and then its effects on everything that we do. I do think that I remember one great book. I think it's called, I will check it.
Okay. It's funny that he mentioned that his parents were an influence to him. I can't tell you how many CEO guests that I've interviewed who would cite their parents as having a major influence on them, whether it's in business or not in business. So,
The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team.
The 5 Dysfunctions of Team.
Yeah,
What's that about?
It tells the story of an external CEO that entered. The board brought her in order to restructure the company and bring her in a success. And she gets in and she starts to rebuild the team. And eventually, it's all about communication. It's all about building trust. And when you have a leadership team, you must have a very strong communication and to be open with the team in order to really, as a startup or any business, it's like the roller coaster. You have up and downs, and it can happen a few times a day, a few times a week, every month. So you really need to be very strong with your team members, with your leadership team, in order to have the power to go with when you are down and when you are up, everything together.
Yeah.
And eventually, this brings success, because when you are like one fist, you can really win the game.
That makes me think of another question that we like to ask our guests, which is a lot of times CEOs or business leaders, you have to have a tough conversation. You have to fire somebody. You have to own up to a mistake or address an unhappy client. So what is your approach to that? How do you handle those tough, uncomfortable conversations?
I think it ties me back to this book. Even if with employees in hard situations, when you build a trustful relationship, even the hard conversations are easier to handle because you are open, and it brings lots of success in every communication that you have with any person. I think, and listen, usually work with questions, understanding really the cause, reflecting, and then to conduct a really good discussion.
At TigerCom, we call it keeping the floor clean. So there'll be a time when maybe I'm uncomfortable, I'm unhappy about something somebody said, and instead of stewing on it, you know, it's really just, you got to say, hey, I noticed you did this, it made me think that, and have that conversation. It can be uncomfortable, but ultimately it's better, as you said, to just have that, you know, have that discussion openly so that you're not a dysfunctioning team.
Definitely, definitely.
I want to ask you, how old were you when you started your first business?
I think 25.
25. So you right now today, imagine you're in a time machine, you go back and you see your 25-year-old self. What do you say? What advice do you give to your 25-year-old self just about to start a business?
I think what I said about the listening, you need to build it. It's really like a muscle that you need to train. So to be much more open and focus. Really more focus, more listening, and maybe more work-life balance.
Okay. Well, that's another question that we like to hear from. We ask this question to all of our CEOs, and it's interesting to hear the different things that folks do to get that work-life balance. There's some people who, you know, wake up really early in the morning. There's one woman who, you know, she swims in Monterey Bay. So what do you do? What is your rest, your joy, your recharge of your battery?
Kids.
Kids?
Is everything.
Yep, you have kids?
The family, yeah. 3 of them.
Okay, how old?
9, 5, and 2 years old.
Okay, so younger side. Nice,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. And running, yep, definitely. Wake up early morning in order to really make more sport. I think it's important also to make things better, think better. So being with the family and combining with running at least 3 times a week, yeah.
Did I hear that you were in the marathon this morning, or what was it?
The 5K.
There was a 5K this morning. All right, very good. Thank you, SEIA, for sponsoring that.
Definitely good run. I think every conference that I have still now, I have participated. Really, it's great to start the morning, going to run with the whole bunch of people around you. I think
How big was the group out there this morning?
Wow, it was pretty big.
Like,
I think in comparison to previous
100
years,
people, a couple dozen?
I think they brought 2 buses.
2 buses, okay.
I think.
So those people weren't out late last night partying then? I didn't see them at any of the parties. Is there any questions that we have from the audience? Anybody have any questions? Go ahead.
I don't hear you.
Yeah, give us 1 second. We just want to get a mic.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Manjunath. I am from Florida Solar Energy Center. And thanks for the inspiring talk, the way you did.
Thank you.
Excellent. And my question is on the assets, a bit of a technical side. So, because you said like you're close to like 10,000 assets you are looking at right now. So how do you acquire the data? I mean, is it like because we also look at the data, each site is unique.
Agree.
Mm-hmm.
The challenges are unique.
Agree.
So me, just one person doing it. I mean, when you look at 10,000 assets, how do you do it? I mean, data sets. Just want to get insights on that.
So we are a software company, and this is our core business. The data acquisition piece, we invested in it heavily in order to be able to communicate with any provider that is out there. It doesn't matter if it is an inverter type X, Y, Z, or you have a revenue grade meter, or you have a SCADA system via API, Modbus, TCP over IP, MQTT. You have so many protocols. So we really invested on all these data acquisition connectors, we call it, in order to make it easier, standardize. We have a lot of processes around the data in order to qualify and make sure that everything is in the highest quality that we can. And then when all the data is managed and in one place, in the right metrics, everything is possible, and you can run on different applications. If you have BI tools or use our analytics, or you can run additional agentic applications. So while you structure the data after bringing it, everything else is easier.
One more question. And also, do you compute like a IEC parameters for each site?
Yes.
Like
All
a
the
performance ratio?
Correct.
Okay, okay.
Everything. All the KPIs that you can imagine. There are so many. It depends geographically.
Yep.
Here you're looking at something. In Europe, you're looking at something. So definitely.
So how are your assets distributed? I mean, is it like a residential, commercial, and utility scale?
Most of our assets are C&I up to small utility. Okay. For the last year, we have onboarding, let's say, medium utility scale assets. And as storage getting more and more, so we have even higher. We have small portion of resi, mix. Nice. But the most focus is DG, distributed.
Thank you.
And that was Florida Solar Energy Center, right? Great organization. I'm also from Florida, from Tampa, Florida, so great work that you're doing.
Definitely.
And I want to just add some questions on top of what he just pointed out, because from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like a lot of these companies, they don't necessarily have this data in one place, that it's siloed. What is that, like when you first approach a company to work with them, what does it look like before? What is their data story before, and what is their data story after?
Different, very different. And it depends. There are big players that have invested heavily in different legacy solutions, that they build their historians and their data warehouses. And again, it's a difficult. You need to have your own team. It's kind of build versus buy decision. When it comes to small, medium size of companies, I think on average, most of them have at least 3 or 5 minimum of different communication on different data acquisition systems, and most of them don't have a one place that they gather all the data. And when we get in, we acquire all the data, including the historical data, and when they want to use it, they have everything structured in one place. They can consume APIs wherever they want in order to do whatever they need. So it's definitely dramatic change.
And you mentioned they have usually 3 to 5 data sets. What are those 3 to 5 data sets?
Hardware providers and monitoring data sets. They have, for example, inverter layers. They have
inverter layers?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Okay.
The data that's coming from the inverters. Then
okay.
you have the data that's coming from the revenue grade meters. They have the data that's coming from their CMMSs. If they're using it, it's a different data, but again, it's effects on different AI agents that you want to build on top, because if you have an issue and you have identified, I believe you're familiar with that, you need to know how to solve it. And there are different technician levels, so you need to ingest not only the electric data, but also the data that's coming from the technicians on site with different tutorials in order to really understand it. And it's not enough, because you also need to get the financials, the PPAs, the P&L, all the financial data that you need in order to really structure a full picture that can serve not only the operational guys, but also the C-level and also the stakeholders and everyone around the table. I hope it answered your question.
That's right. No, and that is helpful. And what I also I heard was that essentially the person who's at the screen managing all of this data in the before situation, they may have dozens of alerts that are coming in. This isn't working. This isn't working.
Alert fatigue, we call it.
Alert fatigue. What is that? What's alert fatigue?
You have you're smiling, so you're familiar with it. You have so many alarms. You have you lose trust. You cannot trust all these alarms that you're getting from all these different service providers, different hardwares, and you need to verify that this alert is really true. So we have invested heavily in the prioritization engine in order to gather all the electrical data and compare it to different metrics that we compare, and then to provide much more accurate insights. We call it actionable insights, because it reduces the noise, and then you really can focus on what's important most. And then we also have prioritization depending on the customer, depending on the use case. If it is an IPP, they have a specific metrics. If it's an O&M, they have their own, and then tied up to their obligations, contractual availability and other obligations, in order to really prioritize them and focus on them.
To find the money.
Definitely. Stop the bleeding, yeah. This is, you have so much revenue that you can gain out of your existing assets, and there is no sense to keep on losing. So definitely.
And do you think some of these folks are even aware that they're losing that?
I think today we hear more and more talks about it, that finally the performance gets attention. Till a few months ago, almost we needed to convince people, look at your performance, you are losing. Now we're hearing more and more that finally it happens, and we are a step before the storage boom. So what will be in the storage? The storage is much, much, much more complicated than the solar assets. So hopefully the lessons from the solar performance issues will be implemented in the storage, so in order to really maximize the revenues, because storage is really a key today in the industry.
That's right. Abby brought it up in her welcoming speech, how it's one of the 4 things that she wants to see us do moving forward is solar plus storage always.
Definitely.
So, and it's much more complicated, right? Because time of day, the rates are different, the size of the system. It's not just build as big as you can. It's build, optimize for the, what's the
and
revenue
safety.
potential and safety. Yeah.
Definitely. It's a much more complex. Definitely.
I have 2 more questions if I can get them in. One is, do you think that success is dependent on what a company chooses to do or chooses not to do?
Wow. I think to choose what not to do. You have so many distractions. There's so many things that you want to do as an entrepreneur. And I think the focus is very, very, very important in order to understand where is your key strength and focus on them. And everything else you can build, you can structure. We're an open system. So if there are customers, and there are customers that want to use other solution, no problem. We can integrate. Our mission is to help our partners to do their job better in an easier way. So if it can be done by our solution, old solution, great. But if you want to bring another partner, perfect. We can tie in via back-to-back APIs, and that's it. And then it helps everyone to improve their business flows.
And one more question. Do you consider yourself a climate optimist or a climate pessimist? And I know these days, it's tough these days.
Yeah. This was the reason that I entered to this business in the clean energy, because there are so many opportunities, and we wanted to live a better place after for our kids. So I want to be optimistic about the future. I think most of the people care about it, and we see more and more care about it. So let's keep optimistic.
Great. Is there anything else that you want to say for our listeners? Is there a booth that you have?
Yeah, we are welcome to visit our booth, definitely. I think focus and listen and to keep on going.
Very good. Well, thank you so much, Alon, for joining me. Thank you for joining us here at the PowerUp Live stage. It's been great. This stage is presented by Wärtsilä and produced by SunCast Media. Thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your show, and appreciate you joining us.
Thank you very much.
When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible, so you can go about your day uninterrupted. Electricity.
We are currently experiencing an intense heat wave across the region. Please take all necessary precautions to stay safe during this extreme weather.
invisibly working in the background until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible, so you can go about your day uninterrupted. Electricity.
We are currently experiencing an intense heat wave across the region. Please take all necessary precautions to stay safe during this extreme weather.
Invisibly working in the background until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible, so you can go about your day uninterrupted. Electricity.
We are currently experiencing an intense heat wave across the region. Please take all necessary precautions to stay safe during this extreme weather.
Invisibly working in the background until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible, so you can go about your day uninterrupted. Electricity.
We are currently experiencing an intense heat wave across the region. Please take all necessary precautions to stay safe during this extreme weather.
Invisibly working in the background until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible, so you can go about your day uninterrupted. Electricity.
We are currently experiencing an intense heat wave across the region. Please take all necessary precautions to stay safe during this extreme weather.
Invisibly working in the background until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible.
Good morning and welcome to RE Plus. The show is about to begin. I'm Nico Johnson, your co-host for the morning show with my beautiful co-host Lisa Ann Pinkerton.
Thank you. I'm from Earthlings 2.0, which is on the Resource Labs Network, as well as Technica Communications, and I also founded Women in Clean Tech and Sustainability.
It's so good to be here with you. And all of you, I know we are now streaming, I believe we should be streaming live on the Jumbotron, so if you're watching us over
Mom.
if you're watching us over in North Carolina, my kids, hello, or if you're in the Venetian lobby, thank you for tuning in. Every morning we're going to be right here bringing you news and what to look out for on the show floor as we get the day started. We've got a wonderful lineup of guests today. I hope that Heather Reams can make it over. She was going to kick off, but we've got Heather Reams, we've got Ethan Ehlers from NextWave, we've got Gary Kessinger from Atala Steel, Chanel Parsons from SEE, and the one and only Jigar Shah. So we're going to get right into it in just a minute, but Lisa Ann, before we kick off, as we begin the first morning show, what are you most excited about for this year's RE Plus in Las Vegas?
I'm actually really excited to hear how people are thinking about the next year ahead in terms of sort of what we've experienced in the first part of this year. There's always an opportunity to stand up and move forward regardless of what adversity might come your way. And I'm really excited to hear people's different perspectives on that.
Yeah, we're going to talk a lot about how people are addressing diversity and how they're handling the, shall we say, the headwinds that have befallen us. The purpose of being here each and every year, I like to call it a family reunion, is more than just visiting with the vendors that you might want to purchase product from. It's partnerships, it's relationships that in many cases extend beyond multiple companies. So I encourage you all, as you walk the floor, remember that you are among family, you're among friends. And also, there's an incredible lineup throughout the show. There are tech sessions, there are theaters like ours throughout the show floor, not only in the Venetian, but over here in Caesars Forum. We are actually broadcasting from the lobby of Caesars Forum, which is a bit of a hike if you couldn't use the bridge this morning, as many of you found out. So yes, I'm glad that we actually do have something that looks like an audience here, despite the fact that the folks from the Venetian couldn't quite make it over to this side. We also have our swag contest.
Oh, yes.
Lisa Ann, what's the swag contest all about?
Oh, the swag is all about who's got the best swag, who's got the best giveaway. And we're not talking like the most expensive thing, and we're not talking about something that is, pretty common. Just what we're looking for is swag that is unique, useful, memorable, and it's going to be something that helps carry your brand throughout the year. Yeah. And we're going to have a couple finalists, and we're going to have a winner by the end of the 3 days.
That's right, and that winner will actually be invited up on stage with us for the final morning show on Thursday morning. So if you think that you have swag that is a contender, please bring it by the show floor. This is unabashedly our easy button for getting swag to take home for ourselves. I'm not going to lie. But we do, I just want to shout out QuickBolt, because QuickBolt has some delicious hot sauce. They won the swag contest last year. And it's on the surface, it might seem really simple, but it was very appropriate for the audience they were trying to talk to, and also me, because I love hot sauce. So we are going to play favorites, but we're really looking for something beautiful, right? Have you made use of the aesthetic, but also not just run of the mill?
Right.
I think we saw a lot of cables last year. We saw a lot of batteries last year.
Socks. Cups.
Do love socks.
Socks are great.
Do you know what else I love? I love when we have brilliant guests. So Lisa Ann, I want you to kick us off here. Well, actually, you know what? See, it looks like Heather is still not here.
Yeah, so I think we'll go with Ethan next then.
We're going to bring Ethan
Ehlers
up. I figured that asset management was a category that had been pretty commodified at this point. Yet the next guest has, in about a year of having their product in the publicly available, has brought on about 1 gigawatt of projects. Ethan Ehlers is Director of Business Development for NextWave Energy Monitoring and has been protecting our assets since the last time we were scrambling.
You always got to cover your assets.
Since the last time we were scrambling to meet ITC deadlines. Good to see you, Ethan. Welcome.
Good to see you too, Nico. Thanks for having me.
Too often, I feel like monitoring at this point, I mean, you've been in the game for a long time with monitoring. I feel like it's just a check-the-box kind of product. What's the hidden cost for folks that have that mindset, especially developers and owners?
Yeah, that's a great question, Nico, and there's a number of hidden costs. First and foremost is complexity. Complexity on both the software side and the hardware side. If you have overly complex hardware, you have multiple points of failure above and beyond your underlying system. Those points of failure can cause you to have to roll trucks out to the site and spend money that you shouldn't have to spend otherwise. Similarly, on the software side, if you have overly complex software, your people are going to struggle to be able to use it to gain the useful insights they need in order to operate your assets properly. Beyond that, there's poor customer support. Things go wrong. You always need support, and if you can't get that support in a timely fashion, if you can't get those fixes done completely, that's going to cost you time and that's going to cost you money. And there's a whole host of other soft costs out there as well, and I'd be more than happy to chat with people as they come by the booth.
Nice.
And tackling those soft costs is so important. Now, you also, oh, that's not right. There we go. Now, when portfolios grow, data grows with them. So my question for you is, what's the hardest part of turning all of that data into real decisions? The analysis piece.
Yeah, analysis paralysis, right? You have all this overabundance of data. Too much data can actually cause you to freeze up and not be able to make a decision, not be able to take action. Excuse me. So the hardest part is really being able to distill that data down into actionable insight. Find the right data points that you need, get the alerts that you need in the time that you need it, not be overwhelmed with every single data point from every single device on every single asset that you own all at once, overloading and overwhelming your people. But rather having a single pane of glass, a dashboard where you can see what's most important, what's most relevant, what's most problematic, and what's working well, so you can hopefully ignore most of that stuff that's working well.
Well, one of the things that I feel like is working well for everyone these days, and as they say, if you're not dabbling in at least AI, then you're already behind. But it seems like AI is everywhere. Where do you actually see it moving the needle with regards to asset management, and what parts do you feel are just hype?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of hype right now, right? Yeah. Everybody is diving into AI. We are obviously working on it at NextWave as well. We're taking a little bit more of a slow approach. But I think really the two areas that I see it being most meaningful are predictive maintenance. What's going to fail and when is it going to fail and how is it going to fail? So you can be prepared to take action or take action before that failure occurs. The next most important, I think, is the analytic capabilities. Being able to assess automatically what your biggest issue is, what issue is causing you the most money, causing you to lose the most generation. And being able to easily sift through all of those alerts and alarms, all of that data, to be able to take that actionable insight out of that data.
Mm-hmm. Ethan, I know that you have some space set aside in your booth for folks to just come over and vent their frustrations about their technological rage. For those who
we're going to do scream therapy.
We actually need it. I feel like that would be healthy if you just had a scream therapy booth. For those who want to come over and get to know you better, and they want to maybe they want to scream into the corner at the NextWave booth, where should they find you?
Well, we are right over in the Venetian, Nico, just over the Sky Bridge. You'll see our big yellow sign. Yeah. It says NextWave hanging out of the ceiling, booth 7731. And we don't have a scream booth, but we do have some nice teddy bears if you need a little bit of comfort in the middle of the show.
Some comfort therapy.
All right.
Thank you, Ethan Ehlers. Ethan is the Director of Business Development for NextWave Energy Monitoring. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Nico.
Good to see you.
Pleasure. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Ethan.
So you mentioned, Ethan, that there's a Sky Bridge. For those who are watching and you're not familiar, not only this year is the entirety of Energy Storage International in Caesars Forum, but there is a handy bridge to walk across so that you can connect a lot faster and easier. I know for a fact, Lisa Ann, that it takes 11 minutes and 12 seconds from the Moss Beer Garden, shout out to Moss Beer Garden, to here, stopping to talk to someone, which is always something you got to factor in. So if you're coming over from the Moss Beer Garden area, then it's about 12 minutes.
And is that 12 minutes of speed walking or normal walking?
I'm 5'4". It's like midget walking. Right.
Another pro tip, if you haven't done this already, I encourage all of you to get out your phones, put it on low power mode. That will get your phone throughout that'll get your battery through the whole day.
I'm actually going to do that right now. My battery died yesterday.
Do your watches too.
Lisa Ann, who do we have up next?
I think we're going to call up Chanel Parson up to the stage right now. She is from SEIA, and she's the Director of Clean Energy and Demand Response. And she's helping to lead the way in turning EVs into powerful grid resources. Welcome.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for hiking over. I know you, like others, got stuck at the Sky Bridge because it doesn't open until 10.
Yeah, I had to climb mountains and through the desert to get here, but I made it.
You made it. So Honda just announced a collaboration with SEC. Did I say?
SoCal Edison.
Thank you. I'm like looking at this. I'm like looking at this, going, what does that mean?
Chanel, let's move your mic up.
Yeah. So you have this so that you just announced this collaboration on bidirectional charging. So what is the role that you're playing, and how is this going to benefit your customers?
Yeah, I am very excited about this strategic collaboration with Southern California Edison and American Honda, really to unlock the future of electric transportation. Our companies have the shared objective of helping our customers use their vehicles for more than just mobility devices, and to do so much more, right? Really as energy management devices.
Yeah.
And so this strategic collaboration is really going to help our customers use their EV to power their homes during an outage, but also during a blue sky day when the demand on the grid is high. And so customers who participate, they're going to save on their total energy, which is not only their automobile energy costs, but their home energy costs. They're going to fortify their personal energy resiliency. And then by getting those benefits, there's going to be that side benefit of benefiting the grid and making sure that the grid is more reliable, more affordable, and ready to connect new loads for all customers. So SCE, we're streamlining our processes, we're putting in systems and best practices to make sure our customers have the most streamlined and best experiences possible.
Chanel, I'm curious what it takes at the utility level to start to integrate this concept of V2G, VGI. How do you go about I mean, it feels like it's the promise that never fully comes to fruition. We've been waiting for the opportunity. We've got these mobile batteries that we're now able to plug in and inject power back into our homes and stabilize the grid at the same time. Can you talk a bit about that process at the utility that you had to go through to onboard this product with Honda?
Yeah, I mean, really, in order to make VGI real and to scale it, which is what we're working hard to do quickly, you need technology that has to align. You need the policy that has to align. You need partnerships, so the collaboration between Honda and SCE to really kind of accelerate this moving forward. And so we have processes and systems that we can adjust to make this smooth for our customers. Honda has a vehicle that, they've announced, their Acura RSX, that, is going to be that hardware, that technology for customers. We put a bidirectional charger in, and if everybody's moving together, we're going to make this thing happen, and as quickly as possible.
Finally, we're going to be able to inject back into the grid, back in the home. Bidirectional is working.
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
You heard SoCal Edison on the vanguard.
Yes. And it makes so much sense because you've got all of these assets that the utility isn't purchasing, but you can utilize them.
Yes, yeah, and that is something that Southern California Edison is completely focused on, unlocking demand flexibility at scale.
Right.
And so when we think about electrification, most of our load in Southern California is from electrification. I know some parts of the country are experiencing heavy data center load, but in Southern California, we're seeing a lot from electrification. The good news is, even though that electrification puts more demand on the energy grid, most of that is flexible demand. And so unlocking that demand flexibility, meaning we can leverage that on the grid when it's best for the grid, when there's the most clean energy on the grid, is really what we're working to do, and doing it for all devices. And unlocking VGI is a critical piece for that.
100%. Well, thank you so much. You'll be speaking during the show, so I want people to know where they can find you. So where are you talking?
Okay, I have a pretty full dance card. At 10:30 this morning, I'm going to be on the Honda Partner Panel in the Electric Drive Theater. We're going to be talking about, we're going to be talking about unlocking the value of VGI. So if you want to learn more, come by. At 12 o'clock, I'll be on the main stage talking about facilitating smart load growth in a data-forward future. And then tomorrow, I get the opportunity to talk about unveiling rate design impacts on customer behavior and grid transformation.
Oh, wow, you are going to be busy.
Yes.
Thought leader right here. Chanel Parson, thank you so much.
Thank you for
Chanel.
having me.
So good to have you on the stage. Well, speaking of busy, we've all been pretty busy trying to handle the inbound tariffs and all the ways that the domestic market has struggled with getting product in from outside the country. Probably no single product category more than the infrastructure and steel required to put all of this solar in place. Gary Kessinger, CEO of Wärtsilä Steel, going to talk about the domestic steel and how it is repowering America's renewable future. Gary, it's good to see you.
Good to see you again. This is my second RE Plus, as you mentioned. I learned last year, after 6 months in the industry, what a relationship-building opportunity it was here.
Indeed.
My sales team had 54 meetings in 2.5 days, and I was exhausted. So
Very impressive.
we're in a better pace this year, but it's good to be here.
Well, I'm glad that you're making time to be here with us. You know, a lot of folks here are, I would say, borderline angry about the scenario that we find ourselves in, pretty much gutting all of the provisions that were meant to uphold the industry from an incentives perspective. With so much uncertainty, what's the clearest guidance that you are giving to developers on domestic content, which incentives are still in play, and how they should play that?
Right now, it's just take a deep breath and continue. We're kind of back to, in my opinion, where we were in 2019-20 when the market was growing in exponential rates. Our business is booked through the rest of this year, extremely strong. We've got a strong pipeline going into 2026, and we're working with all of our customers to methodically plan out. We were fortunate this past year. We spent a good portion of it expanding our supply line. We brought some new mills online, some new beam suppliers. So, you know, we're in a position to really benefit from it. A year ago, 85% of our sales were domestic requirement. Only 30% of the quotes that we did were domestic requirement. That's flipped on us this year to where we're probably 95% domestic requirement, but 80% of the quotes we're getting in, people are looking for domestic steel. So it's very positive for my customers and us right now.
That's good to hear. And because when you think about the Trump tax bill, there was a lot of new navigation around tariffs and sourcing and scheduling. There's a lot of risk there, is what I'm trying to say. And so how are savvy developers protecting themselves against supply chain volatility in this environment?
Right, as I said a minute ago, right now they're partnering with the suppliers. We're planning out well in advance for 2026. Short lead times are kind of going away to where now they're wanting to methodically plan 3 projects in a row sequentially, so they know they've got that supply line. I attended the Steel Manufacturers Summit in Atlanta 2 weeks ago, and it was phenomenal to see all of the top executives from the steel mills give presentations about the investments that they're making, how they're prepared to supply the industry. I walked away, feeling very confident that we're going to all get through this, and they're, doing everything they can to meet the requirements.
Gary, you're going to be in, as you mentioned, a ton of meetings this week. I'm curious, is there one truth about domestic steel that you expect you'll be repeating again and again, something that folks just still don't feel, you feel like they don't really fully grok about how domestic steel is growing?
I guess for us, a year ago, I would have said that was our strength, because we are a vertically integrated manufacturer in Mississippi, centrally located. We have our own rolling mill, so we buy billet primarily. 75% of what we sell, we roll in-house, cut, punch, and galvanize. So it's a strength for us. As long as the billets are available, which they are, it's going to be a very, very positive for our customers. The customers are coming to us, making sure that those supply lines are secure and they're walking away comfortable.
If I'm a developer looking to secure 2, 3, 4 projects of steel, what's a reasonable timeline now versus what it was a year ago?
Right now, the sooner the better. I mean, we've got quotes that we're stacking up next year over top of each other, and we're weighting them on likelihood of getting them, and we're trying to communicate with each one of our customers that these months are booking up, so you're going to have to push it out or pull it in. In the past, it might have been a 12 to 16 week lead time. They would try to drop it in. I would say right now they're looking 3 to 6 months out to make sure they've got capacity booked in for next year.
Well, they should be booking their time with you here at the show. Gary Kessinger is the CEO of Wärtsilä Steel. It's so great to have you back on the PowerUp Live stage.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us, Gary. Have a good show. I just wanted to check in and see if Heather Reams has arrived. Has anybody seen Heather?
I don't see her.
No? All right.
So.
Well, without further ado.
A man who needs no introduction, but he will get one anyway. Jigar Shah, formerly of the Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office, and now with Multiplier. Welcome, Jigar.
Hello.
Also a podcaster.
Fellow podcaster, welcome to the podcast stage.
And I wear state flags.
What state is this?
This is Maryland. What are you talking about?
I love that.
I actually didn't know that.
Didn't
Yeah,
catch that.
well, you know, most states actually like have crappy flags where
Yeah,
they just like have their seal on it.
It's true. I'm from South Carolina, not a crappy flag. So
No, that's a good flag.
very good flag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we love to fly our flag of energy independence here, Jigar.
Good transition, Nico. Good transition.
So Jigar, when Nico and I were planning this out, we were talking about bringing you on, and I was like, look, I just have one question for Jigar, and he's the only person I can really trust to answer this in a straightforward way, which is we saw the Trump tax bill has stripped the industry of plenty of incentives. It was more of a hatchet than a scalpel, and I wanted to ask you, like, WTF? How did we get here?
Well, I think it's good to like have that experience of actually admitting to yourself that we got our ass kicked, right? I mean, one of the big challenges I have is that people are not admitting it. They're sort of saying, oh, we got 90% of it back or whatever else. No, we didn't. We got our ass completely kicked, right? So let's just start there. Now we sort of say, why did we get our ass kicked, right? And I think the reason we got in that situation is that people don't know who we are.
Yeah.
Like, we are just so obsessed with staying under the radar screen, right? Everyone's like, well, if we make this technical tweak at FERC, and we make this technical tweak at whatever else, then we'll be fine. No, we're not fine. And right now, clearly the Eye of Sauron is like on us. Like, it sort of sees us, right? And so when that happens, you have to actually invest in political infrastructure, right? That means getting to know the mayor of your town, getting to know the city council, getting to know all of the decision makers around the table. And what does it mean to not have political power, right? In the state of New Jersey, we just passed a law that actually streamlines all the permitting in the state to match Florida and Texas so we can get our costs of residential solar down.
Yeah.
The governor of New Jersey is afraid to sign it because it might make one bureaucrat in New Jersey upset that, like, he's losing political power over, like, being able to twist our arm in the solar industry. Clearly, the solar industry in New Jersey has no power. Right? And so part of what I want people to recognize is, like, we got our ass kicked, and now we need to invest in political power in the same way that we invest in technical, advocacy, all the other stuff that we do.
Yeah. You wrote a great piece in Trellis recently that I've quoted a lot, I feel like, in private conversations, because very few people are, as we've talked about, saying what we need to say out loud. And one of the things is that survival requires unity, speed, and treating this thing we call political power like it's essential infrastructure. If I'm sitting in the driver's seat, I'm the CEO of a developer or even an installer here in America, what does that look like for me over the next 12 months? How do I reclaim that power?
Well, you have to first of all realize who has power and how does power work, right? Remember, most of these people are subjecting themselves to elections every 2 years or every 4 years, right? And so they want to get reelected. Right? Now, if we like piss off people who are in that coalition such that they can't get, the support that they want from that group, well, then maybe they'll just like say no to spite us. Like, that is like where the unions sit, right? We're like, we want highly trained workers. We don't want them to unionize. Got it. When like that happens, and like the unions are the people who actually like show up. Like when, when we were worried about how the votes were going to be counted in Detroit, it wasn't a bunch of environmentalists who like circled the like voting center. It was the UAW.
Right.
Right. Now it's like shocking to me. They're like, oh, well, why did President Biden care so much about unions? Well, because they like circled the damn like thing, right? And so so then the question becomes like, should we be using more union labor? Right? What do we get for that if we like do that, right?
Yeah.
Look, I'm not telling people how to run their companies, but I am saying that like if you want some of the chaos to come down and you want some of the political power to go up, then you've got to be more thoughtful. That is a muscle you have to practice and you have to train, right?
Indeed.
And like, there's no right answer. One group's going to go this way, one group's going to go that way. But just avoiding the conversation altogether and being like, I would just like to make sure that no one is knows that I exist.
Yeah.
No,
well, it's like
you exist, and people like have you in their sights right now.
Yeah. Well, I think people want to succeed on merit.
Yeah.
And they want their technology.
Oh, that's so cute.
I know, isn't it? And that got us pretty far. But I don't think it's going to get us, it's not the strategy for the next stage of the game.
Yeah.
And there's definitely a political game that's being played against us. And I think we get a chance to stand up and play that game, well, just to play it for starters, and then to be better at it. How can we, you talked about political infrastructure. What does that really mean for companies who are here at the show, spending a lot of money exhibiting, having meetings? Where should they be investing their time and effort and resources to support this political infrastructure?
Yeah, I mean, well, look, I think that when you look at the Solar Energy Industry Association, right, many folks here are not members. Like, you know, like that's the $400 you want to save, I got it. But like, in general, right, they only have so much budget, right? I don't know what their budget is this year, but let's call it like $25 million, right? And so the entire industry is investing hundreds of billions of dollars into solar, battery storage, right, other stuff. We probably have an influence budget nationwide of $150 million if you count CALSA and like all the local groups and this group and that group and whatever else, right? The oil and gas industry spend $4 billion a year and they invest less CapEx than we do.
Yeah.
Right? And so like, so one part of it's money. I'm not going to get away from that. Like everyone is managing a line on a spreadsheet and saying, well, if I eliminate this line, I can get an extra penny a watt. But what's in that line is not just your SEIA membership. It's also you investing in the July 4th celebration in the town near where your community solar project is. Are you a sponsor of that celebration? No, because after the project is built, you don't go back to that town. That sucks. And those people feel it, right? So invest in those communities, invest in those towns, make sure that they feel the love for 25 years, right? But the other piece of this is also making sure that you're going on the offense, right? We're allowing people to say that you can actually power all the data centers in Texas with natural gas, right? Are you kidding me, right? We're building LNG export terminals. You're gonna like take all the Permian gas, you're gonna stick it in LNG export terminals, you're gonna increase that, and you're gonna what? Build 500 gigawatts of new natural gas power plants. We can't find the turbines, got it, but whatever. And you're gonna do all that stuff. No. And if you did try, it would double natural gas prices in Texas, right? Do people want doubling natural gas prices? But we don't talk about that. Like the fact that like solar and battery storage has saved the state of Texas over and over and over again, right? We're not bragging about it. We're sort of like, well, you know, we just come to work and do our job with pride. Yeah.
You got Jigar wound up now.
You got to brag about it a little bit.
I'm glad we got Jigar wound up. If you want to hear more of what Jigar has to say, he'll be right back on this stage at 4:30 with me for a longer session that's going to sound a lot like this.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, we're gonna dig deeper. So bring your questions if you have questions for Jigar. Thank you so much for joining us, Jigar, once again on the morning show. Thank you for coming.
Oh my God, I'm glad to be here. And get your swag.
Yes.
Get your swag. Get them for yourself. Get them for your children. Get your swag.
It's one of the coolest parts of the show. Thanks, Jigar. Thank you all for joining us for today's PowerUp Live morning show. I'm here with my co-host, Lisa Ann Pinkerton. The morning show is brought to you by Clean Tech Industry Resources. PowerUp Live is presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage. We'll be here all day. Up next is Josh Beck with Mark Berger from Fluence, and then we'll have Daniel Dalpiaz and Navid Riaz from Infineon. Stick around. You don't want to miss these conversations all day long.
All right, thank you.
Welcome back. We've got our next session up, and we're going to learn more about a brand new announcement. Fluence is officially manufacturing product here domestically. We're going to talk to Mark Berger, VP of Product at Fluence, about their SmartStack. We're going to talk about everything that is the sort of on the level of innovation with energy storage. We're out front of Energy Storage International. We're live on the PowerUp Live stage, presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage. Mark, welcome to the stage.
Dan, thank you for having me.
Mark, I'd like to hear more about the press release that you had go out this morning. Finally, I had John on the stage. I think 2 years in a row we've talked about like the domestic market is coming, domestic market is coming. Finally, we've got an announcement. Fluence is shipping product from a domestic plant. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, we are. It's real.
Yeah.
So we're not talking about how we're going to adjust to the new rules and regulations. Fluence really saw the need for domestic manufacturing some time before it really started surfacing in our political realm. And so we got ahead of the market, and we are shipping today, landing them on project sites.
So a lot of folks talk about the vertical integration of the battery and how the battery management works, how everything is integrated. You all have a product called SmartStack that looks quite different from everything else that's in the market. Can you tell me about the product and the process of innovation that went into creating it?
Yeah, so what we did is we took a look at all of our understanding of this industry. Since Fluence has been there from the beginning, even with our parent companies, we've been at the forefront of this industry, and we've been innovating as the industry has grown, and we've been learning a lot too. So SmartStack is actually a innovative product where we took a look at everything that we've learned over these past years and said, how can we build a product from the ground up that is specifically for the best market space? Yeah. And can it solve all of the problems that we have experienced, our customers have experienced on delays in projects, whether or not it's permitting, installation, and commissioning, and then actually operating the system as well. So when we took a holistic look at it and built it from the ground up, what came into being is SmartStack. Yeah. So an intelligent system that is separating the intelligence down at the bottom so that you can land that pretty easily. Mm-hmm. It can be connected up, commissioned, cold commissioned, and then wait for the batteries to show up. And then once the batteries show up and adjust in time so they don't need to be sitting out there baking in the sun and losing their energy based on a potential delay of a project, which we know happens quite a bit. They show up just in time and plug right into the smart skid, and then you're up and running.
Is there, if I'm a developer, how do I compare and contrast the experience with Fluence and the SmartStack to what I've been traditionally used to, or how perhaps I've been planning my projects up to now? How do I think about modifying my planning approach?
Yeah, so what we did with SmartStack is we leveraged height. So I know a lot of times people go out there and they're going to pre-permit something and they're going to say, well, I kind of expect it to be in a 20-foot ISO box. Right. Well, not anymore. We're leveraging height now in order to be able to go up higher, but have the density that the market demands, while still being able to use a stable cell that's in the market today, that's been proven. Instead of going for higher amp hour cells, we decided to focus on the 3XX amp hour cells, but still have significant density in that. So when you're doing your pre-planning, expect for a smaller footprint, but expect for a little bit more height.
A little bit more height. You now also have both an AC and a DC block system that your customers can buy. It's ready to ship. What's the goal with having both AC and DC block?
So right now, we do have both of them, and they do serve critical purposes. As we are looking at more of grid forming capabilities being required, we see that the centralized inverters have a long history and capability of grid forming, so they're a little bit easier to get through the permitting process. The AC blocks leveraging string inverters are coming up. Now they're leveraging a lot of the same models that were built off of the centralized, but they haven't been going through the rigorous processes and getting onto site yet. As we see that we can do that, I do see the industry moving more to our AC block. mostly because of the density for the logistics side of it, of being able to leverage smaller blocks to be able to move them around much easier. So, but in that transition period, Fluence will be providing solutions for all of our customers.
That's really interesting, and I want to make sure that I'm understanding and maybe differentiating. Is AC and DC block synonymous with AC and DC coupled?
No. So the DC block is what we call is just you're landing a single enclosure. There's no power conversion within that. It requires a separate unit with a centralized inverter. Yeah. An AC block will be where the power conversion is contained within the enclosure or in the structure where the batteries are held as well.
Mark, as a VP of product, you get a lot of feedback from customers. It's one of the things that informs, in fact, how you move forward with the product development process. What has your team most excited on the horizon, what that developers are looking for and asking of you as a vendor?
I think what excites us the most is being able to de-risk our customers' projects for them. That's really where they come to us and ask us to do that. But that takes you through the whole gambit. It's can I get it permitted? Am I going to have a problem with an AHJ? Can I get it delivered, or will it be late? Right. Can it turn on and get commissioned in time for me to start getting revenue? And then when I am starting to do revenue, is the promises that you made me going to come to fruition? And do you have guarantees? Are you secure that you're going to be able to provide me those returns, and you're willing to back that? So we love solving customers' problems, and now we're looking at it holistically. As the battery price has come down significantly, you got the EPC cost, you got the BOP cost, and you got your OpEx costs that are significant portions of the total cost of ownership of these systems. And we're really excited to deliver a product that we think helps improve the total TCO, not just the CapEx, where most of the time we were focused on, but actually looking at we can get it installed faster and cheaper. We can make sure that it does deliver the revenue that you expect. And we're going to stand behind those guarantees.
And with SmartStack, we can do it on a smaller footprint, delivered from American manufacturing.
That's correct.
Mark Berger is VP of Product for Fluence. I wonder in the audience if there are any questions. Does anybody have a question? No? Not always. We do have microphones available if we do have questions throughout the week that you guys are here. Mark, thank you for taking time to come up and explain, better sort of clarify for us how SmartStack works and the fact that it is now domestically available. Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for tuning in. We've got Infineon coming up in just a moment.
Extreme weather.
Invisibly working in the background until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible, so you can go about your day uninterrupted.
Hello, everyone. We are back at the PowerUp Live stage here, sponsored by Wärtsilä Energy Storage. Thank you so much for being here. It's exciting kickoff to RE Plus 2025. I've got two very exciting guests here talking about a product I'm extremely excited about. I think it's going to really revolutionize the industry in the years to come here. We have Navid Reyes and Daniel Dalpiez, part of the leadership team at Infineon Technologies. So Infineon Technologies is really interesting. Think of them as the Intel driving a lot of the high voltage machines that are going to be coming into the future of our industry. So a lot of high voltage blocking equipment in a very small, compact package, which is what makes this really differentiates this, particularly as we move into data center technologies and moving forward with the next generation of solar. And the reliability at a north of 200 volt operating level. So welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
So what can you tell us? What are you excited about this product, and tell us about this form factor?
Sure. So what Infineon is doing now is for the first time bringing like a high voltage, in a very small packages, that basically will enable the next generation power electronics, for grid connection, like renewable applications, and yeah.
Yeah. So what I can say is that we are the heart of these technologies that you would see here. So you can see our devices in any power inverter and power converter that enables the solar, the battery energy storage, EV charging, data centers, and everywhere that you see power conversion, you will see our products over there. And we're excited about it because it enables them to get more power density and more reliability with these kind of packages.
Thank you, Navid. Can you talk about that in terms of that power density and the form factor of this? Can you talk a little bit and educate everyone on where we are currently in the industry and where Infineon is taking this technology?
So yeah, so I think this package is our newest package, and it's an easy package. And what it does is that it enables us to go to higher voltages above 2,000 volts. And it enables us to also increase the frequency of those power converters, which is very important if you want to have high power density and lower form factor. So it means that we can push more power through this because it has our newest generation of power chips, generation 2 silicon carbide, with the newest technology of packaging technology, interconnect technology, which we call it .xt technology. So we can go to higher, temperatures, higher powers, and higher frequencies with these package.
Amazing, as we're moving particularly into a world where we're seeing like a boom in the data center, and certainly this product is applicable to much beyond data centers. But in terms of the form factor that we're seeing now in similar technologies, I mean, this is a fraction, right? So like, can you give us an idea of what the form factor would be in terms of the power density for something of the same product line?
So for similar voltage, okay, usually what you find in the market are like a big bricks, devices like this size.
Yeah.
So for the first time, then we are bringing these high blocking voltages in packages like this.
Yeah.
Okay, and I would say the major improvement, and it's one of the biggest innovation that we are doing, is the way we are connecting the dies into the substrate.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a major improvement in terms of reliability, which is one of the main topics when you talk about clean energy, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and particularly whenever you're talking about those variable high voltages above 2,000 volts, right? And in terms of the voltage, potentially this could even go up to 3,300 volts.
Even higher.
Right? Wow, that's incredible. In terms of your bench testing, how high have you taken it?
Well, I think the device as it is now, we are testing with DC bus voltage up to 2.6 kV.
Wow.
Okay, but we know the market is looking for higher voltage, a blocking capability.
Yeah.
So we don't want to stop here. So, but we see this as a big trend moving ahead.
Now, in terms of the carbide chips that you had just mentioned a moment ago, Navid, can you dig a little bit deeper? What really differentiates the chip technology that you're using kind of to drive this technology?
So with this new generation 2 chip technology, we reduced the RDS(on) by 25% compared to the previous generation. We can also go to higher temperatures. We can go up to 175 degrees Celsius on continuous operation and 200 C for overload. So we have also optimized all of the figure of merit. So if you look at the market, we are the best one. And it's also very robust in terms of parasitic or EMI interference.
Well, that's interesting. So on the parasitic interference side, so in terms of the technology track you're on, how do you denoise those parasitic losses?
So we have flexible pin grids here, and with those flexible pin grids, we can put the pins as close as possible to the die itself, and by that reducing the stray inductance. Also, we have a lower, capacitances for the ratio of the capacitances from the gate to drain to gate to source. That keeps us more robust when it comes to noise and DVDTs.
Wow, that's incredible. And in terms of the target markets that you're going out of, who are you seeing the most generated interest from for this product at the moment?
So with these new devices now, we say that we are enabling the next generation, power electronics. And this can be used in the infrastructure applications, like a grid connection. Take a solid-state transformer, for example, right? Or any kind of like a renewables, like a solar, wind, energy storage is a big market for us.
Yeah, that's incredible. And in terms of where are you guys trying to take the future? Like as you look out 12 months from now, where do you think that this technology path is going to lead you?
Well, not only this, I always like to say, because Infineon is one of the few companies that have, not only silicon carbide, but silicon gallium nitride.
Yes.
So I like to say we have, the right technology for all jobs.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So silicon carbide is just one example.
Right.
But if you take like a microinverters, right, for like a solar rooftop, we have gallium nitride solutions as well.
Wow, that's incredible. Now certainly we're talking about really cool technology. A lot of people would think that, hey, this is a startup on the edge case. Not at all. Infineon, you guys own a large part of the market share. Very quietly, I think it'd be probably surprising to a lot of the North American clients here that you guys are in north of 30% of every solar field.
Yep. We are a global leader in power semiconductors, and most likely we'll find our parts, in a lot of the systems you're going to see at the show here.
Yeah, that's right. This is a fully baked technology that you guys are just like a company like Nvidia. Man, you guys are just putting the kerosene on it, or I should say the solar electrons on it, and just really kind of taking this technology to another level. That's really neat. That's really neat. And in terms of the products, can you give us an example of a tangible example of like where this is being deployed currently and the use case there?
Yeah, so this is being deployed now in 1200 volts.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have, as Navid said, this package offers a lot of like benefits, not only in terms of like this flexible pinout here, but also internal, with the design itself. Okay, so that's why this package, it's a good fit for like all kinds of applications, from 650 volts all the way to 3.3 kV on higher, right?
Wow.
So this is being deployed globally as we speak now. Okay, with all the benefits from the latest generation silicon carbide, this new interconnection. Okay, the way we are attaching the die to the substrate, which, as I said, is a major improvement in terms of reliability. Because in the end, you need reliable component inside.
Yeah, that's right. And what are the benefits specifically of using that silicon carbide kind of design?
So the silicon carbide basically will, allow you to switch at higher frequencies, right?
Okay.
So we'll lower the losses.
Right.
Okay. Shrink the cooling system. Yeah. Right. And increase the power density, I would say, if you compare to silicon solutions available today.
And I guess the speed, right? Because part of this is the frequency speed in terms. So in terms of the lag between the communications, this is almost instantaneous, right?
Yeah. Here we are talking about like
below 100 nanosecond.
Below 100 kilohertz.
That's incredible.
As we move to gallium nitride, then you're talking about hundreds of kilohertz.
Right.
Right, and then higher the frequency, smaller is your magnetic components. So that's why there's this huge opportunity to shrinkage, the system size overall.
That's incredible. Now, going back a little bit, can you give us a little bit of the founding of Infineon? How long have you been around?
Sure.
And what does the composition of the team look like?
So globally, Infineon is from Germany. Okay, it was a spun-off from Siemens, I guess, from 1999. Okay, and since then we have been very focused on developing, doing innovation in semiconductors, not only in the power side, but we have a full line of like microcontrollers, sensors, memories. So we support like not only industrial and emerging applications, but also automotive applications, consumer, aerospace. So we are pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, that's interesting on the EV side as well, then.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Well, and certainly the miniaturization of this.
Yep.
Is Infineon also going into space? Are we seeing you in some of those technologies?
That's true. So yeah, we are going to space.
That's incredible.
Yep.
These guys here are the Nvidia, if you will, of the solar industry, which is like really cool to see on the power side. And again, to repeat your one point, we're taking this technology here, which is quite literally, I know it's a little hard to see on the screen, This is not even half the size of a deck of cards. This is replacing something the size of a standard masonry brick, right? So in terms of the modularization, and it's doing it with what, 4 or 5 times the capacity.
Yes.
So it tells you it's an exciting moment to see like where this technology is going, how fast you guys are really leaning into this industry. Well, this is fantastic. Now, in terms of your product, going back to the product itself, are you seeing the application at the moment? Certainly, it's a broad application, but are you seeing it more at the utility scale, at the energy storage scale? Are you seeing this at the microgrid scale? Where do you see the highest demand for the product at the moment?
I mean, it varies, right? Because it said our customers, they vary from, like I said, solar rooftops to gigawatts of solar farm. And as they scale, we scale with them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So we have all kinds of solutions. That's what I'm saying. We have all the 3 technologies.
Right.
Okay, so we have the right technology for every job.
Right.
Okay, but solar, wind is another big application for us as well. Okay, energy storage for sure. The renewables, and more we see now this grid connection. Okay, as companies trying to connect their systems directly to the medium voltage power lines.
Sure. Sure. And in terms of like where this product is currently found, can you talk about some of the people who are utilizing this technology?
That's a good point. Yeah, maybe not yet. Maybe maybe next time. Okay, but I can certainly say there's a lot of OEMs.
Yes.
That's right. Using these devices, and especially as these applications, the DC bus voltage keeps going higher and higher.
Yes.
You will see more companies, switching to like these solutions here instead of using like the big bricks.
Yeah, and that's a great thing. So getting back to the DC bus voltage.
Right.
So in terms of, is there any other parallel technologies that you're working on in terms to address any of the other kind of latent or parasitic needs that we're seeing within the DC bus systems?
We do have other high voltage devices as well. Okay, so I would say that those are like a more like a bulk, like robust devices for high current, high power applications. When you need like hundreds of amps, or thousands of amps.
Right.
Whereas here, this is like a high voltage, and let's say like 100 amps or 200 amps. The ampacity is lower than the big bricks.
That's fantastic. Well,
okay, but keep in mind the capability, the power cycling capability. This is one of the main benefits. Here.
Absolutely.
We are talking about like at least 20 times more than any available solution in the market today.
20 times more
20 times
at
more.
a tenth of the size,
yes.
Which is pretty fascinating. So,
yes.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been incredible. Really excited to see where this technology goes.
Thank you for having us.
And thank you for all the great work that you're doing and the contributions to the industry. I mean, hey, we can't keep deploying renewable energy without these type of advances within the industry. So
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you for Infineon Technologies, and thank you for joining us at the PowerUp stage, presented by Wärtsilä Energy and presented by SunCast Media.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're live once again on the PowerUp Live stage. I'm Nico Johnson, your host. PowerUp Live is presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and Optimization. I'd like to take a moment and thank all of these fine folks, ABC, Fluence, MGM, TrueGrid, and our supporting sponsors for also helping bring this stage to life. I'd also like to take a moment and say thank you to our amazing staff at SunCast Media for helping for 6 months that it takes to plan all the conversations that happen here live on the stage. Speaking of, joining me on the stage is Mr. Hugo Mena. Hugo is the Chief Growth Officer at Electric Power Engineers. So if you're looking at the surge of AI, data centers, and industrial demand and wondering, how do we possibly build fast enough, you're not alone. Policy clarity is finally starting to take shape, but speed to power is the constraint. Today, we're going to ask, how do you get the best value electron online on time? As I mentioned, Hugo is the Chief Growth Officer at Electric Power Engineers. He's had essentially 3 careers inside one company: engineer, business builder, and now leading in the C-suite, where he's helping solve the hardest grid problems for developers, utilities, and hyperscalers. Hugo, welcome to the stage.
Thank you for having me, Nico.
I've been looking forward to this conversation.
I know, me too.
Yeah, man. You have a fascinating purview, in my opinion, like a perch in the industry where so much data comes in. So from that seat at EPE, what's the big picture right now for developers and utilities?
Look, Nico, the big picture essentially looks very exciting, but at the same time, challenging. And what do I mean by that? Challenging in the sense that we have long queues, right? And to get a generation interconnected is taking time. There are places that it'll take up to 5-7 years to interconnect the generator. And so at the same time, we have siting and permitting, roadblocks. And so that will create challenges for generation developers across all different technologies to interconnect. Now, at the same time, to be honest, we're lucky that we're seeing significant load growth.
Yeah.
It's tremendous how we've gone from almost 0% load growth year over year in many regions to a significant amount due to manufacturing load, electrification, and data center and hyperscaler growth. That brings a lot of exciting opportunities, right? That we need to take action. We need to figure out the ways that we can interconnect as much generation as possible to be able to supply the power to that load. And that's what we're doing at EPE. We're putting together all the stakeholders, utilities, generation developers, data center and hyperscalers, to be thinking about how can we collaborate, how can we drive growth for all of our industries by interconnecting as much load and as much generation. But that's going to require collaboration, that's going to require transmission upgrades, the utilization of grid enhancement technologies, but then also eliminating roadblocks on the siting and all the different queue long lead items that we have.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned that you're an engineer at training and at heart, and you have been at EPE since it was a smallish 20-person organization, now numbering more than 500 employees. What is the mission at heart of what EPE does? How do you serve the industry? Sort of if folks were to try to put you in a box, not that it's possible, what is that box that you operate in?
Look, we focus on 4 pillars: reliability, resiliency, affordability, and flexibility. And so we execute our work supporting utilities, public utility commissions, generation developers, large loads, to make sure that those 4 pillars are front and center, right? So how can we interconnect? How can we build the grid of the future, but making sure that when you flip that switch, that the light is going to come on, right? Making sure that when you get that bill every month, that you're able to pay for that bill, and that the system has enough flexibility such that the other 3 pillars can be executed, and optimized as much as we can.
Yeah. I think a lot of conversations, not only from this stage, but from the show floor this week, are going to be talking a lot about the impact of OB3, right? What I refer to as OB3, what is it, HR1?
Yeah.
I'm curious, what did it actually change from your perspective of how the industry moves forward?
Yeah, so certainly it reduced the time that wind and solar projects can, qualify for tax credits, right? So those tax credits are, expiring in the next, through 2 to 4 years, depending on when you're able to start construction for the project. Some of the, the requirements around start of construction also change, and then the foreign entity of concern requirements as well change. Now that we have clarity as to what are the requirements today, certainly we went through, 8 months of uncertainty because we didn't know what the rules were going to be. Now we know what they are, right? So now it's time to take action, to be bold, to make sure that you partner with the right vendors, with the right, with your right procurement partners, with your right advisors, not only in terms of the engineering in a company like EPE, but also your tax advisors, your legal advisors that are going to help you. You need to build that team of all-stars that is going to help you optimize your projects, make sure that you focus on those that have the highest chance of meeting the tax rules, so that you can be successful and we can build as many projects as we can in the next 4 to 5 years.
Well, in the next 4 to 5 years, we have folks that want to build faster than ever. Obviously, OB3 is driving some of that price or time pressure. We talked about speed to power, but the reality is that this new load growth scenario that we're in is driven in large part by data centers and the energy-hungry AI, what you call a new wave of industrial demand. If we talk about speed to power, how does that collide with the thing that your team helps the most disentangle, which is the interconnection queue and the interconnection reality? How do we have speed of power and getting things online as fast as possible when we still have to deal with interconnection?
Yeah, and that's a great question. I mean, the reality is that for data centers and hyperscalers, speed to power is their differentiator today, right? And so what are we doing to essentially help those data centers interconnect as much as possible? It's driving those partnerships with and those connections with utilities, identifying where is the best location that we can interconnect that load without affecting the system as much as possible. But beyond that, then also identifying, well, if in this location we can only get a portion of the power that the data center is looking, we can then design the system behind the meter to have behind the meter generation for that load. Or in the cases where, honestly, there's no grid capacity, we are helping them partner with generation developers and be able to design that grid, that isolated microgrid, to be able to, for that data center to connect. And maybe 3, 4, 5 years down the road, they may interconnect to the grid at some point once the grid kind of completes its expansion. But for the immediate need and that speed to power, we're working on driving that strategy to power for those data centers.
And you're seeing this strategy migrate to microgrid and off-grid power for hyperscalers. That's something that's coming to fruition.
It's coming for sure. Yeah, and so it's both. The way I call it is you have interconnected microgrids and then isolated microgrids.
Right.
Now those isolated microgrids may interconnect at some point, like I mentioned.
Sure.
The interconnected microgrids have to be able to come in and out of the grid depending on the grid conditions and what the system operators need from that microgrid. So when you start thinking about and building these microgrids across the US and Canada, we also have to think about interconnected microgrids. So how can we utilize that generation, those systems, to actually make our grid more reliable, more resilient?
Yeah, we're creating new power companies.
Yeah.
One of the things that occurs to me as well is there's this theory, especially in Silicon Valley, move fast and break things. Right, so I worry that, and maybe unfounded, but that there is going to be some unregulated build out of disconnected, right, off-grid microgrids. Do you foresee that in the classic Silicon Valley sense, folks are going to move fast, they're going to build assets that maybe down the line we have to think about both the bankability or the reliability of that asset interconnecting?
Look, it's a possibility, right? But I do believe that those data centers that want to interconnect fast, long term, their goal is to be connected to the rest of the grid. And so I do believe that as we design, and again, this is how we think about it at EP, as we design these isolated microgrids, we are designing them with the mindset of in the future, one day, this microgrid may interconnect and may need to follow all the necessary FERC or NERC or the respective ISO requirements, and that will actually make that interconnection, that data center, have a more resilient power supply.
So when I hear you say best available electron, as I've heard you in sort of in other talks talk about this concept of best available electron, I have a sense that it is looking at the balance of the types of generation. But I want you to unpack it for me. What exactly do you mean by in practice, the best available electron?
Look, in practice, and as you think about it, the best available electron may not necessarily be the cleanest or the cheapest, right, nowadays. But as we think about it is, how can we get generation installed as soon as possible, right? And when you think about that, it's an all-of-the-above approach. This is not about, which technology to use. It's about which technology we can get online the fastest, and how are we going to hybridize those systems to be able to make sure that we have as much of 24/7 as possible. And so the reality is that we want to build systems that can bring wind, solar, energy storage, but we will need natural gas. We will need geothermal. We would need all other sources of energy as well.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because I wanted to get a sense over the next 5 to 7 years, not 50, but just the near term. Where do you see gas and nuclear in particular saddle up alongside renewables? Storage is a natural coupling. You mentioned hybridized systems. I had Martin Herman from Brightnut on, talked about how we're achieving capacity factors in the 70 percentile range for hybrid systems with renewables. But could you talk to me about how we bring alongside other types of generation for the hyperscalers and so that this industrial demand doesn't stall?
Yeah, absolutely. And nuclear, actually, it's a great technology. I mean, we're seeing a lot of, let's say, research and development and pilot projects that are going to, be installed in the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years, right? But there's a lot more work that we need to do when it comes to nuclear to be able to deploy it at massive scale like we need to, right? And therefore, this is where natural gas comes in. This is where, to your point, storage, it's a great way, a great ally for those large loads, such that we can interconnect fast, because you can build a storage plant, a storage facility faster than you can do a natural gas power plant. But you still need the wind and the solar and the other sources of energy to be able to supply the whole system. There's no question. We're going to need, again, natural gas. We're going to need wind. We're going to need solar storage to be able to really make an impact and be able to supply the power that the load needs.
Yeah, you said something to me that really stuck the last time we chatted on this topic, and it was integration, not replacement. This concept that we want stability, especially for the hyperscalers. And we, as an industry, have considered that our technology is better, speaking of renewables and clean power, and therefore it's inevitably going to replace. And I think that the mindset shift that I see happening, and probably it sounds like you do as well, is this concept that we're not replacing. These hybrid systems are the new normal, and it's an integration problem that we have. So if you're advising developers, as you do often, you have sort of 3 stakeholders, as I see it: developers, utilities, and financiers. Talk to those folks about the next 12 to 24 months. What's the checklist for each of them?
Yeah, I mean, for developers and project owners is, look, work to optimize your portfolio. But don't necessarily be, not necessarily think about the next 3 years or 4 years. We're going to need power beyond that, right? And so think about the projects that you can execute immediately, that you can take advantage of the tax incentives, but also be thinking about what's coming, 2029, 30, and beyond. Because the load is going to continue to grow, and we will likely see changes in power prices due to, the large loads.
Almost certainly, yeah.
Now, for utilities, I would say, let's collaborate. Let's find grid enhancement technologies. Let's use different innovation that is going to allow us to utilize the existing assets to their maximum capacity.
Right.
At the same time, let's make sure we plan right, we build new transmission lines, so that, again, we can interconnect as much load and as much generation as possible. Now, for the investors and financiers, look, there's a lot of opportunity. I think we need to make sure that we provide the necessary, investment for new technology, for wind and solar projects, and for battery energy storage, so that we can accelerate the way they can be built, take advantage of those tax credits, but then be thinking about how do we innovate, how do we make the pricing of solar and wind to make sure that we can compete in the market, 2029 and beyond.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of the investors as well really stress testing the assumptions made on a regional basis where we've had bottlenecks and where hyperscaling and this demand load growth is real versus sort of hypothetical and theorized.
And due diligence is key, right? I mean,
yes.
We're going to have to make sure that as we look at projects, that we do the right due diligence so that we make sure that those are going to be successful projects.
I mentioned that you've been a part of the EPE team and now leading the team as Chief Growth Officer from 20 to over 500 employees. Could you talk a bit about the lessons from that durable growth story that transfer to your clients as they're trying to scale projects?
Yeah, I think about the success that we've had and let's say the journey, right? For me, I tell people I am homegrown, right? It's it was not my first job, but I would say it was my first job.
Yeah.
And it's been a great journey. I've learned significant throughout the years, and like you mentioned, essentially done 3 careers within the same company.
Yeah.
As I look back, diversification of our services, diversification of our client types has been key for our success, because there have been some clients and some industries that have gone through ups and downs, but the fact that we've been able to diversify across different sectors has allowed us to kind of ride those and continue forward. And so based on that, my suggestion is think about the different regions that you can play, diversify your portfolio, because in the end, that's going to allow you to find the best projects to develop, to build and operate, and it's going to make you successful.
Yeah. You've been through, in the time at EP, a lot of cycles of policy, market shifts, now AI and the hyperscaling, I would say, wave is upon us. When you think about the next 5 years, what gives you the most confidence that our grid, as it is right now, or what you see happening at the utility level, is going to rise to the challenge?
Look, I believe strongly in the industry and the talent that we have in this industry. I've been in the utility business in renewables for over 17 years. And we've had challenging times, and this year has proven that challenges will continue to come. But the technical expertise, the innovation capacity, the intellectual horsepower of this industry is like no other. And so I know that in challenging moments, this is where people show their best of them.
Yeah.
And I know that this industry is going to do that. Now, we need collaboration. We need collaboration, generation developers, utilities, financiers, engineers, right? We all need to work together to identify what is the best path forward. How can we eliminate those roadblocks, not only for projects, but also for utilities to build new transmission lines, for financiers to be able to feel comfortable in investing in our industry.
Yeah.
We have to figure out the ways to move it forward. But I know that with this industry and the talent that we have, we're going to make it. We're going to be successful, and we're going to be able to build a ton of generation and allow significant load to be interconnected to make sure that the U.S. continues to be the leader in AI, the leader in data, and in technology.
Hugo, I listened to a meditation that he starts out saying that we're going to have now is a moment for confidence boost, and I feel like the last 30 minutes for us is just that. It's a confidence boost for those who are perhaps wondering, are we going to be able to address these challenges? Are there partners in the marketplace that can help, both on the utility side and on the developer side? It's clear to me that EPE is one of those partners. If folks are wondering how to connect with you, what's the best way they can connect with you personally and then with EPE? And I don't know how, maybe there are folks obviously live that maybe want to meet up with you here at the show.
Yeah, so certainly, you know, contact me on LinkedIn or send me an email, hmena@epeconsulting.com. Browse our website too, or, you know, our forms on our website are great. They come to actually, you know, my team, and they kind of spread it out through the organization to make sure that the right SME kind of connects with the different individuals. So looking forward, we have a booth at the Venetian. So
cool.
also,
what's the booth number? Do you remember it?
I do not remember the booth number. 13091.
The good news is there's an amazing app. We didn't have that written down.
Electric Power Engineers is the app.
Yeah, look for Electric Power Engineers on the map. And Hugo, it's great to finally have you in the SunCast canon. Thanks for joining me on the stage.
Awesome. Thank you, Nico. Appreciate it.
Hugo Mina, Chief Growth Officer of EPE.
Thank you.
Electricity.
We are currently experiencing an intense heat wave.
Don't go away. We'll be right back with our next session in about 3 minutes. In about 3 minutes, we will have another session coming up.
Electricity.
We are currently experiencing an intense heat wave across the region. Please take all necessary precautions to stay safe during this extreme weather.
Invisibly working in the background. Until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible. So you can go about your day uninterrupted. Electricity.
We are currently experiencing an intense heat wave across the region. Please take all necessary precautions to stay safe during this extreme weather.
Invisibly working in the background. Until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible. So you can go about your day uninterrupted. Electricity.
We are currently experiencing an intense heat wave across the region. Please take all necessary precautions to stay safe during this extreme weather.
Invisibly working in the background. Until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible. So you can go about your day.
Across the region, please take all necessary precautions to stay safe during this extreme weather.
invisibly working in the background until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible, so you can go about your day uninterrupted. Electricity.
We are currently experiencing an intense heat wave across the region. Please take all necessary precautions to stay safe during this extreme weather.
Invisibly working in the background until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible, so you can go about your day uninterrupted. Electricity.
We are currently experiencing an intense heat wave across the region. Please take all necessary precautions to stay safe during this extreme weather.
Invisibly working in the background until it's not. When the grid is pushed to its limit, Wärtsilä's intelligent energy storage solutions bridge the gap. With advanced technology that detects and responds instantly, ensuring grid stability and keeping electricity invisible, so you can go about your day uninterrupted.
Boom, EPE's gone. I didn't know it was live. Welcome back to the PowerUp Live stage. We are here live in Las Vegas for RE Plus 2025. PowerUp Live stage is brought to you by Wärtsilä Energy Storage, and I am so grateful for all of you who are here live with us, or if you are watching us at SunCast.live. Thank you for tuning in. Everyone is talking about energy storage density, the race to pack more megawatt hours into smaller boxes. But here's the real question: is density actually solving the problems that owners think they're trying to solve? Or are we missing factors that determine revenue, savings, long-term performance? Today we're going to cut through those questions and all the hype. My guests know this tension inside and out. Neha Sinha leads Wärtsilä's hardware product portfolio, and Ruchi Shah heads their software product management team. Together they design integrated solutions that balance density with value. Welcome, Neha and Ruchi.
Hey, thanks for having us. Thank you.
It's good to see you back. You're a sophomore attendee on the PowerUp Live stage.
Second time here.
I love it. Fantastic. Ruchi, it's your first time?
It's my first time.
How you feeling?
You know, a little nervous.
A little nervous?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Settle in. There's nothing to be nervous about. We'll take it easy. We'll just ease into it. Neha, the industry's been, as I said, racing towards this notion of high density, ever higher in density enclosures. What do asset owners risk leaving on the table if they only think about density?
Yeah, so I think as an industry, we have historically conflated density with technological improvements.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that really comes from the not so distant past when we were talking about working with maybe single cell suppliers that had advancements in chemistry that enabled them to pack more density into the same form factor, and that just translated to a better product.
Right.
But that's not the reality of the landscape that we exist in today. And honestly, even then, that density, when you talked about an integrated enclosure, was only part of the puzzle. It wasn't the full picture. And so now in today's landscape, when we have a variety of cell suppliers offering different form factors and multiple different enclosure formats, we really have to take a look at what density really means. I think also headlines, when we see new product announcements, often highlight just the density of the enclosure. And if you take that at face value, you don't always understand exactly what the implications are there. And so as an asset owner, it's really important to ask, what problem are you actually trying to solve? And what piece does density play in that overall picture? And so, for example, I think we potentially might think easily that density translates exactly to fewer enclosures.
Right.
That if you have a higher density enclosure, you need less of them to
Smaller
build up.
footprint.
Right, build up your total site. But there are a couple fallacies in that. One is that you are now seeing these modular units that have an overall higher density when integrated together, but there are multiple individual units that need to be transported, installed, serviced at site, which does increase your installation costs. And kind of similarly, you see these highly dense enclosures that also come in at a weight that's just not transportable.
Right.
And so you also have to incur then the additional installation costs of either transporting a high overweight unit or maybe even shipping modules to site to integrate at site, which is a huge upper on the installation side. And then oversizing is another huge element to this. So you can have an incredibly densely packed enclosure, but if your performance isn't necessarily meeting that high level, then you might need to oversize your site significantly. And so maybe you have a dense enclosure, but you have multiple more of them, and the efficiency benefit you thought you were getting from a dense enclosure kind of evaporates in that process. And so there's a lot of underlying elements that are important to consider that go just beyond, or beyond just what is the density of this enclosure that I'm looking at in front of me.
Yeah, and you know, like, to your point, performance still trumps how much you can pack on every square inch of the site. Yet, you know, Ruchi, we know that revenue isn't really always about how many cells you can fit inside that box. It's really about how much power you're delivering at the AC port. Can you talk about the use of software to maximize that calculation?
Yeah, this is something that I spent a lot of time thinking about. So when we think about how people make money, it's exactly as you said. It's how much energy they're able to push out at the AC port. And not only how much they're able to push out, but how much they're able to accurately and reliably estimate how much they'll be able to push out. Because when you're making these bids, you're having to bid in the market ahead of time. And so you need to know with a level of certainty how much energy you can push out. And so we call that the measurement of usable energy, the amount of energy that dischargeable and chargeable energy that you can dispatch at fully rated power with certainty. So what we see a lot of asset owners and traders are doing is because they don't have that level of certainty, they are then essentially creating a buffer. So if they have a 100 megawatt hour battery, rather than bidding the full 100 megawatt hours into the market, they're creating a buffer on top and below, and maybe only bidding 80 megawatt hours.
Wow.
So that's 20 megawatt hours that you've paid for that is effectively stranded.
Yeah, stranded revenue, not good.
Right.
As an investor. Where does that uncertainty show up downstream in the revenue strategy beyond just the stranded revenue from the buffer? So
the stranded energy, right, comes from a number of different components.
Yep.
So there are a number of things that are part of that stranded energy. So SOC error is one component of that uncertainty. Cell imbalance is another component of that stranded energy. And then the other one would be uncertainty around degradation.
Yeah.
And so then if you don't have that certainty, you are then creating that buffer, which is then resulting in lower revenue and potentially lower expected revenue than in your financial models.
Yeah, and a lack of ability to commit to capacity commitments, things like that as well, right?
Correct.
If you're unnecessarily derating the asset.
Well, or on the flip side, you end up, to Neha's point, you end up overbuilding the system in order to meet that commitment, because you're saying, well, I'm going to have to take this buffer, so now I have to overbuild, or I have to pursue augmentation, where if you were actually able to access the full usable energy of the system, the full 100 megawatt hours of your 100 megawatt hour battery, you wouldn't have to do any of those things.
It's in a sense a bit of over. Well, it's something I see that rolled over from how we sized solar projects in general, right? And I remember the earliest projects going into the Caribbean, they were all being oversized so that you could basically size them to hit the peak demand curve.
Yeah, I mean, that's the interesting thing, right? With solar, it's understandable because it is naturally intermittent, because sometimes the sun goes behind a cloud, and if you have to meet a commitment, you need to oversize the solar. But with batteries, one would think that this would be much more in your control to be able to understand what is my state of charge. I don't think asset owners are asking for the moon here. They're just asking for certainty around things like state of charge estimation. And I think it's incumbent on us as integrators to be able to provide that to our customers.
Yeah, and it sounds like that intelligent control allows for more confident bidding and more confident revenue strategy.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, some developers think they can just stitch together the software components. I've interacted with a lot of developers who are they're smarter than their vendors, and they want to have sort of an off-the-shelf or like an in-house approach. Talk to me about the value of an integrated solution in a world where developers don't really want to get locked into one product box.
Right. So we offer an integrated software product package at Wärtsilä, which we do consider to be a distinct advantage. And I'll give you one example. So we have our BMS, we have our power plant controller, we have some battery analytics capabilities, and we have our bidding tool. So we consider that the four-legged stool. And these legs all help you maximize your revenue as an asset owner. So to give one example, we'll talk a little bit about cell imbalance. So the way that we look at this is that the BMS is the one that is actually has the algorithm to balance the cells, so it actually is doing the cell balancing itself. The power plant controller is determining when and how often to balance and ensuring that an inverter's associated battery strings are going down to the low state of charge and resting at regular cadences in order to activate the BMS's cell balancing algorithm. Your battery analytics tool is identifying where we see cell imbalance and what the impact is, so that information is then communicated to the power plant controller, which is then determining which strings to bring down to those low SOC and rest. And then you have your bidding application, which is essentially taking this information regarding cell imbalance and then able to make the most essentially balance the aggressive and conservativeness to make the best bid possible to maximize revenue. So that's how the four-legged, fully integrated stool is able to then maximize revenue for your customers. Whereas if you adopt a more piecemeal strategy, getting a BMS from one vendor, getting a power plant controller from another, getting the battery analytics tool from another, and getting a bidding solution from a fourth, those are not operating in the same ecosystem, and you don't have those advantages of those synergies.
Yeah. I'm curious, I mean, now maybe you have experience with this on the customer side as well. Like, are there examples where folks are paying perhaps even more for an integrated solution and still winning in a bid strategy? How does that materialize?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that the benefits that you get from that integrated solution pay off that value in your bidding environment, strictly because you have the ability to control holistically the system from both the hardware and software side. So Raji's talked a lot about cell imbalance and state of charge estimation, which are two key elements to maximizing usable energy. Another big one is managing your degradation profile. And there are so many elements of hardware and software that have to work together to ensure that you are able to operate your system while minimizing the long-term impacts and how much energy you will have over the lifetime of the system. And so one example of that is chiller optimization. We know that degradation, the biggest drivers of it are first use of the system and then second temperature. And managing the temperature of your system is incredibly key to ensuring you have the power that you want to discharge over the lifetime of the system. And it's only when you have an integrated solution that understands how the system is operating and you have full control over your hardware elements that you can make intelligent decisions about how to operate things like your chiller, things like your temperature profile over the use and non-use of the system. And then that's the real value that you get from an integrated solution that might come at a higher upfront cost but pays off over the lifetime of the system.
Yeah, the chiller optimization is a really great use case of the way that you see these synergies across hardware and software, and having this one integrated vendor can be beneficial. So, I mean, I think one of the things you want to think about is also the interplay between aux power consumption, round trip efficiency, as well as degradation. So what you want to be able to enable your customers to do is to be able to balance things like revenue and costs in the immediate term versus longevity and battery health over the 20-year lifespan. And one of the things that we aim to do is to provide our customers with that sort of understanding of, well, what if I wanted to run my chiller a little less and I wanted to increase the temperature that my battery is operating at? How does that impact my degradation versus how does that impact my aux consumption bills in the immediate term? So then, your customers can then make a rational decision themselves based on what makes the most sense for them from a financial perspective. Because every customer is different, all of their contracts are different, the rate they pay for aux consumption is different, and so it's important to empower customers, give them the most information so they can make that trade-off between revenue and cost today versus long-time performance and battery health over the 20-year term.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the title of today's session is that not all density is created equal, but sometimes density is in fact the right answer. It's encouraging to hear that hardware and software together can help unlock that value. Are there other elements of sort of how you interact with customers around constraints, either from a site or a project level, that you'd want to elaborate on?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Site density is critical in certain projects, and in that respect, it is really important to think about how your block density translates to site density. And so we've talked about oversizing already, and that's one element. You want to minimize the number of total blocks you need to put down on site to ensure that you are within your constraints. But the other things to think about are, beyond density, what are your impacts on the way that you have to structure your site. And that goes far beyond just what the batteries can do. That has to do with ordinances, your noise ordinances, your permitting requirements. That has to do with crane and forklift access. If you need aisle widths to be a significant distance to enable forklift access, those can really meaningfully increase the amount of density you're able to pack into your site. How the boxes are structured, if you can put them close together, if you can install them in a way that allows access while still minimizing the space between units. Those are all factors that go into your site density that extend beyond the block density. Block density is important, but it's only one of many factors that play in when you're thinking about your end objective, which is driving the best value you can possibly within the constraints of the site that you have.
You mentioned noise ordinances. It's something we touched on in our conversation last year, and I want to remind folks sort of where are we at a year on with noise in particular. Our president likes to claim that all renewables are terrible, especially wind, because it makes a lot of noise. And thankfully, up to now, our battery systems have gotten through unscathed. But this notion of noise ordinance is becoming more of a pest than we had anticipated. Can you talk a little bit about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, noise, it's only gotten more important in the last year. And a large driving reason is we've kind of exhausted the sites that are in the middle of nowhere and can kind of spread out. And so kind of inherent in the site density problem is also a noise problem. You're getting closer to populated areas, and you need to make sure you can comply with the local ordinances. And there are a lot of different elements to this. I think one of the big ones is when you talk about a traditional DC block BESS site, your biggest driver of noise is the inverter. And so minimizing that has always been a focus. As we see more AC blocks come out, the largest driver of noise is the chiller. So we've talked a lot about chiller optimization, and this is another area where you can get the benefit of an integrated solution with software and hardware optimization together. It's not just about maximizing the performance of your system. You can also make decisions that are site-specific to the kind of noise output in this case that you're trying to achieve.
Is the attenuation on site? First of all, I'm curious how, and we're going to go down a rabbit trail that we didn't anticipate here, but how does it measured? Like, how do you actually assess whether or not you're under or above a noise ordinance? And then is that attenuation done in a hardware manner, a software manner, or combined?
Yeah, so the way that you measure, it's incredibly site-specific.
Yeah.
What you really care about when it comes to ordinances are far-field receptors, which usually sit off-site, and that is not something you can model just strictly based on your technology alone. It has to do with where the site is located, where those receptors are located, what surrounding environment you have. So are there other industrial parks that are contributing to the noise that might be picked up by that receptor? Right. How your site is oriented. If you have chillers kind of facing in the direction of the receptor, you're going to have a higher noise output than otherwise. And so we do testing at our block level to get kind of an indicative idea of what the noise output is. But when you're talking about complying to ordinances, it's so site-specific. Yeah. And you need to structure your solutions accordingly. And then for attenuation, there are, of course, hardware solutions. You've got a lot of levers to pull when it comes to noise. The easier hardware ones are things like noise kits or noise barriers, which allow you to limit the noise output of your blocks. But there are absolutely software solutions as well. So I just mentioned chiller optimization. If you know what your noise output is, especially if you've got differing day and night noise output, you can kind of coordinate that with your charge-discharge plan and maybe make a decision, a trade-off decision, not just about performance, but also about how much you're going to chill your batteries while still complying with those kind of requirements.
Yeah, so you can do things like, for example, cooling your batteries down further during the day when generally the noise requirements are less severe. Right. And then having them be cool at night already so that you don't have to chill them as much in the evenings when people naturally want it to be a little quieter.
Makes sense. Well, I appreciate you in indulging me with that rabbit trail down noise attenuation. There's a lot to take in as a developer around maximizing the value of the asset. We've talked about the various ways that software and hardware interplay there, and how particularly being able to address the oversizing issue is one of the key benefits to better technology management, in my opinion. If the audience remembers one thing from this conversation, what do you think it should be around this concept of density and value?
I think it's that density alone does not equate value. That there are so many elements of performance that need to be considered when you're thinking about your long-term goals. And as an asset owner, it's incredibly important to ask, if you're thinking about density as a key driving decision maker for yourself, why? What is the reason for that? Yeah. And back up into the root cause of what you're trying to actually solve, because density might be one of your solutions, but it's one in an array of considerations to achieve your actual end goal of driving value in your site.
I would say that they should discuss with their best partner what they're doing to maximize usable energy, because at the end of the day, that's how you're making money. And so that's what I would say, that you should make sure you're asking questions. What do they do? What are their strategies? And how are they helping you at the end of the day?
Neha Sinha is the product manager for hardware portfolio at Wärtsilä Energy Storage. Ruchi Shah is lead for software product management. Thank you both for taking time to help us understand better this conundrum with density and technology integration.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much.
And thank you all for joining us here live at the PowerUp Live stage. We'll be back in just a minute with James Mason from ABC Supply. We're live once again here at the PowerUp Live stage presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage. My name is Nico Johnson, your host, as we are kicking off here day one at RE Plus 2025 in Las Vegas. I'm joined by my friend James Mason, Vice President of Renewable Energy from ABC Supply. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you, sir.
You know, you look around the market and it feels like chaos. The tariffs are shifting, policy debates are dragging on. Contractors are stretched as thin as I think I've ever seen them. They're just trying to survive one quarter to the next. But survival is not the only path. Companies that thrive are simplifying their businesses, they're building on solid foundations and playing the long game. You have been leading the charge at ABC Supply, the nation's largest building products distributor for the better part of 2 decades now, and bridging that gap between two important contractor groups, roofers and solar contractors.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about amplifying that long-term success today. Last time we spoke, you used this acronym that I'd not heard of before, VUCA, to describe the solar landscape: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity.
Yeah.
A year later, what does it look like from your chair? What's changed and what's stayed the same?
VUCA is still the same, still very volatile, still very complex, but there's still opportunity, right? And I think when you simplify things, and I think the title of this was Solar Simplified, Success Amplified. Blocking out the noise and focusing on the signal, right? Things are what's important. And there's a lot of noise going around. And it's hard to ignore some of it because it's, you know, you see these blips and what about this and what about that? And some of the things that come to mind that just gives me comfort is controlling what I can control.
Right.
Right. And using that as your focus and letting the chips fall where they may on some of the other things there you don't have any control or any influence over. So.
You know, a lot of distributors react to the sense of the long-term volatility that we feel. There's a lot of safe harbor activity. You've talked to me about ABC really being focused on the next 30 to 60 days and helping your contractors weather that storm. How does that short-term clarity actually give contractors long-term confidence in the partnership?
Right, great question. And so I think is you got to do both, right? You got to have short-term, but also long-term vision, right? If you're too focused on the long-term, you lock into that. You lose the opportunity or the opportunities that are right in front of you.
Right.
And so when we talked about a lot of the volatility and uncertainty that you don't have any control over, you do have, control over what you can do in the next 30 to 60 days, right? And so that's where I'm not saying anything against, the safe harboring and some of those things, but if you get that wrong, right? If the policy comes out and it's different than what you thought it was going to be, now what? So focusing on taking advantage of those opportunities within the next 30 to 60 days while, actively partnering and talking to see where that long-term horizon is, we believe is the best approach.
Yeah. What's the average? I bet you know this number. What's the average tenure of contractors when they start working with ABC in terms of how long we've had folks working?
Oh man. Nico, I'll give me a little rope here because coming from the exterior building product side. ABC's 40 plus years in that, and a lot of those businesses have been around 3, 4, 5 generations. So the tenure is somewhere in that 20 to 30 year range. So it changes your whole perspective.
Yeah, when I went to visit you guys in Beloit, I was really impressed with the tenure of the employees. You've got employees that have been there since the very beginning, 40 years.
Yeah, they have. I've been there 20, and I'm considered a youngster.
Yeah, you started in high school.
I wish. Don't let the baby face fool you. But I'm still considered a youngster. Yeah, but there's not a lot of turnover, a lot of tenure there. And so that experience tends to give a different type of perspective, especially when you're dealing in situations where it's very volatile, right? Where you may not know. Partnering and being with someone who's been there before and seen some things, gives you that comfort. It gives you a little bit of clarity. You can't stop uncertainty, but you can brighten the room a little bit if it's too dark for you with the right people.
Well, you mentioned experience and that heritage of experience, 40 plus years as a building products company, not just a solar distributor, creates a really solid model, a stable model for installers. Can you talk a bit about the roofing and solar convergence and how ABC is in itself evolving to serve this new client base?
Yeah, actually. So, coming on before, we talked about how ABC kind of came into the game back when the Title 24 mandate out in California kind of birthed us.
You're good. No, I just keep hitting it with my water.
Kind of got us into that game. And so first we went in thinking, okay, we're going to convert a lot of roofing contractors into solar without even understanding, like, hey, solar contractors have been doing this for a while too. Yeah. So the evolution has been this natural convergence of solar and roofing kind of coming together. And if you just think about it in its most simplest form, I mean, solar is going on top of the roof, and usually the roof is there first. So there's just been this organic type of convergence that's been happening in the market even without us. People just joint ventures and finding partnerships because the market is looking for that one-stop or that one-shop approach, right? A person who can do the roofing, the solar, and offer a one wraparound warranty. So it's kind of happening. And so our evolution of roofing being a core product and us moving into solar just kind of goes hand in hand. And so I'm seeing it go both ways, though. I'm watching roofing contractors get into solar, and I'm watching solar contractors get into roofing.
That's the most fascinating part for me, actually.
It is.
Solar contractors getting into roofing. We talked about it a year ago, how you all have a long heritage of educating roofing contractors on improving their quality, getting knowledgeable about the product. So it makes sense that ABC would be a great partner for solar contractors who want to get into the roofing business as they're trying to diversify, right?
Yeah.
Most contractors, however, I talk to are in kind of a survival mode. They're watching cash flow, they're watching these policy swings, and they're just trying to make it quarter to quarter, as I mentioned in the outset. The ones that I see breaking through, though, and actually making it are thinking years ahead. And I'm curious, from your perspective, what are the one or two business practices that you see separating the thrivers from the survivors?
I like that. Can I steal that?
Sure,
Thriver
absolutely.
From a survivor.
Yes, sir.
All right. First and foremost, having a plan or a strategy, right? You hit on something, if you don't mind, I want to talk about a little bit. When you're in that survival mode, and anybody who's been out there, you get really focused on just trying to make it. And you're not really in that strategic or creative thought process because you're trying to make it, you're trying to survive, and that creates a huge blind spot for you, right? And you'll do some things that can help you for tomorrow, but it pretty much just sealed your fate for anything after that. And some of the strategies that I've seen be the difference between with a thriver and a survivor, like you would say, if you have a strategy, is knowing, okay, am I in the right lane? Am I doing what I'm supposed to do, right? Because if you're in survival mode, sometimes you get, kind of what I've heard, the herd mentality, right? You're following what everybody else is doing or what the trend is, and that may not be the best thing for you. It could be for that business, but not for you. I think one of the biggest factors between thrivers and survivors is a thriver will diversify. Okay, especially even when it's volatile, even when it's not that clear, right? They have multiple irons in the fire, right? They're thinking of where you like. I think it was a saying. Was it Wayne Gretzky that says, "You skate to where the puck is going, not where it is," right? And so that type of mindset is what's going to separate the thrivers from the survivors. Having that plan, diversifying, right? So you're, like I said, you don't have to be super far out, but you just can't be, what I got to do today to survive, because if you cut off your right hand to survive, then you need it again tomorrow. You can't do it now. You're one-handed and you're trying to handle situations, and you actually can dig yourself in a deep hole.
Yeah, and with one hand you can't dig out.
It's well, you can, but you're going to be digging.
It's a lot harder.
That's a lot harder. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things I always say about distributors, and I could be wrong because I haven't spent 20 years working inside of one, is that they solve two problems, cash flow and logistics,
Yes.
right? And I imagine that you see these swings of engagement from the thrivers versus the survivors based on sort of how they view the relationship they have with the distributor. What would you say to those folks?
Well, I would say, once again, I started with you got to have a plan. And this, I would say, this is a good time to reset, right? To have that paradigm shift. Because you don't have to do it alone, right? You don't have to take on the world all by yourself. And if I can clarify that, you don't have to go try to procure everything and try to make sure that it's fiat compliant, try to make sure it's this and that, and I got to get for the financing.
Settle your own warehouse.
No. I would say, why don't you do what contractors do best, and that's install, and let us do what we do best, and this is distributions and logistics. And that type of partnership can help you go from being a survivor to a thriver.
Yeah. You know, for a lot of contractors, that kind of, that doesn't happen overnight. Like that shift in mindset. They have to build the sort of new muscles, and especially for the roofing contractors that are getting into solar, or even really vice versa, there's a lot that they have to add on, not just about technical skill, but business management. How's ABC helping contractors build those capabilities?
Well, coming from the exterior building products side, it's kind of inherent because of how our market kind of has grown and evolved, right? And we kind of move in tandem, meaning the business, everyone moves together as you evolve. And in this situation, I mean, you're stepping into something that ABC does, right? Our partnerships with our vendors, right, to ensure that we're educating the contractors, right? Because our focus is about the contractor's business, right? Not so much the market. I mean, we're aware of the market, but if the market is volatile, if the market is, if there's a lot of uncertainty in there, one of the things we want to make sure is that the contractors and their business is healthy, right? Because if they're healthy, they'll be able to ride it out. Okay, they'll be able to not just survive it, they'll be able to thrive it, you know, in those periods of uncertainty and volatility, and come out better and stronger. And because we have the infrastructure and because we have the support, right, of all the different verticals, all those years of experience, we can bring that to where we are right now, where we're seeing renewables, right, where they're in that transition stage, where they're going from, you know, this is mainstream now, right? The lights are bright, the stages are there, and that's what happens when you get into what let's call it the NFL or the NBA or the major leagues, right?
Major leagues.
Yeah, you got to deal with the adversity that comes with it. But when you have a partner like ABC Supply with you, it can help make it easy for you.
Yeah, I mentioned getting a chance to visit your headquarters in Beloit, which is something I would recommend to anybody that is engaging with ABC. It's quite impressive. Tell me about the investment in the ABC Learning Center there.
Yeah, that's so we for internally for our associates, we do put a lot of education into making sure that they're the best version of themselves. Once again, for our contractors. And so yes, we do have a state-of-the-art learning facility there where we bring our associates in and we train them up on the latest trends and what's going on. And we're talking about, you know, from vendor to sales processes to terms to credit. I mean, we make sure that they're very well-rounded, and there are opportunities here, you know, for even some of our contractors with some of our sister companies where we help get them certified. You know, Mulehyde is one of our sister companies where, you know, we get them certified and we help them. And so we help those contractors and those businesses evolve so they can solve today's and tomorrow's challenges.
Yeah, I appreciate how ABC, as a 40-year sort of pedigree in the business, has really thought thoroughly, not just about the upward mobility of your contractors, but of your internal team members. I mean, genuinely, the ABC Learning Center rivals many junior college education facilities I've visited. You know, it's something that it's quite impressive, the level of investment that has gone into creating something that, by and large, is an internal learning resource. Before we wrap, I want to flip the lens. You talk with contractors every single day. Where do you see people getting tripped up? You know, we talked about sort of what are the one or two business practices that thrivers engage in. But what do you see folks tripping on? What are the blind spots or habits that keep them stuck in that survival mode?
Man, Nico, that's a great one, and I'm glad we're ending on this because there's a few, but I'm going to try to streamline this down to the ones I see. I think they're the most dangerous.
Yeah.
You use the Thriver and Survivor. I'm going to flip it and go back and dig into my my bag of one that I thought works, and that was opportunity and threat.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, right now there's an opportunity, right? For if you're a solar contractor, you can get into roofing. If you're a roofing contractor, you can get into solar. You can diversify, right? You can get in at the ground floor, right, and grow and advance with this market.
Yeah.
It's an opportunity.
Totally.
But that opportunity will turn into a threat eventually. If you don't, someone else will. And now you're going to be out there competing with that, right? And so a person that can do what you can do plus this, this, and this makes them a little more proficient, makes them a lot more productive, which for the most part will probably make them a little bit more successful than if you're in that thing where you don't recognize, like, or I'm too busy to make that change. And I guess I'll end by saying this. Change is inevitable. So it's going to happen with or without you. So it's probably best that you get involved and let change, you be a part of it, because you'll probably have a better chance of being successful than if something changes without you or in spite of you.
Yeah.
You could be left out on the outside looking in, and that's not a good feeling to be.
That's right.
Not a good place to be either.
Yeah. Yeah. And one of the things I appreciate, as I've mentioned, is the inclusiveness of the ABC supply approach and the heritage of not wanting anyone to be on the outside looking in.
Right.
And it starts with your core business, which is the roofers who, in many ways, were watching solar installers come in and from the outside and sort of encroaching on their business. And then also the opportunity to help solar installers actually. I shared a story with you that when I first did my first solar project, many folks see me here on stage and they think, oh, Nico is just a media personality, but I actually started 2 different solar companies. I did a 30 kilowatt system, which was a big system at the time, and we took the entire built-up system off the roof, put the racks on, and then moved all the gravel back on, thinking that we were doing the right thing. There's solar contractors listening to me now thinking, well, what's wrong with that? But the thing is, like, one of the value that you bring is to say, hey, solar contractors, you actually don't understand how roofing products work. So let us bring in professionals to help you and put the right teams together. So solar and roofing, they are converging faster than ever. I've seen 24 companies that I considered high quality, like regionally specific experts in solar at a roofing division. What's the biggest opportunity and the biggest risk in this convergence that you see for these contractors?
Not finding the right partner.
Yeah.
Well, right, or going at it alone without an expert like ABC to help kind of guide you. And that's solar going into roofing and roofing going into solar. Absolutely. When it's done the right way, Nico, it's a beautiful thing, right? Because you're diversifying, right? You're expanding your business, which is going to help you grow and take market share and improve profitability. Not done the right way, you could fall into some traps and maybe not partner with the right person, or it may not be the right person that aligns with the lane or the vertical that you're playing in. So that could be the biggest pitfall, but I would tell anybody, but partner with ABC, but at a minimum, start the process of understanding the opportunity that's there, that's in front of you, before it turns into that threat where it's working against you.
Well, if anybody wants to test the philosophy of ABC Supply and meet the incredible humans that you guys have on your team, I would encourage them to go check out the ABC booth. It's in Venetian 9625. You can't miss it. You guys have your big crane truck, right?
Yeah, we have our truck. We have the truck simulators. You can come and race.
Oh yeah, go race the simulator. That's a lot of fun. I'll be stopping by to do that. You guys are right by Next Tracker and Create Energy. Boy, they've got a wild booth this year.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. And right next to Solar Edge too.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
you can come right on over.
You guys are tucked right in there. 9625. Please go visit ABC Supply. James Mason, thanks for taking time to swing by the PowerUp Live stage.
Nico, always a pleasure, my friend.
Indeed. Thank you for tuning in here live on our stage. The PowerUp Live stage is brought to you by Wärtsilä Energy Storage. We will be back in just about 5 minutes with our Industry Pulse. Josh Beck and Amy Norstedt are going to bring on some guests from GoodLeap, WoodMac, and SEIA to talk about the policy landscape post OB3. You'll want to stick around for this one. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Check one. Okay, in just a minute, we're going to go live with our Industry Pulse. Amy Norstedt from TrueGrid. Josh Beck is holding it down for the SunCast team. We're going to talk all about the policy implications of OB3. Some brilliant minds joining Josh and Amy on the stage. We'll get started here in just a few minutes.
Hi, Chris.
Chris, it's nice to
Hello and welcome back to the PowerUp Live podcast stage here at RE+. We are having a fantastic time here. We are at the PowerUp Live stage that's presented by Wärtsilä Energy. My name is Amy Norstead, Marketing Director for TrueGrid, and we are happy to be here alongside my co-host, Josh Beck.
Hi, great to be here, Amy. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes.
Yes. All right, so first today, and thank you to Wärtsilä Energy Storage, our premium sponsor here for such a great event. We've got a very exciting conversation today talking about OB3, as we call it here, One Big Beautiful Bill, and the implications for the technology sector and the energy sector at large. So we've got some great guests who are going to be coming in. This new legislation has really fundamentally reshaped the playing field, as we know, particularly around the tax credits and the monetization of those. So we've got some great industry experts who are going to be coming on stage, Amy, today, who are going to educate me a lot on all of this as well.
Same here. I'm really excited for all of these conversations, Josh. So we do have Julia Piper from GoodLeap. She is the Vice President of Public Affairs. She's going to be talking about what's in the bill and specifically impacts for residential solar. We also have Tobias Ashauer. He is with Infineon Technology. Global and technology impacts of OB3 is going to be the topic that he is discussing for us today. We then have Ben Norris with Regulatory Affairs from SEIA. Big week for SEIA, right, being here at RE+. He's going to be giving us information about the industry response at a federal level and then also regulatory levels. And then finally, we're going to wrap up our conversation with Chris Seipel, the VP of Power and Renewables from Wood Mackenzie. He's going to be getting into market-wide context and what it means for the future here with OB3. So first off, let's welcome Julia Piper to the stage. Welcome, Julia Piper from GoodLeap. We are so excited to have you. And also one more time, thank you to Wärtsilä, our presenting sponsor here for the PowerUp Live podcast. Welcome, Julia.
Thank you for having me. This is so cool and official. Love Nico and the team for putting this on, and thanks for having me.
Hey, thank you.
The headsets, that's what makes it fun, I think.
This feels very cool.
I feel like I should be at a hockey game,
or like,
you know,
or like landing airplanes. I'm not sure.
Yes, yeah, I love it.
Well, we landed the plane on OB3, so maybe that's a good segue.
Hey, there we go.
Oh, God.
Maybe some landing gear fell off, but that's all right. We made
There's a
it.
flat tire for sure, but we're trudging along.
Okay, so let's get started with the basics. We have a lot of changes from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, aka OB3, and that has impacts on solar across the board, whether it's commercial, utility scale, residential solar, which is your specialty here. What are the biggest impacts on the residential solar side from OB3, the challenges that it has had on residential solar, and how do we navigate it right now?
Yeah, I mean, the good news is there's a future for residential solar. We did land the plane, so to speak. Specifically, though, one of the pieces of turbulence, torturing this metaphor here, is going to be the decline in the expiration of the 25D tax credit. That's the tax credit that homeowners claim for solar and battery storage. That does expire at the end of this calendar year, December 31st. And specifically, the system has to be installed. That's actually IRS guidance that was validated last month. So you have to work back from there and get the system actually on someone's roof so they have proof that it was installed to claim that credit. But it's important to note that loans and cash aren't going away. The tax credit's going away. So I think what the industry will be discussing this week is how do we drive down those soft costs. We know equipment costs have declined over recent years, putting tariffs aside for a minute, but customers haven't always seen that value. So how do we look at everything from streamlined permitting, which can save hundreds to thousands of dollars on the policy side, interconnection, but also sales commissions and some operational, improvements to actually drive down the costs for customers.
Really good point.
Yeah. No, certainly we know, adversity builds resiliency, and we've definitely seen a year of resiliency within the policy sector.
If they haven't offered them in the past, we're here to be a resource to you at GoodLeap on how to transition from maybe the loan ownership model to third-party ownership, where we have those tax credits available, plus domestic content bonus, energy community bonus. The big bill kept those provisions in place. So you have the core 30% plus some additional To see a lot of that in the residential space, how we step up and provide grid services to utilities and harness distributed energy assets behind the meter in new and compelling ways, and that the bill still allows all that to happen in a really, cost-effective manner.
Awesome, and congratulations announcing that today. Very cool.
Yeah.
So a little bit more on this consumer focus with the tax credits and policy changes causing some confusion for, I shouldn't even say some, a lot. Yeah. We'll call it what it is. What needs to be done to ensure that these consumers remain protected and confident with this going forward with solar?
Yeah, I mean, as someone who works in policy, I obviously worked on the big beautiful bill. A lot of airline miles going to DC, which was worth it. But we still work at all the state levels. And one thing we're hearing from our state leaders is customers are confused. And when there's a big policy change, like a long-standing tax credit that changes after a couple decades, you're going to have customer confusion. So I think my message to everyone in the industry, myself included, is how do we communicate better to customers about that change, knowing things like your system has to be installed before the end of the year to get the credit. There are going to be a lot of states that will implement new consumer protection measures in the solar space. A lot of that will be really good, but we're going to have to step up on our compliance because it's the future of our industry. We have a great product, but if we undermine that with, say, untested tax advice or too many too complex or whiz-bang solutions, that will result 10% increase since January this year. You got onshoring and manufacturing, AI demand, extreme weather events. All of these are driving forces for our sector. The value is there. Consumer protection is just so important as the backbone of all of that. We don't want to undermine this incredible opportunity ahead of us with all the bumps and turbulence included.
No doubt. And thank you so much, Julia. Keep fighting the good fight on spreading this communication. And like you said, we got to figure out a way to vertically integrate this and across all of the stakeholders, which are many across our industry. Right?
Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so
Cheers.
much.
Have a great show.
All right.
Thanks,
thank
Julia.
You. Well, coming up next, we have Tobias Aschauer. He is the tech leader within Infineon, who we heard from earlier in a product spotlight. Infineon is a fascinating company, and thank you so much, Tobias, for coming in and joining us today.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me here. Yeah.
So Infineon has really revolutionized semiconductor products that are found in the majority of OEM products, and I think it's very akin to the Intel that is powering all of our computers. Because Infineon works with so many OEMs, I don't think that the average person really hears your name on a day-to-day basis. No one's putting Infineon, powered by Infineon, on their OEM products, right? Exactly. But they're in there.
They're in.
So I love the product because it's a high voltage at 20x the condensed size. So you've got incredible power density in a small form factor while extending the life of these systems. So Infineon has a large company, right? I believe it's 15,000, if I'm not mistaken, here in North America, 60,000 globally. So we wanted to welcome you here and hear your perspectives from a global perspective, from a technology and innovation company very similar to Nvidia for our industry. How are you looking at these policy changes in the perspective?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. At least what we have heard now already about the beautiful bill that is impacting quite heavily the US. But if we look from a global perspective, what is the situation actually with all the renewable installations globally which we see? How are these impacting? On one hand side, the investment, on the other side, the existing grid infrastructure that we have. Yeah? So if we look on some global figures, roughly, we have more than 26,000 terawatt hour installed electricity capacity actual globally, and this will increase heavily until 2030 on a level of round about 36,000 terawatt hour, and will end up with 50,000 terawatt hour in 2050. Yeah? And here, at least we see quite numbers, so we will double at least globally the renewable energy capacity, and that will have a huge impact on installations of new things, but also on the grid infrastructure which we have already in place. Wow. So yes, there are guidances. We have the big beautiful bill in place. It is impacting the US, but I believe also if we look into the existing infrastructure in the US and the existing products or projects which are running, we need to look from both sides.
I love the positivity around that. It's not all doom and gloom, right? I mean, sometimes it's easy to get into that, but you bring a great perspective. So Infineon is really akin to Intel, powering the functions of our computers, right? So what is the impact of high energy consumption and renewable energy generation right now?
Okay. We see it as an interaction. As said, we have the renewable generation on one hand side, we have the existing power infrastructure, and we need now to look deeper into how is this interacting in the future. With all the installations which we have on one hand side on the renewables, we see an increase at least to get this energy somehow through the grid. And from that perspective, we believe looking into the grid infrastructure is fundamental, and we from Infineon side have the products for that, at least to serve this market.
Fantastic. And you know, as a core and key semiconductor provider and supplier manufacturer for the energy industry, how can semiconductor companies at large support energy transition?
Okay.
Honestly, an easy question for you.
Easy question, you're right. If you just look behind this wall, at least you will see quite a lot of equipment. And the equipment of the future of the grid infrastructure without semiconductors, that will never work. You can see products today, a solar inverter is mainly equipped with a semiconductor, just in the power module, but also when it comes to sensing, microprocessing, all this is dealt by semiconductor devices. We see battery energy storage systems. We need the inverter type. We have battery management systems. Everything is controlled by semiconductors today. And some new products which are entering also into the market. And we saw a product this morning presented by a colleague also from Infineon. Solid state transformers. A complete new world entering now. Having this semiconductor equipment in the grid infrastructure more and more. Because these are components where we rely on. Most of us know HVDC grids since years. Also their semiconductors are well proven in more than 20 years. And we see now how this technology is adapting the medium voltage grid. We are talking about AC grid, DC grid solutions in the future. And for that you need semiconductors.
Wow. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the insights and keep doing such great work on this innovation side. We need it.
Okay, many thanks.
Thank you so much. So with that, we'd like to welcome, thank Tobias again and Infineon, and welcome Ben Norris from the Solar Energy Industry Association. Ben is the head of regulatory affairs.
And while he's getting his headset on, thank you again to Wärtsilä for being our sponsor and bringing us the PowerUp Live podcast here, right here at Caesars Forum.
That's right.
Hi, Ben.
Right. Hey, how are you?
Good.
Thanks for coming to RE+.
Yes, thank you for having us. It's like
it was all me. I had a lot to do with all of
this. Is your party. This is a big week for you.
Well, it's a big week for the industry. Our attendance is near the level it has been for the last 2 years. So despite all the hurdles we're going to be talking about, we've got a really positive outcome here at RE+, and we think a really positive outcome for the next several years anyway.
Do you have a head count? What are we at?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but it is not too shy of where we were last year.
Okay.
Fantastic.
I'm sure Abby and others will be talking to you about that, and those numbers we'll be happy to release those in due time for sure.
Perfect. All of our friends though, right?
Yeah, exactly. 30,000 of our closest friends. Yeah.
Perfect.
Right. Well, and as we all know, SEIA really is our voice in Washington for the industry and really a key partner in helping us to communicate our messages to Congress. So thank you and to Abby and to all the fantastic work that SEIA is doing. So thank you as our advocates in Washington.
Thank you.
So Ben, I think I wanted to kick off with the first question. From SEIA's perspective, what are the top priorities for implementation of OB3 and making sure that the industry can still grow under these kind of new legislative conditions?
Yeah, so unlike where we were when the IRA was enacted in 2022, where we had a little more of a runway before we really got started on the regulatory implementation, this all began, that being implementation of H.R. 1, just a few days after the ink was dry on the bill, right? We had an executive order from the president directing the Treasury Department to write new guidance on the beginning of construction and directing the Interior Department to take a hard hard look at solar and wind permitting, right? So we didn't have quite the runway we had. That was a little bit unexpected, but I think we've come out pretty well. I don't want to say, we're in an ideal spot, but we came out pretty well, all things considered, on the beginning of construction guidance. Where we're really focused now is making sure that some of these permitting issues that we don't think are, justified, we don't think they're serving the president's goals of bringing more power online quickly to serve AI. We don't think those things mesh up. So we're working to ease some of those permitting bottlenecks. But looking ahead, I think the big issue on everyone's mind, at least when I talk to our members, is the foreign entity of concern restrictions, right? There's a chance that we see some preliminary guidance on where the administration's head is at as soon as October. And then I think we're looking at about the next 18 months of another kind of hard and detailed and kind of wonky regulatory process. I think the good news is that despite all the politics tied up in H.R. 1 and the executive order, the Treasury Department's doing and has done a pretty responsible job with the guidance it's released so far. So we're excited about working with them and getting to some reasonable results. We might not have the same policy goals in mind, but we think at the end of the day, we've got a good ability to work with them on a reasonable set of rules.
And that's such an important point, that good, bad, or ugly, what the industry needs is certainty in terms of communication. So, hey, when things are clear as mud, people get stuck in the mud.
Yeah,
right?
and that's not unique to solar and storage,
That's
as you
right.
all know. I mean, I've worked in other industries before, and we hear when we talk to broader business groups around town, certainty is a common value no matter what technology you're developing.
Absolutely.
And you did have a little mention of foreign entities of concern, or FIAC. That's a really good segue into the next question. And you did mention it a little bit, but if you could expand on it. The recent permitting actions and stricter FIAC guidelines. With these large-scale solar projects, how is the industry responding right now? What are these companies doing? The different developers, utility owners, asset owners, EPCs. What is everybody doing to respond?
I think from my point of view, we're seeing similar, if not mobilization on the same scale that we saw on H.R. 1, right? Companies realize that the outcome of these processes can be existential to their businesses, right? So we didn't take our foot off the gas once H.R. 1 was signed into law. We sat down with, our core members, the core, decision makers in our industry, and went to talk to the Treasury Department, went to talk to the Interior Department. And to be clear, even though this administration maybe doesn't want to hear from someone with solar in their job title, I'll tell you who they do want to hear from. They want to hear from domestic manufacturers. They want to hear from banks and financiers that are backing these projects. And they also want to make sure that they're minding some of their key constituencies in the Congress, right? So my advice to members, companies out there who maybe aren't working with SEIA, number one, join SEIA. Number two, get out there, talk to your vendors, get them talking to the administration, get your financial backers talking to them, and make sure you're talking to your members of Congress as well.
Yeah, fantastic, Ben. And in terms of that that advocacy challenge that you're talking about, getting out there, talking to them, not just in our own echo chamber of people who we already know on the legislative and regulatory side agree with the growth of renewables, but those across the aisle, those who are interested in more of the 45X credits or the American manufacturing. How are we working more with those who might not have an understanding or might be traditionally more hostile to renewables and solar? How are we working with them to shift the narrative in the communication lines with them?
Yeah, I think I want to make clear that there's often a disconnect between the rhetoric you hear in the media and the conversations you can have behind closed doors, right? Yeah. Even up at the highest levels of our government, there are mean things you see on Twitter sometimes about solar and storage, but at the end of the day, responsible policymakers understand that our industry creates jobs, our industry drives power prices down, and that's going to be an increasingly, I think, important liability, frankly, for lawmakers in Congress and in the administration. So I think keeping up the narrative on how we're keeping prices low, how we're building an American manufacturing base. We're the solar industry and we're not the fossil fuel industry, and maybe that puts us at a little bit of a disadvantage today. But the core deliverables that we bring to the table are exactly the things that this administration wants. So there's a lot of debate about do you operate in an unconventional way with an unconventional administration. I think we're actually seeing a lot of progress, a lot of breakthroughs with those, more conventional messages. We're bringing down prices and we're creating American manufacturing jobs.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Ben.
Yeah,
thank you to you, to SEIA, to SEPA, for RE+. Such a great week. Thanks for joining us.
Our pleasure. Hope to see everyone here throughout the week. Thanks so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, and up next, we have our final guest of the segment. We have Chris Seipel from Wood Mackenzie. We're going to be getting a little bit more market context from Chris. So excited to hear more about this. Welcome to the stage, Chris.
Yeah. Hi, Amy. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yes. Well, let's maybe get some of that context, taking a little bit of a step back. What's the broader energy market context right now, especially with electricity demand growing at just astronomical rates, and then also the constraints on gas-fired generation. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, so you named the two most important things, demand growth and the constraints on gas-fired generation. It's truly an extraordinary period of time. We started a year ago kind of tracking data center development. At that time, there were about 50 gigawatts of data centers under development. We're up to 133 gigawatts of data center development that we're counting. You talk to the tech companies, and they will be the first to tell you that in 2030, they don't know exactly how much compute that they're going to need. So the industry has had to deal with a lot of uncertainty around this issue as to what demand growth will be. But we just released a study a week ago that has, I think, the first telltale sign of how much demand growth is coming to the industry. U.S. utilities have now committed to 99 gigawatts of new large load getting connected to their system. That means it's been studied. They've identified the upgrades that need to be made. They've estimated the cost. And somebody has said, we're going to pay for that cost. And there's a signed agreement in place. That is equal to 15% of electric demand today in the United States, and there's a big number behind that. So for an industry that has had no growth, that's a very big number. On the gas-fired generation side, the orders for gas turbines are surging. We have first half numbers this year, and orders this year are equal to what they were historically for an entire year, and we're only halfway through the year, to give you a sense. There will be a large number of gas turbines coming to the United States, but for people who are ordering turbines now, those are for projects that won't be in line until 2030 and 2031. Wow. And the cost of these turbines is not the turbines themselves, but the entire cost of building a gas-fired power plant is nearly double what it was. And so there are constraints on how many gas turbines can be added, and it's also coming at a very high price.
Yeah, fascinating. And as you may or might not know, Chris, I'm from Pittsburgh, so sitting on that Marcellus Shale gas reserve, this is a big point of topic there, and
Certainly.
I'm hearing things about PJM's requesting 100 gigawatts of new capacity by 2035, which is mind-blowing in one ISO, let alone across the entire grid to power all this. And I think that people are terrified that data centers and everything else are going to leave the borders, and they're trying to figure out a way to capture them. But in terms of that market impact, kind of building on that segment that you just had there, how are these dynamics, including the higher prices, not just of solar, but of gas and the desire to kind of get into LNG exports as a major export commodity and constrain gas supplies for the peaker plants? How is all of that kind of interacting with the OB3 policy and the outlook for renewables? Yeah,
I think two words come to mind: innovation and chaos.
Yeah. Funny how they go together, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And I really, one of the ways we've described it is for electric utilities, they're trying to build the plane while they're flying it. Yeah. And they don't have they haven't had to deal with this kind of growth in almost 20 years, right? So it's a cultural change for the industry as a whole. And on the innovation side, it's forcing the industry to find innovative ways to kind of bring all of this capacity online quickly, and it's going to have impacts on the renewable energy industry. So utilities are developing whole new sets of tariff structures. The industry ought to want to see those tariff structures form in a way that enables them to play in it, right? So this is like a new state-level policy shaping thing that the industry needs to be focused on. EDF worked with a company to help do something called grid topology optimization. They were able to reduce curtailment at an existing generation asset by 77% by doing this grid optimization. Dynamic line rating, another form of grid enhancing technologies. Utilities have been slow to adopt it, but now they're adopting this technology as they find ways to bring plants online more quickly. And I think for the renewables industry, it's around, there's a lot of innovation to be done around what role do we play in how we serve data center demand as the data center demand grows. And on the chaos thing, the deregulated markets are not really set up to handle this kind of demand growth. And you basically have a situation that you can add a data center faster than you can add a power plant. And that's a real dilemma for the power industry. And it's going to reshape the way these deregulated markets work in unintended are very unpredictable ways.
Yeah, that's right. Figuring out how to move policy and regulatory at the speed of business has always been a challenge, right? And it continues to be a challenge, particularly not just for solar. We need to remember that, right? This is for
the industry as a whole. Yeah.
Energy industry as a whole. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and so to wrap up our conversation here, looking forward with this new landscape, where do we see the biggest opportunities, right? You know, we have all these risks with solar, wind, and energy storage over the next few years. What are the opportunities?
Yeah, well, I don't want to discount gas. There's a lot of opportunity in gas-fired generation, and there will be gas-fired generation coming to U.S. shores.
Gas is our cousin.
At
RE+.
So for the, this was the best possible time that the end of subsidies could have come for the industry because of the demand growth and because of the higher gas costs. And so if you actually look at our forecast for renewables additions from a year ago, before we had changed administrations and changed who was in Congress, our forecast now for solar additions, it's lower than what it was as a result of the end of subsidies, but it's not that low, actually, right? The solar and storage and wind are the only things that can be added quickly. I think what's changing for the industry, part of what the industry has to think about, is the opportunity was, where's decarbonization happening because of state-level policy goals, and where's the cheapest place that I can generate a renewable energy credit for a corporate off-taker. Now it's going to be about those things still matter, but it's also going to be about following the demand growth opportunity. Where is this demand getting added? What is the right portfolio of resources that I need to bring to it? And then the other thing I would just finish with is, I don't think it's sunk in kind of the full ramifications of just how expensive gas-fired generation is, but it means that anything that can provide reliability is more valuable than it was before because it's the alternative to providing reliability. So even things like virtual power plants, like distributed solar paired with storage, has become a lot more valuable in the past year because the cost of reliability alternatives have increased. And so the industry has to think about all those changes that are taking place as these economics change to figure out where they fit in.
Storage is getting its day.
Oh, yeah.
Well, our storage forecast in particular, I think we're forecasting, I think it's like 18 gigawatts of storage this year, which will be a record level of additions, almost 50% higher than last year, going up to like 30 gigawatts by the time that we get into the next decade. And, I just think it's important for everybody in this industry to keep in mind that national security goals will not be met without this generating capacity.
That's right.
The goal of reshoring manufacturing will not happen without all of this generation being added. And to make that manufacturing competitive, we have to find the lowest cost ways to do it.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Chris, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate all of your insights here. And thank you not only to Chris, but to Tobias, Ben, Julia. Thank you guys all so much. This was such a fantastic conversation.
Thank you. And once again, thank you to Wärtsilä Energy Storage, our premium sponsor here, and to SunCast Media, who is our presenter. Just moving forward here, one thing I wanted to point out is the QR code that you might see over here on the window. So a lot of people you can see are filming sales and marketing content that is open. And I know that just like you can reserve your booth here, you can reserve time in the booth to be filming content at next year. So go ahead and scan that whenever you get a chance if you're interested in creating some great content. Further to that, the day's going to keep getting more exciting here. We've got a lot going on. So more than anything, we've got TrueGrid coming up. We've got the Chief Commercial Officer coming up at 3 o'clock today, who's going to be talking a lot about how asset developers and owners are shifting strategies, especially around integrations of energy storage, just like Chris was talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am with TrueGrid, right? Thanks for that shout out, by the way. I appreciate that as a marketing director anytime. But yeah, so our Chief Commercial Officer, Chris Finley, he has kind of a hot take on energy storage in the market right now, right? We're at a renewable energy conference, and it's, kind of piggybacking off of what Chris had to say. Energy storage isn't just for renewables. It can be with anything, any type of pairing of energy. So I'm excited to hear him talk about that later on today.
That's great. And especially as we see in California with the MISO, we're going to see more one-to-one. We're going to see a lot more state by state. We're going to see a lot more energy storage rather than grid, buybacks.
Enhancing what's already there.
That's right. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. This was fun. We'll do it again tomorrow.
And thank you all for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow at noon.
I'm Catherine McLean, founder and CEO of Dylan Green, and we are coming to you from the PowerUp Live stage at RE Plus 2025 in Las Vegas. The PowerUp Live stage is presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage. Today I have with me Chanel Montana, Chief Development Officer at Revon. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the invite.
For those of you who don't know, can you please introduce yourself and tell us a bit about your role at Revon?
Absolutely. So I'm the Chief Development Officer at Revon. We are an owner-operator and developer. Oh, I don't think they can hear me. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I'm the Chief Development Officer at Revon. We are an owner-operator of utility-scale solar and storage projects. I have been brought in, and I'm really crafting the development team here at Revon to sort of break through as a developer, establish our greenfield philosophy, and really expand our pipeline and portfolio. And it's been a great time for the last year.
Hill, and we're involved in ethanol and wind, and so tell us how you got to where you are today.
Absolutely. So I've had a couple of different hats throughout my career, but they've all centered around the theme of urban and rural communities and development coming together. So when I got into energy, I actually started as a farm girl in rural Minnesota, and I loved the fact that the Midwest was leading the way in ethanol and in wind, and ended up in the Beltway in DC, working on federal policy around renewable energy with military installations, which was fascinating work. From there, I ended up at EDF, and I was there for 10 years, really establishing myself in the development community and the policy community as we tried to bring in more wind and solar throughout the Midwest. I've worked also at BayWa Renewables and then at LightSource for about 5 years, and it's just been really amazing to see the growth that our industry has had. And I'm really proud to do, really what I set out to do was to bring urban and rural communities together, because we have so much more in common than we do apart.
Yes, no, I totally agree. And you were hired to build Revon's development arm inside a company that started as an operator, which is interesting. What about that challenge excited you, and how are you shaping the team to succeed?
Yeah, it's been fascinating getting to know the Revon team, because it's so opposite the way other IPPs have started, where they were developers and then said, oh, now I need to do operations. And Revon really started as an operator and then said, hey, we're really good at this. Let's move on to development. And so I was brought in to create sort of the building blocks for the development team. We started our real estate group, our GIS group, our environmental group, and then as well as our execution group, which is our developers. And it's really been growing and growing the last couple of years to be not just an operator, but also a best-in-class developer as well. It's been very fun to see.
Yeah. And how does Revon's operator-first DNA give you an edge as you scale development?
So my favorite thing to tell our landowners and our communities is that we are A to Z. So you're meeting us as the developer. We're walking you through the development process. We'll be there on site as we construct. We'll be there on site as we operate that project. We are 40-year partners with the communities that we're in. And I think that makes us step back and think about how are we developing and how is that going to be reflected in that 30-year mark, that 40-year mark? Are we making sure that we're dotting all of our I's and crossing all of our T's, because we are the operator at the end of the day. There's tremendous shops who flip projects at one point or another, FNTP, and they're doing some tremendous work. However, I think it really behooves us to think about how that project life cycle is going to look, instead of just, hey, can we get this to construction, or can we get this to operations?
Much more of a long-term commitment.
100%, and that's reflected in our development.
Yeah. There's been some policy shifts. I don't know if you've noticed.
Oh, really?
Federal policy changes and market uncertainty are reshaping how developers plan projects. How are you navigating these shifts to keep Revon's pipeline on track?
It's a big question, and of course it's on everybody's mind here today, but the way I'm looking at it is we are going to lead with patience. We're going to lead with calmness, and we are going to make educated decisions, and we're not going to run into something headlong. We are going to make sure that we are never feeling stressed from a timing perspective to make a decision. Instead, we're leaving our options open so that we can adjust and we can flex. if I think of procurement and all of the changes that are happening to procurement, and shout out to the Arriva procurement team, they've done a tremendous job. But we've really had to sit back and say, how can we give them as much space to make their decisions as we're permitting and we're doing, our land control and our environmental studies. We have to keep our options open to be able to flex and then, adjust when necessary, but never do it reactionary. Instead, make sure that we're really thinking through the decisions we're making. Yeah. We have very patient capital, and that's helped a ton to be able to say, hey, we're not certain on this decision. We need more, 2 months. We need a quarter. We need a year.
Right.
And that also has really helped us to be smart in this marketplace.
Gosh, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say they had patient capital. I think everybody probably wants to know who your capital providers are.
Yes. It has really, I think, again, it's helped us make very smart, informed, calm decisions. Yeah. Nobody makes a good decision under stress.
That's right.
You need to be calm.
Yep. And competition for clean energy talent is intense. What strategies are you using to recruit and retain people in such a fast-changing market?
So I think it all comes down to culture, and that culture isn't just in my group. Right. It really is, the managers that are under me maintaining culture. It's my CEO, Kevin Smith, maintaining our culture. Right. It's ensuring that we are providing, it's going to sound repetitive, but this calm environment in this semi-uncalm time. Right. I've been through the solar coaster. You've been through the solar coaster. Yes. But we always need to recognize that not all of our employees have.
That's right, especially the newer generation.
Exactly. Yeah. And if we spin, they will spin. But if we're calm and we're leading with calmness, they will see that and they will want to continue being there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a very good point. As one of the few women in a C-suite role in utility-scale solar, what do you see as the most effective ways to advance more women into senior leadership, and why does this matter to businesses?
First off, I think every study I have ever read shows that having a diverse set of employees is going to put that company in a better position. That's right. And it isn't just about women. It is about making sure we have people who are from different states, making sure we have people of different ages, making sure we have people of different political beliefs. Right. And that is something that I carry on to my team. When we are hiring, we need to stop and pause and be patient to ensure that we have a diverse team that will help with our decision making. Right. It'll help with our culture. And the way that I am trying to, advance women is the same way that I want to advance someone who's maybe younger in their career or older in their career. It really is about fostering the diverse viewpoints and respecting that and making people feel like they can be their genuine self, and then they'll want to be there and they'll want to succeed in the role that they're in.
Yeah, that's right. So looking ahead, if we look 3 to 5 years out, what do you think will define the companies that stay competitive in the energy transition, and what role will workforce play in that?
So unfortunately, it is going to come down to capital for many people. That's just the environment that we're in. I think there's amazing development teams out there that are struggling because of the ability to get capital, and that's very unfortunate for our entire industry. But the companies that I see really prospering are the ones who can be flexible, who can say, okay, we're not going to move that project, we're going to move that a year, or maybe we're going to advance this project and we have enough panels that we can move this more quickly. I also think it's going to come down to relationships, right? Like, we know that our EPC partners are going to feel that ITC cliff coming up, making sure we have good relationships and we're communicating with them. Everybody in this industry is going to have to adjust and be a little bit on warp speed until the ITC cliff. So, but we got to do it together. We got to communicate together. We got to talk about, hey, we're missing engineers here, or we need more construction support, whatever it is, but that communication has to be there. Companies that I see that are having a harder time seem to be a little bit siloed and not part of the greater industry. And so they're not able to see the full picture, I think, and to communicate what their needs are, and then they struggle.
Right. Yeah, being nimble is so important now.
So important.
Well, thank you for talking to me. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining us here at the PowerUp Live stage, presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and produced by SunCast Media.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
And I have a question. On Saturday, I was at last Saturday.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead. No one go away here. We've got a check, check, check. Not live. Sure. No problem. right, ready? We are back at the PowerUp Live stage. We've got some really great guests coming. Before we kick off, I want to thank Wärtsilä, our premium sponsor, Wärtsilä Energy Storage. Want to check them out here at the show. Also wanted to thank SunCast Media for the production of this broadcast. So right now I'd like to welcome the Smart Electric Power Alliance, SEIA. Really fantastic organization. We're joined here by CEO Sherry Givens, who is going to introduce us to a great conversation regarding the future of public power and electrification cooperation. So balancing affordability, reliability, and electrification. So you can fit all that in 30 minutes,
Of course
I'm
we
sure.
can,
Right?
absolutely.
All right, fantastic. Well, I will hand the mic to you. Thank you so much, Sherry.
Thank you so much. We are so delighted to be here today. We're in RE Plus Las Vegas 2025, 40,000 of our closest friends, one of the most dynamic shows in North America. And I'm super excited to be here today with CEO and General Manager Paul Lau of the Sacramento Municipal Utility District. He's also the former chairman of my board of directors at SEIA. And I also have Peter Mahuro, the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at Rappahannock Electric Cooperative. He is my current board chairman and just such a fantastic guy. We're going to pack a lot of good stuff in today's 30 minutes, and I am really, really looking forward to all the insights that you're going to share with the many listeners that are out there. So across the country, public power utilities and electric co-ops are at the front line of the biggest transition in our energy system, meeting rapid load growth driven by electrification, data centers, and manufacturing load, while keeping electricity reliable and affordable. And I see what you're doing in California and what you're doing in Virginia, and we're going to explore how you're actually navigating and forecasting uncertainty, leveraging flexibility, managing timelines for infrastructure, and positioning public power and electric co-ops to succeed in this new era. So let's get started. We're going to dive right in. Let's talk about some of that meaningful shift in load growth from all those things that I mentioned, the data centers, electrification, industrial activities in your territories across California and Virginia, and what you're kind of planning and what you're seeing and what you're ingesting and how you're anticipating all of this new growth and what's most important in your mind.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Sherry, for inviting me and also with RE Plus and putting this kind of platform together so we can share what we do in California. Now, for those of you who don't know, Smart, we are publicly owned, the 6th largest power utility in the U.S. And so one of the things that we do, to accommodate load growth is really interesting because really for the electric sector, our peak load was actually happened back in 2006. So we really had not had pretty flat load, almost no load growth for the last 2 decades. And so obviously we're super excited about really the prospect of load growth, with data center coming on and also with both building and transportation electrification. But I think one of the first things that we need to do is really get in touch with our customers, get in touch with our community to find out what's really important for them. And so especially when you talk about the commercial sector, really understanding about in order to accommodate this growth, to expand the data centers, what is the most important thing for them? What is the most challenging for them? So one of the things that we started to do in Sacramento is really to work with both the developer community, the city and the counties, to make sure we understand who is actually right now knocking in the doors and say, we're interested in coming. This is the time schedule that we're looking at coming. This is the number of megawatts that we need. And then what is your schedule? I mean, give me a schedule in terms of what can you give us in 6 months, in 18 months, in 2 years, and then work with us. Work with us early so we can get all the pre-ordering of the equipment, because right now, as some of you know, that the supply chain, there's a global supply chain issue. So how do we actually work with our customers and our cities to make sure that we get ahead of what the potential load growth looks like, and what is the best ways for us to serve them? Some could be, some just needed, temporary power to start up, and they have plenty of time for us to build infrastructure. Some don't. Some said, hey, you know what? I need a certain amount of energy, and I need it in the next 6 months for my temporary, basically get the plant up and running. But then within the next 18 months, this is the amount of energy that I need, and what can you do to really help meet that schedule, keep the costs low, and then making sure they're informed about it.
It sounds like a great partnership, a lot of good collaboration going on in there. And Peter, I understand you might be experiencing some similar challenges in Virginia. Tell us more about that.
Absolutely, and again, thank you, Paul, thank you for having me here. Rappahannock Electric Cooperative, one of the largest co-ops in the nation. We're right in between Washington, D.C. and Richmond, about 185,000 meters that we serve. We hit our all-time peak this year, went to about close to 1.2 gigawatt load is what we got to. Now, if you know anything about Virginia, Virginia has the most data centers in the world, and Northern Virginia specifically has had those data centers, and as that has become extremely expensive and hard to get another data center, they've started moving south. And so we're now experiencing that growth. In fact, to put it in context, we currently are contracted for 4.2 gigawatts. That is, they're paying and we're building the substations and everything else. The queue is over 20 gigawatts. So in context is larger than New York City, larger than the country of Finland, is what we're facing in terms of growth. And that's growth that no utility has really ever seen for a long time. And so there's several things we've had to do in terms of planning. And one of them has been exactly what Paul said, is getting ahead of it. We're not the ones to say we don't want it, stay away. We're like, no, no, no. You come, but we want to get ahead of it and plan in the right way, understanding, okay, this is what you're going to be looking for. Working with them, working with the counties to ensure that we understand exactly where they're coming from. We can understand what their path is. I mean, someone could come in and say, I need 500 megawatts. Do they actually need 500 megawatts day one, or is it by year 10 that they need 500 megawatts? That helps with the planning on how you go about it. The other piece of it is beginning to standardize some of these things. If not, you will be playing chicken with, all these different data centers, because they all are looking for, their biggest thing is how soon can I get to market? And so by standardizing such things as, your energy services agreement and, various different agreements, it really helps to have those conversations. When they come in, we show them this is the process. We created a whole new process from intake all the way to energizing these data centers. And that has absolutely shown the best thing you can ever do for yourself. Because when we began this, we did not have that level of organization, and we spent a lot of time going back and forth. And so that's the second thing that I think is very important, is finding the things that you need, creating a process, and standardizing it to make sure that you can get to where you need to be. The third part of it is you have to ask yourself, how do I carry this while I have this native load at the same time? And so what we did is completely created a growth division that handles the data center and this type of load. Our all-time load, highest peak was about 40 megawatts. On average, we're getting 300-400 megawatt data centers, campuses coming into our service territory and higher, right? And so we had to create a growth department that can now address this all the way to the engineering side of it. Because if we blended it with the native load, what we're doing is we'll focus on that and completely forget about what we need to do to keep up the system that we currently serve. And then the last piece of it is actually ensuring from a power supply standpoint, you're well prepared. The thing that we wanted to make sure that we did is we don't want, if one data center fails, we don't need 185,000 of our consumers having to pay for that. And so, working on a good power supply agreement that de-risks you as the utility and ensures that it's on them and the data center, make sure that you're prepared to serve them regardless, if they buy power through us or if they decide to go on the market by themselves or whatever the case is. It still positions ourselves to make sure that we're de-risking it. So those are some of the things that we've had to do to ensure that we can really address that type of growth. And I can tell you, it's nonstop. And that division, I think every week we're getting 2 or 3 data centers who are paying for a transmission study already. And you're not, this is not small change, right? And so that's the level of interest that we see. So putting all these plans together, that's the only way you can handle the growth.
And what I appreciate from Peter and Paul is just hearing about how the co-ops and public power are really addressing this load growth. And you're not alone. The investor-owned utilities are experiencing it well. And SEIA, we're a 1,000-member organization. About 700 of them are utilities. And we're trying to find these use cases, these best practices to really highlight the work that you're doing to show that you're not alone. Our other members aren't alone. We're all working on this together. It is a solvable problem. It is a challenge that we can address. And we just recently released our database of emerging large load tariffs as one of our member tools. But it's public, it's freely available, and it's something that people can look to and address. So in addition to load growth, one of your core features is that you have to provide safe, affordable, reliable electricity. And so from a reliability standpoint, that's your core promise. How are you planning to maintain and improve reliability as electrification progresses?
That's a great question. In fact, we're actually looking at, Peter's, what's happening in Virginia because of the rapid growth that they're seeing. So in California, our cost, even though SMUD is one of the cheapest, from a tariff perspective, one of the cheapest rate in California, but we also understand that every dollar you take out from rates, you take out from the local economy. But with that said, what you said, you hit the nail on the head. Reliability is absolutely one of the most important things for a community, because if power stops flowing, if the light goes off, nothing matters. So one of the biggest things that we're doing right now is that we're doing really some long-range planning in terms of what happens if the amount of growth that we're getting requested is going to come, how does it actually impact our power generation portfolio, how does it actually impact our transmission portfolio, distribution, all the way down to the meters. SMUD, we serve about 1.5 million customers, and our peak load is about 3,300 megawatts. But what's really interesting is that for planning for utility, for the reliability, you always plan, extra capacity, because you don't know the days that you're going to have 116-degree days when normally it's only 100. So you're always building the capacity for the system make sure that you meet the peak load. Now, one of the things when you have rapid growth like that, we have been really working very, very closely with our communities in terms of, do you have load flexibilities? When those, a lot of times most people don't understand that for electric utilities, because we bill for those peak loads, for the capacity for the 40 hours, maybe 10 hours a year, the rest of the time you're playing the capacity. So working with the communities and working with major commercial customers to say, can you give me a load flex? So that when I need you to maybe back off a little bit or run the backup generators, like we did during the heat wave, we actually asked the airport to run the backup generation on one of the terminals, because that day, the whole California, the whole west-wide energy grid was stressed. So one of the things that we're doing to make sure that we have reliabilities, obviously first build the reserve that you need, for your planning cases for those, what happened with extreme weather. And even with that, something happens in the utilities that you could have wildfire in California. You can have transmission disruptions. You have generation going down. So you always need to work with the customers for that backup. So case in point, something that we're very proud of, because, we have one of the, I think we spent a long time building trust with our community. So we have the highest customer sat according to J.D. Powers in California, I think for the last 15 years running. So during that heat wave, just asking our customers, can you shift load a little bit so that we can avoid a rolling blackout? Just by calling the old-fashioned way, calling customers, calling the state agencies, we shifted about 174 megawatts, about 5% of our load, just by phone calls. And then when the governor issued out and said, hey, California is really, really stressed, can everybody shift some load? So we avoided rolling blackouts in California back in 2022 because of the fact that reliability is so important. So to answer your question, first, we do the planning piece, right? We put in the spare, this excess capacity that we need. And then we plan for contingencies. What happens if transmission lines goes down? What happens? And then you have all the mutual assistance that you have set up in place. And then the third thing that we're really, really ramping up is making customers understand the problem that we're facing and what role they can play to avoid, to actually make sure that everybody's light stays on, and actually having the communications and having our customer being part of the solution, letting them know that today you're really stressed, everybody do their part, and of course we have tons of customer programs that we put in place to ensure reliability. Like for example, right now we're giving $5,000 per battery installation that you have in your house, up to $10,000. That allows you, if something happens to the grid, you can actually still run on that batteries. But more importantly, it also gives us access to the battery when the grid is really stressed. And then in the rest of the time, you can actually use it for rate arbitrage, right, for your own benefit. So one of the things to address reliability, besides doing everything that utility does very, very well, transmission planning, right, generation planning, distribution planning, and then getting all the reserve in place, and then have all the kind of, I'm going to say, DC flex programs with your customers, but then really, really create a communication with them. When the system is really stressed, everybody can step up a little bit, and it'll actually help to keep the grid, and keep your lights on for everyone.
I love that you pull the customers in on the education component, informing them that they're part of the solution, making them really feel empowered to help you to support the grid. That's amazing, Paul. And Peter, I know reliability is top of mind at Rappahannock. Why don't you share with us how you're addressing it?
Sure, and when you think of where we are in Virginia, we're part of PJM, 13 states, and the District of Columbia. By the end of 2024, I think the reserves was something about 16,000 megawatts, and I always joke that we, just as one co-op, will take up, 25% of that in the next couple of years, right? And so we're thinking about these things over and over again. And we, I won't go back and, Paul laid out exactly some of the things that we do, but affordability is one big thing that we're looking at, right? And we know when we look at capacity, what that's going to look like, we know it's going to be costly. So we're doubling down on the role of energy storage. Looking at, where is the right substation? What circuit do we need to, oh, by the way, maybe we could do some T&D deferral on that one, but really being able to use that storage, not only just to provide that reliability piece of it, but also ensuring from a capacity standpoint and cost that we can address that. Secondly, we're looking at the distributed energy resources and how we play this game. I've said over and over again, any rooftop that could put solar on it, I'd like to see it happen, right? And anyone that could have, a battery, I'd like to see it happen. In addition to that, we're really encouraging our members, member consumers, to really consider what the role of a smart panel will look like. Because traditionally, we've hoped that we could call on the consumers, right? But let's call it like it is. Behavioral demand response can only go but so far, right? And we have similar relationship with especially our bigger loads that we could ask them to curtail, and but when I look at the rest of my native load, and we're primarily residential, how do I get that to to have that flexibility of being able to control that load? And so by doing all those things, and then lastly, I'll just add that we're really looking at the role of microgrids and what a microgrid really can do for a system. As we consider any upgrades that we're doing, we're asking the question is, would this make sense to just make the upgrade and turn that whatever circuit or whatever the case is into a microgrid? Because that gives us a lot easier way to control the grid, to manage it, and we know that it will play a really key role in the future. So I think as we look at how we do this, key point of safe, affordable, reliable, and sustainable, we're taking all those things and saying, how can we ensure that the future of this will meet all those things for our consumers?
I love that. I mean, you're thinking about the customer just like Paul is, like most of our utility members are. You're thinking about DERs, how we're going to effectively use that, how we're going to have that flexible system that can meet the growing demand, the growing load that we're seeing out there. And at SEIA, we're doing a lot in that space too, working with other members. We put out a recent white paper about decoding DERMS with APS, Excel, and Energy Hub. And it's been really helpful for our members to see these kinds of use cases, these kinds of things that are happening that are really going to progress clean energy. So I appreciate that. Now, Peter touched a little bit, and I'm going to come back to him on that, about affordability. Yes. And I know that is top of mind for you, Paul. Every day you're probably thinking about your customers, especially those that can least afford it within the disadvantaged communities. You're probably thinking about equity and how everyone's going to benefit in this clean energy transition. So why don't you talk to us about affordability and what SMUD's thinking about and how they're really trying to help their customers? Yeah,
so Sherry, that's a great question, right? You heard Peter talked about is that, when you have rapid load growth, right, it takes a lot of capital. So one of the things that we're doing is also what Peter's doing is that really how do you make sure that if the large amount of capital for a certain segment of customers, that you protect the rest of them. So that we come up with creative ways, in terms of what is the best way to finance that capital upgrade. Is it actually shared? Is the most of it shared by the customer who's requesting it, and then we pay them back through time? So we're actually working through that data model right now. But the interesting part about when you go through this clean energy transition, one of our board make sure that one of our promises is no community get left behind. Mm-hmm. So we have something called the Community Impact Plan. We actually go through every single community in the Sacramento region, and we actually look at their income level, their employment level, and then really what the challenges they have in terms of from a workforce development level and an investment level to say, what do we need to do if we want to have a just, equitable transition? So we've created something called a Community Impact Plan, and we're very, very surgically looking at, well, what do we need to do to improve the economic vitality, and also what do you need to do in terms of getting those customers to invest, help them to invest in electrification efforts. So case in point, right, one of the things that we do, I think, extremely well is work with the local agencies and the underserved communities, and also with the state and federal agencies. So we actually work with our assemblywoman, Doris Matsui, Congresswoman Matsui, to actually give us a grant for $3 million, and SMUD put in $3 million to electrify 300 homes in under-resourced communities, and then we also want to make sure those workers are trained coming from those communities so they can actually benefit in this transition. So we're halfway there now, and so we have tons of programs that we said, what do we need to do in terms of making sure that the people who participate in the electrification that actually helps lower the bill, improve the air quality, can actually participate in that. So we're actually putting programs in place specifically to overcome those cost barrier, the workforce barrier, and then really making sure that those programs are sustainable. So we are right now very, very proud that we are actually working with SEIA. In fact, looking at, if one of the challenges is all homes is the panel upgrades. So we're working with companies, that I think I say it in span, so that, and I know usually SEIA, we don't adopt any one technology, but we do look at companies that provide solutions. So we're actually looking at, how do you put a sub panel, like a smart panel on, so you can avoid the costly upgrades, but also give like smart information, so that we can, for the grid benefits, how do we take that information and give it back to the customer itself, so we can actually have more and more of those folks in those disadvantaged communities participate in this clean energy transition. So something that we're spending, I think we've up almost like $20 million a year now in terms of customer programs, specifically targeted on under-resourced communities, to making sure that they can also participate in this clean energy transition, and also have the workforce that comes from the community to do this.
That's incredible, Paul. I mean, how you're embedding equity and affordability in everything you do. And whether I talk to the C-suite and any of my utility members, or even the boots on the ground folks, they're so passionate about working with those customers and communities and just ensuring that they're all benefiting in an equitable manner. And I love hearing that from you, Paul. And again, Peter, you mentioned affordability briefly, but I'd love to hear more about what Rappahannock's doing to address this.
Sure, and we're doing a lot of what Paul is doing as well, and that's what I love about this industry, right? Is we're able to share some of these things, and if someone is already a few steps ahead, we could take a look and say, okay, they're doing this, and SEIA is very good at putting out these case studies on, things that are being done. But one of the things that we're doing is actually taking advantage of these large loads that are coming in, and we know that the revenues of those can be significant. And so what we've done is actually created a new tariff specifically for large power, beyond just our typical industrial load that we had before, and primarily it's a tariff that addresses you say you want 300 megawatts, then we need you to make sure that you can pay for that. And by doing that, what it ensures is, first of all, if that substation fails, it's not really affecting this 185,000, because we've already made sure that that is covered with what they pay based on that tariff. Secondly, we want to make sure that everything that we get, the margin contribution coming from that to us, we're looking at it as it goes back into the system, allowing us not to look for capital in other places, right? And so we're taking, and that's the reason why we're welcoming all these data centers and anyone else who's a bigger load. I mean, we've got, one company, and they're doing growing lettuce, 6 megawatt load, and it's actually lettuce. I thought it was something else. And so, but we're welcoming them. We're saying, come on in, let's work with you, let's make sure, because the more of that we do, the revenues we get on that. The beauty of being a co-op, we don't have shareholders. Our members are shareholders. So if we can collect the least amount of money from them and provide them the best service, then it's a win-win for everyone.
So sure, there's one more thing I want to cover, because Peter said something that's kind of brought it to my mind. I forgot to talk about. It's one of the things she talked about, like a lot of the under-resourced community and low-income customers, right? So one thing that we look at is customer doesn't pay your rates; they pay bills. And so one thing that we looked at is that, what is from an energy perspective, what is the bill burden that our electric bill, a portion of their spendable income? And so in the last rate process, we specifically look at them and say, well, those people that makes the lowest incomes are paying a much higher bill burden in terms of the income. So even though it was a general rate increase for the general public, but specifically for those on the super low income, it was actually a rate decrease. So we actually got the board to approve that, because of the fact that when we actually look at the numbers, we find out that what they're paying for the electric bill is a much larger share of the bill burden compared to the rest of the income class. So we actually adjusted our rates to making sure, to precisely what Peter said, making sure that everyone can participate in this energy transition, but in a way that is actually affordable, which is very, very important for us.
Well, it's important to both of you. And this has been such an incredible conversation. I can't believe we've gone through 30 minutes so quickly. I mean, we've covered load growth, we've covered reliability, we've covered flexibility, we've covered affordability, we've covered equity. Oh my, this has been fantastic. I really appreciate you being here, Peter and Paul. You've been such great supporters of SEIA and me and my career here. And I'm just delighted to have you here. With that, I'm going to thank you for joining us here at the PowerUp Live stage, presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and produced by SunCast Media. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Come on. Good? All right. We are back live at the PowerUp Live stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä and SunCast Media, presented by SunCast Media. Well, I am really excited to introduce this next segment. A woman who needs no introduction, Abigail Hopper, President and CEO of the Solar Energy Industry Association, our voice in Washington and across the world here for the industry. And joined by her is our interviewer for today, Kelsey Tamburino, clean energy reporter for Politico. They're going to be talking about where does the solar and storage industry go from here. So I will hand it off to you, you women far more qualified than me to talk about this. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you. All right, Abby, welcome to the Politico Energy Podcast. Thanks, I'm so happy to be here. Yeah, so we are speaking today from sunny Las Vegas at the RE Plus conference at a time, as I'm sure you know, the solar industry is navigating a great deal of federal policy changes. Your organization, the Solar Energy Industries Association, just released a report on the U.S. solar landscape showing solar and storage accounted for, I think, 82% of all new power added to the grid in the first 6 months of this year. But it also showed some of the impact of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and recent actions under the Trump administration that have dimmed some of the deployment forecasts. So I guess the first question I have for you is kind of a vibe check. Like, how are you feeling right now? What has been the response from folks that you're talking to on the ground on how they're feeling right now in this particular landscape?
Yeah. Well, thanks for being here in Las Vegas, first of all, and thanks for taking the time to do this. I would say the vibe check varies a little bit depending on which sector of the industry you're in. The energy out on the show floor, I was on the show floor this morning, and on the way over here, as you know, it's a little bit of a trek. There's a ton of energy, right? I'm asking folks, anyone I come in contact with, sort of after the question of how are you, is how's business? And most folks business is strong at the moment, right? Business is strong as companies work quickly to meet some of these deadlines and get projects under construction and deliver product. So there is a sort of a very immediate short-term boom. That's obviously a little bit different for the residential sector because especially for as you know, the cash and the loans, that tax credit ends at the end of the year. And so there's a lot more uncertainty there. But we are having record numbers of exhibitors, record numbers of revenue, which as the owner, I like. And so it is this sort of weird time when there's so much happening good and positive in our industry, and then we have a federal government that seems rather determined to slow us down.
I know you talked about this a little in your remarks yesterday, but I wonder if you can talk through what it looks like with the phase down of the ITC and the PTC, these credits that the industry has long relied on. The Treasury guidance we saw last month gave some more flexibility than I think some folks had thought we'd see. But certainly, you know, the rhetoric from the administration is this industry should be able to exist without subsidy. So how does the forecast look for the industry without these tax credits? How, in the near term, what's that rush to comply with the guidance that we saw put out last month?
So it's interesting. I think, you know, I've talked to a lot of our CEOs, a lot of our executives who are pretty comfortable with the idea that sort of after a period of transition, we'll be okay, and it would be better for our long-term health of our industry not to be so reliant on federal tax policy, right? We are certainly have lived in a boom or bust cycle for a long time, and the thought, you know, we say more than anything in industry, what we want is certainty. Well, one way to have certainty is not to rely on the federal government for the ups and downs of sort of policy machinations. So I think for most of us in the industry, that's really the goal, is to get through this difficult adjustment period and then be sort of free of that up and down cycle. Especially, as I said, on the commercial and industrial and the utility scale side, there's a rush, right? There's a rush to get things started, commence construction before the end of the year. There's a rush to get things started before July 4 of the next year, and then obviously for those projects to get them finished. And we do see a pull-in from the residential sector. There is a fair amount of marketing from companies attending to say, hey, if you want to pay for your solar panels with cash or loans, you need to have them installed by the end of the year. So there's a lot of activity, even though sort of the outlook is really challenging, which is a weird kind of a tale of two cities sort of a situation.
Yeah, I mean, folks will often say that the solar industry is used to kind of a solar coaster. Does this moment, though, feel different to you when you have an administration that is, certainly the solar and storage industry is not the same as the wind industry, which we're seeing attacked in a specific way, but we're seeing grants being pulled for the Solar for All grants from the previous administration, tax credits being targeted, the energy secretary is specifically calling out wind and solar as unreliable. How do you kind of navigate that? And does this feel different than previous Republican?
Yeah, no, it does feel different, but in both directions. So it feels different sort of in a negative response because it feels personal, right? It feels like, and we knew when we were going through the reconciliation and the big beautiful bill that there was a sort of a math problem, right? The president needed to find enough money to extend the his tax cuts, and we knew that the tax credits that were in the IRA were a good source of revenue for that. That was clear from the moment the IRA passed, right? What was not, I don't think, so clear was sort of the degree and the hostility that has been focused on our industry, like the executive order, the secretarial order from Secretary Burgum, kind of all of these different ways in which the federal government, not Congress, but the administration is trying to slow down our industry. So you have that on one hand, and that part does feel different. But you also have this incredible demand, right? And this incredible market force and this market pressure to say, hey, we need electrons and we need electrons now, and we are unique. I mean, you and I have talked about this before, but we are the fastest to market and we're the cheapest. And so sort of policy aside, the market will continue to work. So that feels different. So again, and as I've been talking to folks here, there has been a lot of optimism about that energy demand and kind of the force that will have. I said it last night, sort of this policy versus market, policy versus progress, they're coming to a head. I'm a big believer in the market.
What happens next, though, in that conversation? Do governors and states need to be doing more to make that message to the administration? Certainly, we've talked about that demand question in the debate for the One Big Beautiful Bill. You and other folks were on the Hill talking to members about that.
Right.
Didn't ultimately sway them.
Right.
how does that inform how you go about this in the future?
Yeah. Well, so I think two things, two responses to that. One is that, especially in things like Secretary Burgum's order, that is slowing down renewable energy deployment, not only on public lands, but on all solar projects that require any kind of Department of Interior interface. Republican governors are a powerful voice, and you are here in Nevada right now. Governor Holcomb has been, Governor Holcomb has been helpful in speaking to Secretary Burgum and talking about the impact it's having on his state, right? So I think they're powerful voices. But the other thing that's happening, and we said it was going to happen in the advocacy, it wasn't ultimately all that persuasive either, was that electricity prices are going to rise, right? And we're already seeing that debate unfolding. We're already seeing members of the administration blaming wind and solar for rising electricity prices. We have a very different theory of the case. We actually have the facts on our side. And so, I think that is as you sort of ask, what's next and what's the voice? I think the voice is going to be consumers. I think consumers are going to say, hey, wait a minute, this is not okay. You cannot keep raising my electricity rates, 10% year over year across the country, and only more to come. And I think at some point, customers and constituents are going to say, you've got to end this insanity, right? We have to use the cheapest source of electricity available, and that's solar.
Are you concerned, though, that there is potentially more to come from this administration attacking solar and storage and wind? There was an executive order to look at wind and solar and preferential treatment. We could see something come from that further down the line. A lot of what you're talking about here is the federal government playing a role into these decisions that are happening here. How concerned are you that we could see more from this administration?
Very. Very. I think it would be naive to think that we're sort of done, We know there's a number of things coming. You mentioned sort of preferential treatment. Obviously, we need fiat guidance. That could be particularly harmful. So we are advocating in the ways that are relatively effective now. The sort of landscape of lobbying in Washington has changed. but certainly getting our messages across to those that need to hear them. But yeah, I think it would be naive to think that there could not be more harm coming.
Mm-hmm. You've mentioned the Interior Directive a few times. I wonder if you could talk through what the impact of that has been for folks that are not maybe tracking that as closely. Mm-hmm. The order, I think, was 69 actions that the Interior Secretary would have to approve. On the solar side specifically, where are you seeing that impacting?
Yeah. So where we're seeing that impact is almost, I would say, more in kind of a lack of clarity from agencies about what they're supposed to do. Mm-hmm. So for example, we see it on the Bureau of Land Management, right? When they're doing the environmental reviews, they're not totally clear on what the guidance is from the Secretary's office. And so what we're seeing is that different offices, so the state of Montana is handling it differently, the state of Texas is handling it different than the state of Nevada, where we are now. We're also seeing it like in the Fish and Wildlife Service as they're thinking about permits that they may need. There's not clear guidance on sort of how to progress. And so what's happening is it's slowing everything down. I mean, you know and I know that there's nothing developers like less than slowing projects down. And so it really is that lack of clarity around how to implement it that it is happening. You and I have both heard also the Army Corps of Engineers, kind of in a different land, is also challenging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the federal government has targeted offshore wind and gone after permitted projects. Mm-hmm. The threat of that, is that and like going after nearly completed assets impacting renewable energy developers at all? Are you seeing project financiers reacting in a certain way, more awareness and making long-term investments in the United States right now?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'll answer it, and then I'll make a different point. Certainly, I would say they're watching very closely, right? That is sort of the antithesis of regulatory certainty, is to have a project permitted, mostly built, and then the permit pulled back. So they're watching. I have not heard any tales of projects that have been pulled back specifically because of that. Mm-hmm. But I think especially as companies that have capital and are trying to ascertain which country to deploy it in, right? The United States, which used to be a very reliable, very predictable market, you know, we have rule of law, we have strong contract law, like that is changing. And I think that it will impact capital deployment. The thing that I think is interesting, and that we have had these conversations with other technologies in Washington, is, you know, it doesn't work for any energy source to have their project approved, permitted, spending billions of dollars of capital, and then have a permit pulled back. It doesn't matter if it's coal, wind, offshore wind, natural gas, pipeline. Like, that is just bad for the energy business. And I actually think there could be some sort of coalition forming around, there's a line not to cross, right? There's really a line not to cross if we want to continue to have capital deployed in energy infrastructure in this country. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do want to go back to kind of the rhetoric that we're seeing from this administration. I know going into the Trump administration, you guys put out a roadmap that talked about energy dominance. You talked about some of the things that were at play in this debate over the One Big Beautiful Bill, including, you know, projects at risk in Republican districts. I guess, are there lessons learned from this debate over the One Big Beautiful Bill, and particularly as we're talking about like permitting reform on the Hill and that conversation, how you're informing having these conversations with lawmakers?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the market continues to give us the facts, right? And the report we released, the Solar Market Insight report we released on Monday, I guess that was just yesterday, you know, we learned that 77% of all new solar deployment in this first half of the year was in states that President Trump won in 2024. So, you know, President Trump's constituents and his utilities, like the people that voted him into office, are also installing solar. And so there is this like dichotomy between the rhetoric and the actions on the ground. How does that impact our thinking around permitting reform, around it's always about the messenger. I mean, you know that. It's always about the messenger. And so those governors of those 7 states, right, those constituents who have solar on their homes or solar on their businesses, those investors who have billions of dollars of capital at risk, those corporates, right, the AI community that is really needs cheap, reliable power to make it happen here in the United States, like those are the voices. And so I think you'll see a little bit more kind of orchestrating from the sidelines from us as we continue to put sort of the right messengers to the right, with the right message.
I mean, like, do you see that debate coming to a head in the nearer term ahead of the elections? Like to your point, we're already seeing the administration talk about pricing and putting the blame on the previous administration in some ways, solar and wind. So how are you kind of thinking about that political conversation?
Yeah, no, energy affordability is absolutely going to come to a head, and I think it's going to be a pivotal conversation in the next election in 26. I think that, we did a lot of research and analysis, and so did some of the other trades before it became popular to blame us for higher electricity prices, right? And so there's some education that we need to do, but again, the sort of facts on the ground are that businesses, utilities, and residents are choosing to go solar because it's cheaper, right? So you can only say things so many times. Just because you say it doesn't mean it's true. And so I think continuing to educate and make sure that others in this ecosystem know what's really going on will be important.
Just on this is the federal side, but on the state and local level, is there more that you think can be done to help support solar and storage, whether that be utility scale residential?
Yeah, we actually have put out a state policy roadmap of like the various things states can do to continue to be supportive of solar. Some of those include on the residential side, if they have not adopted Solar App yet, which is a online automated permitting process that really reduces a whole bunch of time and a whole bunch of uncertainty in the residential solar permitting process. They should adopt, they being the states, the locales, the towns should adopt that. It's a free software for any state or any jurisdiction that wants it. That's one thing. Right? There's a lot of state permitting that happens, and so states can certainly play a role in expediting their portion of the permitting process. There's certainly things around like consumer protection and sort of helping consumers understand what their options are that we think states can do, and so we've laid that all out in our state policy roadmap.
On the permitting side, what are you looking to see from lawmakers on the Hill? Where are the kind of pain points that SEIA has? And I mean, there is a larger question of if the administration is pulling back permits for some industries, if Democrats are going to move forward on good faith negotiations, Republicans there. What would you like to see on that kind of side of the debate?
Well, I will definitely leave it to the Senate and the House Democrats to figure out their negotiating strategy. But what we'd like to see is certainty, right? I mean, and that is where I think kind of the energy technologies can come together in wild agreement, right? Again, despite what technology you are, certainty on the permitting process, certainty on timelines, certainty on sort of the kind of data that's necessary to approve permits. I think we are very open to this. There's clearly a trade to be made around transmission and pipelines. Let's do it, right? Let's make that kind of deal and allow all of the above kinds of infrastructure to be permitted. Interconnection continues to be a challenge for us. You know that transmission continues to be a significant challenge, not just for us, but for all of the energy infrastructure. So making some improvements on those permitting processes is really key.
What else are you tracking and looking for from this administration? You know, we talked about the Treasury guidance. There is still questions over the foreign entity of concern provisions in that. What would you like to see? What kind of clarity are you looking for from the administration?
Yeah, I mean, I think the simple answer is to honor what was in the legislation, right? The legislation was fairly clear around sort of the contours of what FIAC would look like, and our expectation is that they will honor that agreement that was made with the United States Senate and the United States House. So it's really as simple as that. The other thing we haven't talked about yet, and maybe we'll get there, is trade, right? Like that is the other, as I think about sort of the things that really have the power to slow down our industry and slow down so many industries in the United States, is kind of these cascading and pancaking trade actions that are weighing down our industry.
Can you say more on that? There's the 232 proceeding in polysilicon. There's also the anti-dumping countervailing duties case. What are your concerns in those individual cases, and how are you communicating that with such a diverse membership of SEIA? How do you think?
So it's an interesting question. We have definitely evolved in our trade position. Where we were in 2017 and 2018 is radically different than where we are in 2025 because we have a solar manufacturing base here in the United States, but we don't have the entirety, right? We don't have the entire supply chain. And so making sure that we are, not creating trade barriers to things that we need to actually reshore our supply chain. That's really important to us. And making sure that as these proceedings go along, that there is, in addition to, I always get them confused because I don't like carrots. So carrots and sticks. I'm like, that doesn't seem like a big reward, a carrot. I guess I'm not a horse. But that there, in addition to sort of the punitive, that there's also some positive reinforcement. So I would say that. I also think we're very, very focused on batteries and sort of the role of trade policy in battery deployment and in battery manufacturing. It's obviously a bit more, I don't know if it's more complicated, but it's certainly something that's newer, right, to our industry is looking at the battery manufacturing. And so making sure that we can give that part of the industry a little bit of space to build here and not be so punitive that it squashes the growth.
What kind of policy mechanisms, if not these trade proceedings, do you see as better suited for building that supply chain?
Yeah. I mean, I think 45X, the Section 45X, has been wildly successful, and I think there's a reason that it survived the Big Beautiful Bill. So I think that kind of policy, that sort of, that's the carrot part, right, where it says, no, you do come here, do build here. We will help incentivize this. I think the domestic content kind of guidance, that's a great, it's a great motivator for companies to make that choice. And so those are the kind of things that we're advocating for at SEIA.
Are you concerned about if we're getting rid of the ITC and the PTC in the after the next year, basically, that demand pull won't be there to support the projects that are manufacturing and utilizing 45X?
Yeah, it's a question that I think a lot of people have really been thinking about. I don't know the answer to that, but I certainly think it's a question worth asking. I've never talked to a business owner who said, I'd rather buy from a different company. Every business owner I've ever spoken to said, I'd rather buy US-made product. It just has to make sense financially. And so I think there's some middle ground there between never buy American, only buy the cheapest, and only buy American because it's always going to be the most expensive. So I think we have a little bit of time to figure out what that looks like, but it's a dynamic we need to be watching.
I think we're coming up on time, but I do want to go back to just the rhetoric that we are seeing from this administration has been aggressive against wind and solar, renewables.
Wind and solar are a parasite on the grid?
Yeah, I think Chris Wright said recently that wind and solar are worthless when the sun is not shining and the wind is not blowing. In the conversations that we're having and the conversations you're having on the Hill, how do you combat that? And in the pricing environment that we're talking about folks potentially facing in the election, really what is the way to combat that rhetoric that seems to be coming every day from this administration?
Yeah. Well, I think my strong opinion is that you're cognizant of it, but not driven by it, right? You're aware of the sort of the politics and aware of the kind of language and the kind of arguments that are being used against you. But I mean, the beautiful thing is that we not only have the facts on our side, but we have the market on our side. And so rather than getting into a fight with the energy secretary about what reliability means, instead going to the governor and going to the senators and going to the members of Congress and saying, hey, you have this many constituents, this many businesses, this many utilities, and this many corporates in your state, in your district, who are using solar, who are saving money, who are, have paired it with storage and find it to be an exceeding reliable asset. And it's not just Abby Hopper going and having those conversations, but those constituents going and having those conversations. So, are we going to win a fight on Twitter with Chris Wright? I don't think that's the best use of our time. I think the best use of our time is to take those cases, which are many, in which it's working, right? And the facts refute the rhetoric, and go to the people who actually have a vote.
Are you having conversations, though, with the governors, with the hyperscalers, with the utilities to make that case more publicly? Because, you mentioned some folks that have spoken out, but it has been fairly muted so far.
Yeah. We are absolutely having that conversation, and I think folks are trying to figure out the way to be the most effective in this what feels like a different way of communicating and lobbying in Washington.
I think we're on day 2, technically, of this conference.
Yes.
I guess what's been your takeaway so far?
Yeah, so far, I mean, as I said at the beginning, it has been incredibly high energy, tons of interest. I've been on the show floor. It's very crowded. You know, there was some, you know, if you talked to me maybe on July 5th, I was a little worried that I'd come to Las Vegas and be all alone. But that has not been the case, I think partly because of the resiliency of this industry and partly because people know with these timelines that this legislation and these regulations have imposed, there is a time pressure that wasn't there last September when we gathered. So that is certainly it. And I think that, you know, I would say 2 years ago, we were here in Vegas 2 years ago. I don't know that any of us talked about increasing energy demand. Last year, we were certainly talking about it. And this year, it's like, this is a truth. And that is a conversation of great interest out on the show floor.
I think we'll leave it there. Abby, thank you for joining the Politico Energy Podcast. And
Thank you for having me. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Truly fantastic insights by Abby and Kelsey. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So we're just going to be taking a very short transition as we're getting new people up here on the microphone. Don't go too far because we're going to have a continuation of that exact conversation furthered by the Solar Energy Industry Association teams. Rachel Skar is going to be coming up here in just a moment here with Stephanie Zamenkowski. And so they're going to be discussing Solar Power America and how grassroots voices are powering solar's future. So this is one thing that we're really watching very closely. Farmers are being very vocal about how this is affecting them. People in the trades are being very vocal about how this is affecting them, and they're going to be really digging into that at a nuanced level for us. So stay tuned. 1 and 2. We are back live at the PowerUp stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä. And I'd like to give a shout out at this moment to our wonderful premium sponsors and our supporting sponsors, ABC Supply Company, Fluence, MGM, and TrueGrid. Thank you so much. And of course by SunCast Media, presented by SunCast Media. So continuing our last conversation from the Solar Energy Industry Association's president, Abby Hopper, we have the very talented Rachel Scar, joined here by Stephanie Zawaskowski. They are going to be discussing Solar Power America and how grassroots voices are powering solar's voices. This is something that we have seen again and again, that particularly on the conservative side of the aisle, the more voices that we have from farmers, from labor people, from journeymen who are affected by these policies, the more this resonates at the congressional level. So thank you, Rachel, and I'll welcome you to take it off.
Excellent. Thanks, Josh. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Scar. I'm the Director of Communications at the Solar Energy Industries Association. As you may or may not know, we're one of the proud co-owners of RE+, so we're thrilled to be here with you today. I'd like to welcome Stephanie Zawaskowski. She's our Senior Director of Grassroots Engagement and Political Organizing at SEIA. So we're thrilled to be here today on the PowerUp Live stage for a conversation about Solar Powers America. This is a new initiative from SEIA, brand new this year, a grassroots advocacy platform we're very proud of. This initiative has been empowering everyday Americans to champion the local, state, and federal policies that drive our industry forward. So before we jump in, Stephanie, I want to take a moment to let you introduce yourself, and then we'll get into the conversation.
Great, thank you, Rachel, for that intro, and thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I'm excited to be here. As Rachel mentioned, I work on grassroots organizing and engagement for SEIA. I come from a long background of doing that, working with and most of that time in my career working in the climate and clean energy advocacy space, so helping to get groups of people to be able to weigh in with their policymakers in support of these policies that are moving our clean energy economy forward. So I've been with SEIA now for about 4 years, and thrilled to be helping to build that base of support for the solar industry.
Excellent, thank you so much. So yeah, let's start there. Tell us about, really basic level, what is grassroots engagement and why? Why is this such an important tool in our toolbox for advocacy?
Sure, so traditionally, trade associations like SEIA do, and I will toot our own horn here, we do an excellent job at lobbying on Capitol Hill. We do an excellent job lobbying at state legislatures, lobbying governor's offices, lobbying public utilities commissions. But traditionally, we haven't done as much of the sort of working within, trying to build that everyday citizen support. And so what we have seen throughout the growth of the clean energy economy is that solar energy is an extremely popular clean energy source. It always shows in polling that people look at solar energy as something that they want more of. They want to see it in their communities. They want it up on the rooftops. They want it on top of their school buildings, on the top of their first responder buildings, their hospitals, and things like that. And so we're trying to harness that support and give people that channel, that avenue, to be able to demonstrate that support to their policymakers in support of the policies that are going to bring our industry forward. So that's what grassroots engagement organizing in this context of the clean energy industry and the solar industry really means, and how we can, as the trade association for the solar industry, how can we be at the forefront of harnessing that grassroots support and channeling it to the policymakers that need to hear from people in their constituents and people in their communities to understand that this is one of their priorities too.
Yeah, so you talked about that a little bit. Someone who just, has rooftop solar, they think about it a little bit, it's great, they like it. How do you take someone, you have so much experience in grassroots organizing, so how do we take someone who's just, a happy solar owner and take them and bring them into this advocacy movement? What does that process look like?
Yeah, so really, grassroots organizing, I've been someone who's been organizing my career for over 20 plus years. Grassroots organizing, if you can think about it as just a huge list building exercise. You're trying to build this list of people who agree with you, share these values, have some motivation that makes them want to be associated with your group. And what you're trying to do in grassroots organizing is identify who those people are, and then help bring them up this ladder of engagement so that they say, hey, I have rooftop solar, or I'm generally supportive of things that are going to, bring about more clean energy in the United States. And so how do you then identify those people and then get connected with them so that they have those opportunities to reach out to their policymakers and make their voices heard? So that's I think, in the nutshell, like, pretty general description of the process of like finding the right people, giving them those opportunities to engage, and then helping to keep them engaged so that they keep on coming back over and over again.
Right. So before we get into talking about Solar Powers America, which is SEIA's advocacy platform, I'd like to talk just for a moment about kind of the hole that we felt like there was before Solar Powers America for an opportunity like this grassroots engagement in the solar and storage industry. So can you talk about what that problem felt like, how we took that problem and came up with the solution of Solar Powers America?
Sure. So when I started working at SEIA about 4 years ago, I saw an organization that, like I said, we've done an excellent job in doing that sort of grass tops organizing, getting people, company owners and leaders to directly connect with their members of Congress, with the governor of their state legislators. But we had not really put together a strategic program as an industry to help engage, like the homeowners, the customers, the general supporters, the people in the networks of the communities, and to be able to have that conduit, to be able to weigh in with their elected officials as well. So seeing that was a gap, and knowing that there are very well-funded efforts across, multiple energy industries, but also multiple types of, causes and organizations. That's something that I wanted to make sure that we were working towards to fill in. So being able to build this platform, this brand, this program, to be able to have that way to have people, flow through this pipeline and engage is something that was really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so take us back in time. Tell us about where we were at the beginning of this year, before Solar Powers America came to be. What was the vision, and what did executing that look like? Tell us about how we built this platform for anyone out there who might be looking to build a similar program.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we had some various campaigns that we'd kind of run off on a one-off basis to over the last several years, like during the pushes to be able to extend like the ITC, the investment tax credit. There were opportunities for companies to be able to send out an email and then click here to be able to email your member of Congress. So we'd kind of done that on a one-off process, but we decided going into 2025 after the election in 2024, knowing that we were going to have to be really on our game to be able to throw everything that we had to be able to help, defend the industry, we decided to bring together a comprehensive program to do that and, brand it in something that would really reach out and speak to people that I think beyond just our typical energy industry supporters, where they could see themselves and be a part of something that they would be motivated to take action on. So we, had used and came up with the name Solar Powers America, and then developed, working with, partners in developing the website and the software behind it. We're able to put together, this program where we have very simple to use tools now that we can deploy for a variety of campaigns at all levels of government for people to engage.
Yeah, that's excellent. Tell us about, I think the name also is the essence of this, right?
Yeah.
To your point of, this is about everyone in the solar and storage industry, the workers, the customers, everyone who can participate. So tell us about the campaigns that we ran this year. What were the results like? What surprised you? What did the first couple of campaigns look like?
Yeah, so when we launched Solar Powers America in April of this year, I think it really came at like a really critical juncture in the whole process of when Congress is undertaking their budget reconciliation process on the IRA, and taking a look at really the policies that we had fought for, over the last couple of years were under threat by Congress. And so launching it at this time gave us the ability to generate some buzz. There were, I know you were deeply involved in being able to help promote Solar Powers America, and we got a lot of great coverage on it, but that really helped, fast forward our efforts to be able to spread the word about this program, get more people signed up and engaged. And so over the process of just a few months, when we had some critical benchmarks in Congress, when, the bill would initially pass out of the House and move to the Senate, and there was some back and forth, we were able to deploy, some rapid response to our list and to our, to supporters to be able to sign up and to share their opportunities to make, write emails, make phone calls, to engage on social media with elected officials. And so we had over 60,000 actions taken on behalf of the industry in that very short period of time, which I think was incredibly far beyond anything that I think I had imagined when we first launched this. We had nearly 20,000 new advocates added to Solar Powers America. So that's really building our grassroots army all across the country, and in particular in some targeted districts where it was really important to reach out to those members of Congress. We spent a lot of time really deeply engaging there.
Yeah, well, I think that just speaks to the power of this community and this industry, right? The way in which we were able to mobilize 60,000 actions. I think you said 20,000 individuals. Like, that is really a remarkable response, and I just think shows the energy there is for our industry here. Tell us about what it means to have that kind of an engaged group of advocates and be able to respond quickly. Like you said, tell us about the value of building that group of advocates to deploy when there's, attacks on the industry or, proactive goals we're trying to reach.
Yeah, it is just another powerful tool to have in the toolbox. Like, you've worked for elected officials. I've also worked for elected officials. We've been on the receiving side of, the lobbying efforts, both at the grass tops level and the grassroots level. And I think that, it's so important to have people, meeting with their members of Congress, doing those sort of meetings in Capitol Hill, but it is, just as important, in my opinion, to be able to back that up, to show that the constituents of these members of Congress, of these governors, of these state legislators, whatever level that you are trying to get policy passed or you are trying to push back against something, to show that there are real life people who are taking time out of their busy lives when they've been, asked to do any number of things in their lives. They're taking time to engage with their elected officials on this specific issue. And I think that particularly when people have been used to just hearing directly just from maybe a few people within the industry, having that broader demonstration of support is really eye-opening to elected officials. And I think as we continue to build upon this, as we engage more deeply in state legislatures in, the coming year, I think that'll be very, very eye-opening, and we'll see, I hope to see some, very positive results coming out of that, being able to, forward some policy priorities or push back against some things that we don't want to see happen.
Yeah, that's great. I want to transition to the state advocacy in a moment, but I do think it's really crucial here to hone in when we were fighting this tax credit fight. As you said, we've both worked for elected officials. I've been on the other side of that conversation where, every week in the staff meeting, we're running through, okay, how many calls did we get on this issue? How about this issue? And so it's really crucial that people are making their voices heard, and that elected officials are using that information to inform how they're making decisions, right? So I think that just underscores how important this sort of grassroots advocacy is in Congress.
Absolutely. I've seen, I've been on that side where I've been, the policy expert on energy and climate working for a governor, and you see the reports coming in of like how, what the volume of phone calls were, like with the volume of emails, people stopping in and making, contacting offices, and that is important. That is something that definitely makes its way all the way to the top. And so being able to have that tool in the toolbox in conjunction with, the grass tops, the traditional lobbying that we do is just helps bring about, the sort of change that we want to see.
Absolutely. So yeah, let's transition to talk about where Solar Powers America is now. Where are we looking, We just heard from Abby a lot about the way in which state policy is going to fill the void here moving forward. So tell us about where Solar Powers America is going now. I know we just released a grid reliability campaign. I'd love to hear more about that and how that's very important in the States.
Yeah, I think, the sheer amount of work and, advocates that we engaged and contacts that we made on Capitol Hill, I think is only just going to multiply in the States, So when you have when you sort of unleash these sorts of campaigns on a governor, on a state legislature, that is going to be even, I think, in some ways, like more powerful because of just the numbers that can be brought to bear in order to demonstrate the support for policies or, what, the industry priorities are. And so we plan to see more of that. We're going to launch more campaigns on the state level, be very active, and kind of build a deeper base of support in some states where we've got a lot of activity going on. So I'm very excited to see that moving forward, in the 2026 legislative sessions. I think that there's some of the state work that we've been engaging in the last half of 2025, I think is really demonstrating that there is this appetite in states for advocates to be able to engage.
Yeah, that's great. I think I want to take a moment here and make sure everyone knows where our advocacy is. Right now, we've released a grid reliability agenda. This is focused on the way in which, like Stephanie said, governors have a lot of power here to make sure that we're installing more solar and storage because it makes the grid more reliable. And so that's a message that we've been using, this, army of advocates to make to their state officials, because it's so important that they're hearing from us in the way that Stephanie has shared here. So I'm curious for your take on, we as Americans are just bombarded every day by notifications, emails, calls to get us to do things. How do you see a campaign like this breaking through the noise? How do we break through the noise with something like this and keep those advocates engaged?
Yeah, sure. I think about it in two ways. When we're building a program like this, when we're talking about trying to find the right people who are engaged, like knowing that there is a large segment of the population out there, that supports policies that forward our industry. A lot of our job is to actually find those folks. And so, working through tools that are available that, political and advocacy campaigns use, that we use, that frankly, like consumer brands use to be able to find people who have interest or shared, some of these values are likely to be to care about these issues and also then move forward to take action. Those are some of the things that we're doing behind the scenes. But a lot of it is like striking on like the right messaging to be able to go and present to advocates to, educate them in some cases and, engage them in other cases on things like grid reliability. I think, when your average person is thinking about energy, generally they care about, is it affordable for my family? Are the lights going to turn on when I flip the switch and when I need it? And so those are some things that I think you're going to look forward to, like some of those messages that we are going to be driving to share with advocates in Solar Powers America, keeping them engaged and letting them know like the very important role that solar and storage play in all of those things and keeping costs low for consumers and making sure that we have a reliable grid. And then, as there are opportunities and moments for activating towards action, then we will have this base of support that we've engaged with. We've found the right people. We'll give them that opportunity to say, hey, make a phone call to your governor about this policy that's moving through your state legislature, and they'll be primed and ready to take action.
Yeah, so expand on that a little bit. We've talked a little bit about how SEIA's members played a big role in helping us develop this grassroots tool because we'd heard feedback from them about the way in which this could be beneficial. So tell us a little bit about how this sort of grassroots advocacy is a competitive advantage for SEIA members.
Yeah, absolutely. So our members, have available to them, through our Solar Powers America website, through engagement through the app, the ability to disseminate these campaigns to their networks, to their customers, to frankly their friends and family and others that, they can give that sort of personal touch to say, like, this is important to my business. This is important to our shared community, our livelihood, and be able to make that personal connection to advocates so that we can help them engage and, and it gives them a really nice, clean avenue to be able to make it very simple to say, click on this and you can connect with your governor, you can connect with your member of Congress and make sure that your voice is heard. So being able to have that available for our members to say, it's not just about, the actual business of solar, it's about making sure that these policies are in place so that our business can thrive and our community can thrive, and here's a way that you can play a role in that.
Right, and then it just escalates from there, right? Yep. Because they can share it with it's a web effect.
Exactly.
And so that's why these tools are just so valuable.
Yep.
So, okay, I want to take a minute here and say, we've been talking about the value of this so much. What's an action everyone who's listening today can take that would make a real difference here?
Sure, well, at RE+, we are engaging people to be able to join our community, like at the SEIA booth that you'll be able to find you know, a screen where you can like scan a QR code and takes you right to solarpowersamerica.org to be able to sign up and be a part of our advocate community. We've had, you know, opportunities throughout, you know, the conference where you're going to be able to engage with that. You know, you mentioned the grid reliability campaign with that policy agenda that rolled out. That's an active campaign that's on our website. We encourage everyone to go and sign up and be able to contact your governor and immediately weigh in on making sure that solar is a part of a reliable grid. That's something I think everyone wants. So, you know, there's multiple ways to get engaged. And we'll continue to, you know, once you engage in that website, you know, share that with a friend, share that with your colleagues, share that with your customers and your business network. You know, as we continue to build that list, there's going to be more opportunities to engage. So we're just really encouraging people to sign up and be present. And I think our tagline that we are using for this is "Don't let Congress have the last word." We want to make sure that, you know, I think there's opportunity here to really demonstrate that support, and we can't do that without your help.
Right, yeah, we need everyone to join this movement. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, as we close out here, one last question. Looking 5 years ahead, fast forward 5 years, what does success look like for Solar Powers America? What's your vision for this grassroots advocacy community?
Well, I think that success will be, you know, just this is a tool to generate mass, to really put the tools at people's fingertips, quite literally, to be able to connect with their policymakers. So this is going to be something that you'll be able to see, you know, it'll become built into the muscle memory, I think, of our industry, that not only are you someone who's employed by the solar industry, but you're an advocate for the solar industry, and you are spreading the word, you are evangelizing that everyone has a role to be able to get you know, involved, and that there's a very easy way. And you don't have to be like super, like, this doesn't have to be your livelihood to be someone who can take action and to be engaged. You can you know, be generally just a support of the industry. There's a place for everyone, and this is going to belong to people who show up. So we need to be showing up as an industry, and this is an excellent way for people to do that.
Awesome. Stephanie, we're going to leave it there and remind everyone to visit solarpowersamerica.org to join the movement. Thanks for having us on the SunCast PowerUp Live stage. We'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. That was so fantastic. Really appreciate your time. So, and thank you again to Wärtsilä as our presenting sponsor, and the amazing partnership with SunCast Media, who's doing just such a great job on this broadcast. Not only recording fantastic content for sales and marketing and for the podcast teams over here in the booth. As you can see, that there's different QR codes around as well. If you're interested in booking any time for specific interviews, for content creation, for anything in 2026, or even for this year, there might be some room left on different segments. You can go there, get some more information on pricing, availability, and service offerings there. So also wanted to take a moment to thank Clean Industry Resources. On the other side of this booth, if anyone's interested, they are doing something on really revolutionizing the go-to-market on the pre-site engineering. Really interesting company, really doing some fantastic work. If anyone's heard the name Daniel Deuce, he's been in this industry for as long as this has been an industry. He's one of the founders of the Solar Fight Night, which is a huge event. That's a support and charity event for the solar power industry this evening. So, Solar Fight Night, it is the party to go to this week, I guarantee. And all proceeds go to supporting clean industries across, everything's donated. I believe last year we raised $485,000 just in ticket sales. So not only do you get to enjoy a fantastic party, you get to network with the who's who in the industry, and all proceeds go to charity. So Solar Fight Night, sign up, get online, get your tickets now. It is going to be the can't-miss event of the week. So coming up next, we are going to have Editor-in-Chief of Solar Builder, Chris Coswell, coming up to do an interview with Baywa Reinsurance. So whenever they come up here, they're going to be here in just a minute. We're going to take a very quick break, give everyone some time to run to the restroom or grab a coffee, and we will see you here in just a few short minutes. We are back live at the PowerUp Live stage. Thank you so much. Welcome to RE Plus 2025. I've got two exciting guests here coming up here. PowerUp Live stage, as a reminder, is our presenting sponsors, Wärtsilä, and this is all powered by the amazing team at SunCast Media. Big shout out to those guys who are just doing just a fantastic job on this broadcast. And as you can see, there's content creation happening all over the place here. So our next guests are going to be Chris Crowell, who is the editor-in-chief of Solar Builder, and his guest, Josh Tenalia, Wärtsilä, finance program manager. They're going to be discussing outlooks for the residential solar financing in 2026. This is a hot issue, guys.
This is no pressure.
A lot of questions around where's the money? Where's the deepest pockets coming from? How's this all going to be tied in, right?
Yeah.
Cash is king. So look forward to hearing what you have to say. I hand it over to you, Chris.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Well, hey, everyone. Thanks. Welcome to a live edition of Power Forward here on Solar Builder Radio. As you said, I'm Chris Crowell, editor-in-chief of Solar Builder Magazine. And yeah, thanks to SunCast Media for letting us have this time on the PowerUp stage here at RE Plus 2025. So Power Forward is a video and podcast series we do in collaboration with Wärtsilä. And right here we have Josh Tenalia, finance program manager. And we're here to pick Josh's brain about everything going on with resi solar financing in the wake of so many changes and challenges to the market. There's obviously everything that was in the OBBB, how many Bs are throwing in to abruptly alter the business of residential solar because of the 25D tax credits going away in 2026. But the ITC will still be accessible via TPO financing. Then there's these FIAC rules that are still, we're trying to figure out how that's going to factor into things. And so just what the outlook is in 2026. So, Josh, with that being said, with some distance from the bill now and the reality of 25D going away at the end of 2025, what are you hearing from installers? Let's start there. Are they panicked, or they feel like they're ready to go? Or?
That is such an important question, right? Like, all installers right now are either at a place where they've had record months, record quarters, because they've absolutely crushed based on, the looming incentive going away. So there's panic at the end of all this, but right now, I think the rosy glass is on. There's a lot of optimism around, okay, we've done a really good job of selling out this year. There's a lot of installers. Depends on the market. Obviously, some markets need a little bit more runway, but there's a lot of installers that have sold out for this year. But that doesn't change what happens December 31st, right? So there's panic because no one knows, right? There's a crystal ball in front of all of us, and we're trying to figure this out. And the crystal ball is telling each and every one of these installers, where do I go next, right? So the panic is, there's just a lot of unknown. And you mentioned it, FIAC plays a big role in that. But it seems like a lot of the directions will be going towards just what you said, and that's TPO.
Yeah.
So yeah, panic for sure, but we've been here before, so we'll figure it out.
Thinking about going to the end of the year when trying accumulating maybe more business to get the tax credit before it goes away, right? Is there anything installers should be doing to maybe help them in that get deals done faster, or maybe have cash on hand in a way that eases these deals and gets things going toward the end of the year?
Oh, 100%. First of all, take a deep breath, everybody.
Yeah.
Right? Like, let's not rush into a decision. I think that is the biggest thing you can do as an operator of an installer right now, is just take a deep breath. Start to look at your customer base. Who are your customers? Because that's going to help you try and figure out, where do I go next? Yes, it does seem all roads lead to TPO, but there's different flavors of that, which we could touch on a little bit. But at the end of the day, yeah, have cash on hand, right? Have some reserves, be a smart operator. You've got to make sure you can cover your bases, your payroll, your rent, et cetera. But really look at yourself and your customer base, because if you know your customers well enough, you know how they'll want to buy, given what the new finance mechanisms are in 2026.
Yeah. So with the sunsetting of 25D and the forecasts of how that will impact the market, what the demand will be, sticking with just loans, okay? How is solar loan financing itself being impacted by the tax credit going away?
Going to be a lot of good news for folks. Dealer fees are probably going to start to go away. We'll see less of them because there's no way to really make up for that with a tax credit, and not hide it, but there's no way for a dealer fee now to be as, let me say it another way, the dealer fee is more exposed now more than ever without a tax credit. So that's going to change. We're going to see a lot of lenders going back to the drawing board for new products, right? Maybe longer term loans to try and compete with TPO, to compete with everyone's competition, and that's utilities. So longer loans, new introductory periods being introduced, SunGauge being one of them. They have a new introductory period. I want to say it's 24 to 36 months. They give a customer a low intro payment, and that changes after 2 to 3 years. I might have a year off.
Yeah.
That's why I give a range. So we're going to see a lot more lenders coming out with new products that help incentivize homeowners to go solar, still own the system for yourself going into next year. And there's a fit for that. You know, there's going to still be homeowners who are adamant about owning the system as opposed to TPO, even though it might be cheaper. So there's still a place for loans. It might not be as much, but crystal ball will tell us next year.
Yeah, I mean, and it makes sense to me with my consumer hat on, because I consume things, right? You know, I'm not an actual installer. And if I wanted solar in my house, I would want to own it because it adds value to my home. You know, leases, it doesn't necessarily, right? So there is still an incentive to whatever, how the price might change for that homeowner to want to own it, right? What else could be influencing rates between now and into 2026, you know, maybe beyond what we're thinking about as the solar industry, but just, you know, just generally with the market and interest rates, and like, is there anything else you're paying attention to that could influence things?
Yeah, a couple things. I mean, outside interest rates, which we're hoping go down this month, just had a really bad jobs report recently that's going to drive Jerome to probably think more about dropping the rate, which is nice. Tax equity, I think, needs to be paid attention to a little bit more, right? A lot of these TPO products are based on what's available. And if there's a flood to the tax equity folks of, hey, TPO products, they might take a pause, and there might be more diligence done on some of these jobs, or not these jobs, on these mechanisms. So I'm looking at rates, I'm looking at the tax equity folks, and what TPO products are coming online. There's not much time between now and next year for some more products to come on, and installers need to get on those and start selling them now if they're already sold out. So there's a couple things at play.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So that lone win in the One Big Beautiful Bill was that preservation of the commercial solar ITC for residential leases. That's why we've been talking about TPO a lot, right? But at the same time, you know, some of the biggest names in that space have filed for bankruptcy within the last 15 months or so. So I guess how should I feel about that TPO space when, I mean, is there still a volatility that I should feel about it, or now that some of those bankruptcies have gone through and that maybe things have settled, and with the new entrants in the market, I mean, how should I be feeling about, I mean, this is where things are going, I guess, but is that a good thing? I don't know.
Right, no, I mean, look, having lived as an installer for years, coming back to it with my installer hat on, there's definitely a lot of risk involved in trying to find a TPO partner to basically go into bed with next year, right? You want to make sure you're not getting in there with someone who's going to be a bankruptcy risk or doing these mechanisms that might look shady from the outside. Because ultimately, you have to serve your customers, right? You have to think what's best for my customers. So if I'm thinking with my installer hat on, I am looking at all of these TPO providers with a little bit more scrutiny and asking really hard questions. And how you source those questions is entirely up to you. If you can reach out to me, happy to help load you with those. Or go to ChatGPT. I'm sure you could have a wonderful conversation with an AI to try and figure out what to ask these folks. Because ultimately, if you're going to put all of your money in that bag, be mindful of how they're sourcing their funds, how they're trying to help, you help your customers. So, trust but verify, I think is a good way to look at it.
I recently heard about prepaid leases emerging. I'm unfamiliar with that, though. How do you feel about prepaid?
If you asked me 10 years ago, I'd say a very different thing. These aren't new products.
Yeah.
They're getting dusted off of shelves right now.
Okay.
So it's something that I think SunPower and Sunrun used to do. It was before my time. But think about them as a really good option for your folks who would be cash buyers. Right now, they're looking at this prepaid lease as an option to pay. We'll just use round numbers sake to make it easy. 70% of a project, where this TPO provider, and they're still TPO providers, they come in and they take that 30% tax credit, maybe more if there's domestic content. They can also take depreciation on the system because they're a commercial entity. So if you want to look at prepaid lease, simplistically, it's a cash buyer coming in and buying a system for themselves that they get to own maybe in 6 years after the TPO provider has consumed all of the tax goodies. So it's a very viable product if your installer is someone who does a lot of cash business.
Okay.
Right? So again, you got to look at yourself, look at your business as an installer and say, okay, who are my customers? How do they typically like to buy? Now I got to look back at these finance mechanisms and say, what is most similar to that type of purchase? And in my mind, if I'm a cash buyer, a homeowner, now I'm putting my homeowner hat on and I have cash, prepaid seems to be my option if I'm not selling my house within that time period, because then it becomes tricky.
Yeah.
So that's a conversation probably for another day. But
in general, that sounds tricky to me, the whole thing. So,
these things are hard to spin up too.
Yeah.
These prepaid leases, they're not as easy as just a normal lease or PPA. There's a lot more into it. So they're cumbersome for sure. But we'll see some come out here soon.
And since I have you here, there's just other nuances. I'm not a finance brained person in general, so there's things I want to still understand, and maybe others out there do as well. The importance of tax credit transferability for resi solar financing. Can you explain that, I guess?
Oh boy, I am not an expert in that either. So my finance brain is, I don't want to tell people the wrong, in fact, I should have started this conversation with, I'm not an accountant, nor am I a lawyer, any of those things. So having the ability to transfer those tax credits to another entity is going to be helpful to keep liquidity for these tax equity providers. Basically, that's just allowing you to pass a tax credit from one entity to another, as far as I understand. Having that in place is super helpful for these types of transactions to go through, because there's multiple layers. You have a TPO provider, you have investors, whether they be high net wealth investors or they be municipalities or something of that effect that can take on these tax credits. So the ability to basically pass around tax credits is really important for these mechanisms to work.
Yeah. So you don't have a sense of what the appetite is for things in that space?
Yeah, I would say I don't know what their appetite is, but I do know they look at them with a little bit more scrutiny because of I think it's the insurance they have to get coverage on those tax credits for that makes some of these transactions less smooth, we'll call it, which adds cost, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't just trade a tax credit dollar for dollar necessarily. Someone's got to make some money on it, right? So that's where this gets a little bit tricky.
So you mentioned it at some point, the magic words of domestic content, everyone's favorite term. The extra 10% tax credits only going to be relevant in the TPO deals starting in 2026 in the residential market. And at one point, domestic content was viewed as mandatory for doing a TPO by certain providers, like the Sunnova. Is that still the case? How important is domestic content right now in TPO?
Well, I guess, I don't know if I've mentioned it yet in the conversation, but I work for a distributor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now it's a really weird conversation to have because there's not a lot of equipment out there, period, let alone domestic content. There's been some big players that have come and made some big purchases, whether it be through us, or our competitors, but the availability of domestic content is really hard right now. So when you ask that question are those rules going to change? Are they going to, maybe push back domestic content? I sure hope so, right? The idea would be maybe they come up with two kind of paths. One be the domestic content path, and another one to be avoiding the FIOC rules to make them compliant, right? Because then there's more availability in that bucket. So right now there hasn't been any huge shifts, but those conversations are absolutely happening, and I can vouch for that.
Gotcha. Yeah, so on the FIOC side of things, there are just so many acronyms and things happening, right? How does that fit into your outlook that we're talking about? I mean, it seems like that's still a bit unknown, how those rules are going to play into what it's going to hold back in terms of going forward with domestic content, maybe even for going for a TPO at that point. I don't know.
I mean, look, we don't know what the rules are going to start to look like until first half of next year. Those rules will start to get drafted, right? And then by the end of next year, those rules will become official on what FIOC stands for. And it could, or not what FIOC, we all know what FIOC stands for.
Yeah.
But what it actually means. And also, is it going to be the supply chain of these manufacturers that we're looking at, or the ownership, or some combination thereof? So yeah, that is a huge challenge if you're an investor trying to figure out your tax equity piece of things, because you're going to be looking at that saying, okay, when this job is installed, is FIOC going to be ready? Is the compliance standard going to start now? And obviously, I don't have a crystal ball, but given what the Treasury has already done with Safe Harbor, which was they don't retroactively punish folks, right? They made the 5% the same throughout. Lots of big numbers were being thrown out. And I'm going off on a tangent. I'll come back in a second. So lots of big numbers were going and gotten thrown around about the percentage of what safe harbor was going to be and if it was going to be retroactive, which it wasn't. So the Treasury has already proven maybe they won't be going after some of these changes retroactively. If I install a FIOC, a job that would not be compliant with FIOC in H1 of next year, and the rule happens in 2020, the end of next year, that says this is in violation, I'm not going to get penalized. Right. That is based on what they've done already. Now, they could change their tune between now and then, let's hope not. But it adds a lot of uncertainty, as you said, with FIOC. And this is much smaller, a subset of possibilities, is that you could have a domestic content equipment still also fail FIOC, depending on what those rules come out. Not to raise any more red flags with anybody, but it's a possibility. And who knows what's going to happen, but let's hope it doesn't.
Right. Hoping it doesn't happen hasn't helped me so far this year.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Is that how it goes?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a Cleveland Browns fan too, so
I'm sorry.
It's a life credo of mine, what you just said. So, you know, something we didn't really include in our outline is yet another rug that's been pulled out from under solar installers and homeowners, the cancellation of Solar for All. $7 billion that just was kind of shut off from programs that people were preparing to roll out and maybe invite some lower income people into the solar family here, right? Are there installers that are more hurt by the cancellation of Solar for All funding than the sunsetting of the ITC?
Absolutely. Yeah, the ones that are primarily focused on that business are the ones that are going to get hurt more, because those same projects aren't qualifying for 25D if I'm a homeowner. So yes, if your business model was to focus on those low-income households, and now that rug has gotten pulled out from underneath you, that's absolutely gonna hurt your business. And we've seen some other things happen when it comes to low-income and finance mechanisms, like Posigen, for instance, having gone away and laid off a lot of folks. So there's another piece that makes it really hard for those installers. So I mean, my thoughts are with them, because this industry is unforgiving and things like that happen. And yeah, it's really hard to see these types of things that are supposed to be very helpful for everyone to go solar, regardless of how much money you make. It's very democratizing to have these types of funds in place, and for it to go away, that's painful.
Yeah, we've been reporting on so many interesting programs and like that we're going to, I don't know, do a lot of good, and we're just going to be positive stories that just seem like they had no downside whatsoever, that are now, unfortunately, just shut off. So, and similarly, another rug pull. There was a $20 billion greenhouse gas reduction fund that would provide low-interest loans for renewable energy projects in poorer communities. That also may be done. That affected green banks. I don't know if that's in your area of expertise, or how that is going to affect financing it.
I mean, low interest rates are it's music to everyone's ears. So that does hurt. What's going to happen, and hopefully someone comes in it with a good mindset, is now we're going to have private folks come in to try and finance some of these projects, and their interest rates won't be as low. So that is going to also adversely affect me as a business owner if I'm focusing on those types of markets, right? I'm not going to be able to come to the homeowner and say, hey, here's a project with a low interest rate that you can't get from anywhere else because it's been subsidized to help us fight climate change. Now that that's gone, private loans will come in, whether it be, and nothing against obviously all of the lenders out there, but they aren't being subsidized. It's private companies trying to help these loans that can't compete with that type of a product. So yeah, that does hurt a little bit as well for that installer. We're saying lots of bad news.
I know, it's unfortunate, but that's just the reality of things right now. So getting back kind of to the TPO discussion, because that's where we think there's going to be a shift in business in 2026 for installers that are focused on that. Is there any more advice you want to impart on how to evaluate a TPO provider, or can I have multiple that I'm working with at one time? What are just some high-level, like 101 things to keep in mind?
I'll start with the second part of that question, because that is way more important than a lot of people want to focus on, and that's, yes, have multiple partners. There's nothing against having multiple partners so long as their contracts don't contradict each other in what you do. But what's going to happen is if you don't have at least 3, 4, and it depends on the size of the installer, right? But let's assume you're a small to medium-sized business doing 10 to 20 jobs a month. It does not hurt to have 3 or 4 finance tools in your back pocket, and you're using 1 or 2 on a daily basis, right? Because ultimately, if one falls out, you have someone you can look to at the bench, call them onto the field, and start using, right? So it's incredibly helpful to have a bit of a portfolio, and some don't mind being a B player, so long as you use them every now and then. Just know your lenders well enough. And again, the questions I would ask are, okay, if you are, and this is maybe lifting the veil back a little bit, if you are a prepaid lease provider or PPA provider, do you have any issues with that homeowner also getting a loan for that prepaid part, right? Because there's going to be points now where we have 2 products kind of stacked up on top of each other. We have the prepaid product that covers the 30% and that 70% who a homeowner might have the cash to pay for that, but what if they don't or don't want to? Then you would have a loan provider. And are they both compatible? Are they both okay to work with each other? Are there, and this is a question I would ask if you're an installer, which of them have UCC1 filing as reported on the homeowner's house, right? Because there's positions there that they might contradict each other. Lender might not like that the prepaid lease provider is doing that. So there's tons of questions they can ask, that being one of them, and just understanding how their rules work so that you don't, I guess, work outside of those rules and violate a contract and hurt your business, ultimately. So yeah, lots of questions, lots of new things need to be learned by installers right now, and I don't envy them. It's tough. And we were already in one of the most difficult industries with lots of regulations we have to fight that make our costs much higher, and now we have to go and learn new finance mechanisms that help us sell more deals.
Yeah.
So
no one wants to do that.
No.
I sure don't.
No. I don't, and I'm in it.
Right. So just as we wrap up here, I will say we said a lot of negative things just because a lot of negative things have happened in the solar industry this year outside our control. But the space for loans, I felt more positive about the, even without the tax credit, that there may be more, it might not be as dire a picture for your customer presenting them at the kitchen table what their financing options are than I was maybe initially thinking. I mean, it's not good, but it sounds like there's going to be some emerging options that people can latch on to.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I still think there's optimism to be had because, look, I mentioned earlier, dealer fees are probably going to start to go away. That has been the number one.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, that's been like the number one gripe I get on a daily basis from some of our customers is like, do you have any dealer fee-free options? Well, now a lot of them are forced to do that.
Yeah.
So there's some good news there. Look, we're in the solar industry. Resilience is like one of our key benefits, right?
Yeah.
We're resilient ourselves. We run businesses that have helped other folks weather storms. Now we got to learn to do it ourselves a little bit. So it's going to be maybe a hard 2026, but those that figure it out might prosper and have better years than they did previously because they found out the right fit for their customer, the product that helps them spur more. And look, positions like this make innovation happen, right? When we're back up against a corner, that's when the bright ideas come out.
There we go. We found our note to end on. I appreciate that, Josh. Thank you to the SunCast Media team for setting up this great spot. Thank you to the Wärtsilä sponsorship for making this happen, RE Plus 2025. Good time. And thank you, Josh, for stopping by.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, doing this.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Great.
All right. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you so much, and we're back at the PowerUp Live stage here. Guys, fantastic job, great insights, really appreciate it. And while I'm giving shout outs, thank you so much to our presenting sponsor, Wärtsilä. We've got some amazing sponsors this year we really wanted to thank. I'm going to be welcoming to the stage. Come on up. Come on, you're good. Take a moment here, and thank you for our presenting sponsor, SunCast Media, who is, or presenter, SunCast Media, who is doing just a fantastic job. You're seeing the team running around here with these jerseys. If you've got any questions, there's also some QR codes if you want any follow-up after the show of how they might be able to help you. I'd like to welcome to the stage Chris Finley, CCO of TrueGrid. We've talked a little bit about TrueGrid earlier today, a really amazing company who's doing some amazing things here. They're going to be he and Nico are going to be talking about the post OB3 environment and energy strategies, particularly around How do you operate in a messy energy environment? I think it's messy, right, Chris? Maybe a little bit. We're getting there. You know, we're figuring it out. So. You got it. You got it. While they're all getting settled here, just wanted to thank everyone for their time. We know that your time is the only non-renewable resource available here. So then we thank you for everything that you're doing. And I wanted to hand it off to our incredible rock star and host of this broadcast here, Nico Johnson, who's gonna make our brains swell. So thank you, Nico.
Thanks, Josh. Well said. Time is the only non-renewable resource you've got. So thank you for investing it here with us today. I'm Nico Johnson. I am joined by Chris Finley, the CEO of TrueGrid. I'm curious, as a show of hands, how many of you in the audience know a company that is a battery-only EPC? No? Okay, well, you should come up and meet Chris after, because TrueGrid is exclusively focused on expanding as many battery projects into the world as possible. You know, solar and wind lost the lifeline that we called ITC. Well, it's slipping through our hands as we speak. But one technology came out stronger. We all know what that was, right? Batteries. Once seen as the sidekick or the backup, is now the backbone of our renewable world, as it were. It's the centerpiece of reliability, resilience, and revenue. They're not just about renewables anymore. Batteries are keeping the lights on no matter what is fueling the grid. Chris, we're here at the PowerUp Live stage presented by Wärtsilä. Thank you, Josh, for hosting. Thank you for supporting as well. I really appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation with you about the ways that you've seen batteries grow into an asset class rather than a backup class. So I want to kick off with, you've said that batteries aren't renewables and they all too often get sort of couched as renewables. They're enablers. What does that mean?
Well, you know, it's easy for us to class it as an accoutrement to renewables, especially when you talk about intermittency with solar and wind and things of that nature. But, you know, the cold light of day is they're not generating anything. They're absorbing energy when we don't need it, deploying it when we absolutely do need it. And, you know, that's an optimization play in any infrastructure, you know, capacity.
Right.
So oil and gas, traditional fossil fuels, certainly the renewable side, but you know, it's necessary, irregardless of the technology it's supporting.
Where do you see storage being deployed right now without renewables attached? Is that becoming more common?
It really is, and it has been for the last couple of years.
Okay.
You know, we have plenty of spinning reserve and things of that nature in traditional fossil fuels. Renewables has definitely helped bolster the need to show that the diversification of technologies with the right optimization tools such as BESS could really be a long-term solution for a very mature infrastructure, which is exactly what the U.S. needs and requires for the next 10, 20, 30 years. But yeah, you can plug it into any power environment and really see a positive outcome, a more efficient usage of the power that's being generated.
Yeah. Chris, I alluded at the beginning that you all have made this strategic decision to be an EPC focused exclusively on batteries. Can you talk about that decision? I mean, you've been in project development for a long time. You've done a lot of solar projects. Why batteries only now?
Well, you know, it's kind of a loaded point to say batteries only or battery exclusive. We still do quite a bit of solar. There's still a lot of clients in our client pool that are, you know, renewable IPPs that are looking to solve for that intermittency. But we try to steer away from solar-only projects to add that call it accountability and partnership attitude and bringing the value proposition of in-house investment around battery storage. And what I mean by that is our forward spend on subject matter experts that, as an EPC, help us design, plan, execute, certainly integrate software as well as hardware for a seamless deployment of this type of project.
So let's talk about the kinds of projects that are either renewable attached or standalone batteries. Are there any markets that you find standalone battery or even off-grid growing in frequency?
Yeah, you know, where the economics make sense for a pure arbitrage play, you know, buy it when it's low, sell it when it's high, such as the ERCOT market, we still do quite a bit of business there.
Yeah.
We'd like to see that level of deployment. Again, the economics of an arbitrage play extend into other ISOs, certainly, but right now, you know, we're all cutting our teeth and learning how to maximize the dollars these things can create in one location like ERCOT, which is, you know, it's got its ups and its downs.
So you've built all across the United States. What have you learned building in ERCOT that you feel is applicable as you is there a model that you've learned in building in Texas that you can take to other markets?
Can we sum it up as patience?
Patience?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay.
ERCOT obviously operates uniquely compared to other ISOs.
In what ways?
You know, they're certainly on their own brand in terms of identifying how they want to see these assets operate. They're not as, you know, independent from the owner operators, right? There's a lot of interconnection, process flow. They're very stringent with that. Not very forthcoming maybe on some of the upfront information, but that's fine. That's why you hire an EPC as invasive as TrueGrid to get in there, work with them, and not just learn their process flow to streamline the project deployment, but, you know, bring some level of value and challenge in terms of what they're trying to accomplish.
When I was starting to get into larger scale C&I and utility, I was working for a roofing company out in California that had done a lot of coatings and a lot of roofing for Chevron and Amoco. And it was really interesting, the juxtaposition, because the safety, like the OSHA requirements, it was kind of like the solar industry thought it was complex, right? And then you kind of look at what these roofers had to go through to go work on an Amoco facility or a Chevron facility. I think about that when I look at how our industry is approaching trying to go after, so to speak, the data center sector, which requires 5 nines of reliability. What are your thoughts on the data center market as a target for you as an EPC?
I think it's, you know, very rich, to be quite frank, especially in this seasonality of, you know, call it administrative hurdles, getting renewables as well as even, you know, batteries in some cases deployed on the larger level. I mean, it is so unreal the amount of power that is expected to be needed in the U.S. over the course of the next 10 years. Data centers, hyperscalers certainly driving that. Crypto mines, plenty of other things, not the least of which is just your general 3% increase as a culture as we build our country.
You still seeing a lot of crypto mines?
Not as many.
Not as many.
Not as many. We'll see what happens. You know, they got that first ETF. It'll start rolling out, I'm sure. But you know, we're in a position where we can help deploy near term. A lot of these data center projects are modular in nature. Right. You know, you can sectionize these things and, you know, build out what you need for power as you continue to build out sections of the data center.
Right.
And, you know, deploy solar and or battery in a matter of, you know, months, maybe a year and a half, where you might be in a little bit of a constraint as far as time with a gas, you know, facility, for instance. And again, it might be a good use case for the U.S. in general to see that, hey, you know, it's going to take a diversification of generating assets to run any one central load. Data centers kind of like that small little project to prove that out.
Sure. I look at data centers as their own power plant. All the data center. It reminds me, Chris, back in the day when, you know, Westinghouse and all of the industrialists were building factories, right? They became de facto utilities. I think we're entering into a phase where the big tech FANG are themselves going to forward integrate into the power sector, because they're just going to be building so many assets and with the digital controls already available, they're going to be competing with the same utilities that were once the gatekeepers to the grid.
You got to own your own destiny to be successful, and yes, this is certainly history repeating itself in the industrial mindset.
I'm glad you used that phrase, because history repeats itself in our industry right now, in that we are facing an ITC cliff, but it's not the first time. you know, ARRA, the 1603 tariffs. How do you think the lessons from the many other travails we've been through apply today, given what we're facing with HR1?
Yeah, having been in this space, such as you, for a couple of decades now, yeah, you just kind of get used to it, right? You know that the needs far outweigh any expectations of any administration and how they perceive where money needs to go for infrastructure that they are on the hook for providing. So, we're going to survive. ITCs will likely come back. To the same degree, who knows? But, to the other side of the token, a free, open capital market sounds pretty nice too. Sounds stable to me.
Yeah, and also, Jigar said recently, like, you can't build a business based on a single policy initiative, a single element of risk, as it were. Yeah, and the cool news is that batteries didn't lose their incentive.
That is the cool news, and it has been seen by this administration, right? To my earlier comments, what is needed to supplement the grid as a whole, to maximize efficiency, and to do some other ancillary services that aren't as popular, but definitely there and available for developers and utilities to lean into to create other revenue streams using these things.
How are you seeing the storage plus solar industry address the felt need that projects might not pencil without the ITC support on the solar side? Like, how are projects being restructured? What are you hearing from your clients?
I'm hearing a little bit of hesitation for sure. If projects certainly don't meet some of these other provisions, started construction or whatever else, you have other outsiding factors that could cause the project to need to delay a bit. We're seeing, of course, again, more larger scale load centers like data centers, looking at behind the meter type of applications or something a little bit more akin to that. But the solar will survive regardless. Yeah. It will need some support, some optimization. This might not be the perfect season for it, but we'll wait a little bit. Come back around.
I was developing projects in Panama and Chile in 2014, 13 at grid parity, over a decade ago. It's inevitable that solar already has achieved, lowest cost electron around the world. So I agree with you that it's inevitable that solar will survive. I think that when we're going through a phase right now, which is it's a forcing function of having become accustomed to the manna from the governmental heaven that was falling on the industry for the last decade. A lot of folks were fat, high on the hog.
Fat and happy, that's true.
I heard a lot of folks just in the conversations I've had over the last few days saying, I'm not gonna rock the boat right now. Like our customers are making a lot of money, and so we're not trying to force prices down. They're going to go down naturally in a few months anyway. On the other side of the coin, the utilities are also a big customer for anyone who is building, much more so than solar. Like, utilities really do care about storage. They care about the flexibility, the reliability that it delivers for them. Can you talk about the way utilities view that storage asset from the lens of an EPC?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, keep using the word optimization. If you're going to make electrons, let's not spend them and waste them in the way of wasted heat or whatever else. Let's pump it away in a storage facility that allows the lessening of cycles on some of the other generating assets. And, it gives them the opportunity to move levers around both economically and practically with the physical generation piece of things. And honestly, I think there are probably use cases that haven't even been thought up yet, just because they don't really have a good test bench, a good facility to start tooling around with these types of things.
Yeah, totally. I was talking with a CEO. You said pumping, and it made me think of pumped hydro, because it's not like we haven't sort of cracked the nut on having these sort of storage banks for a century. And these folks were building a sort of hybrid version of a storage device, and they called it this sort of digital hydro plant, right? So they're moving moving weights and using gravity for batteries. But I thought it was really apropos that they were able to sort of tap into the understanding of their customer, the utility, who could just instantly grok this notion that it was akin to having a pumped hydro facility that you could put anywhere.
Yeah.
Without the environmental detriment, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, we haven't talked about the various types of chem as well as technologies that can qualify as battery energy storage. That, you know,
sure.
Lithium is
well,
still the,
feel free to unpack that.
Well, you know, I'd love to. There's just so much out there in development that, you know, from the commercial side, something practical and deployable. We don't get to play around with that as much, but we come to these conferences, we ask the utilities what they're looking at. We even go as far as, you know, visiting some universities that are toying around with different ideas. And we like to think that we're at the cutting edge of understanding what that next phase is going to be. But battery comes in a lot of forms, shapes, and sizes.
Yeah, storage definitely certainly does. What sort of non-lithium technology has caught your eye?
You know, there's a lot that pencil out, but I think, you know, for the sake of this question and this audience, lithium is still the mainstay and not really moving in terms of meeting that economic need for these projects to pencil out.
Are there any myths or misconceptions that you feel like routinely still come up that you thought had been put to bed?
In general, that, you know, thermal runaways are going to happen on every single project, maybe. But no, I think the OEMs have been, you know, very, very proactive in attacking some of those early on misconceptions and maybe some of the issues that we've seen in the last 3 or 4 years. So it's a very, very viable product that we're putting out there.
Yeah, and it's also not only for renewables. I feel like that's one of the things that we talked about earlier today in several other conversations is that there's a notion out there, and I've picked it up to just continue and perpetuate it now that I've got a megaphone. I can speak into about it. But this notion that we're moving from backup to backbone, right? And a lot of folks have batteries as this ancillary sort of backup power option that you can add on rather than starting from the perspective that battery is the asset, and there are going to be ways to power that battery. You can put it as simple as in your house, you have a battery that is itself an asset, and then all of a sudden you realize, wow, actually if I could harness electrons from the sun, that'd be a cheaper way to fill my battery than pulling it in off the grid. Why don't I do that, right?
The fuel costs infinitely cheaper for sure.
Indeed. So. When you're talking to buyers and policymakers, what language do you find actually lands with them and moves the conversation forward around batteries?
Well, I guess just the fact that it is still relatively new to a lot of developers, they're looking for some very baseline principle understandings of the risk profile and how we're going to mitigate that. Again, going back to, you know, what lithium is in this industry right now, it's kind of the mainstay for the vast majority of the utility scale projects that we're seeing. But, you know, how are we going to manage that seamless integration piece? Well, we do it in-house, working with our OEMs very closely. Not a lot of EPCs invest in, you know, a software team and things of that nature. We certainly have done that and have an army of folks that look for the gaps between the EMS, the BMS, the hardware itself, and essentially look to plug those gaps in or look for some overlap and get a deployable small sample size ready to go in a lab setting and test it out and make sure it works before we actually ever put a shovel in the ground, which is great. Cuts our commissioning time. So, you know, as proactive as we can be as the constructors and designers and, you know, procurement, you know, folks leading the way, we need to make sure that these are, you know, very viable projects and generating as quickly as possible the revenue, not necessarily the power, for the clients that choose us.
Yeah, I think that's really important actually, is to focus on not necessarily the number of megawatts or megawatt hours, but the revenue that can be generated off of it. Along that line, a lot of folks' revenue has been directly attacked with OB3 stripping away all of the carrots and inserting all of the sticks. Yet, I've heard you say that it radically transformed, in fact, the true grid outlook on the market. Why is that so?
Well, I mean, tariffs, uncertainty in general, you know, those are all things that you can kind of price into a project and you manage that. But it's the bigger gaps on who you can work with in general anymore. FIOC, unfortunately, has driven an incredibly large wedge between the U.S. and consumers in terms of being able to meet those demands we were talking about earlier. And, whether it's the battery side of things, the best side of things, or even wind and solar, it's something that we're going to need to overcome really quick. And we try to stay on the front end to, again, advise our clients from a procurement standpoint on what side of the risk profile under those tariff and FIOC provisions a certain manufacturer might fall into. I don't think there really is a clean and clear just move with one OEM at the moment. Hopefully before the end of the year, we'll definitely get some more of those FIOC questions answered, and then we'll move into 26 with a brighter outlook.
So I'll give you a moment to talk a bit about perhaps how TrueGrid differentiates the work that you do from others that might be vying for projects. If a developer comes to you needing to pull a project in to 12, 18, or 24 months from now, as opposed to longer time horizons that we had become accustomed to, what does it take to really deliver and give supply chain, given the existing bottlenecks, constraints, interconnection queues, et cetera, that we're facing?
That's a great question. I mean, we're still an EPC at the end of the day, and it's on us as a tier 1 EPC to be proactive in understanding, how to scale up labor, how to create more capacity in general, to be able to service our partners and make sure that we're available to do, because we don't want to be the bottleneck. And again, it happens as such. We may bring on a fair amount of projects and become the bottleneck, and we have to solve for that all of a sudden. But that's all separate from the procurement piece. Again, identifying the right strategy with what we're going to build, where we're going to build it. Certainly staying up front with quick response times, regarding design work, engineering work. It's a full suite of services and quite the orchestrated effort.
What does it look like at scale for standardizing around this product? It feels like, I mean, certainly it has felt for the last few years that every storage project was a snowflake.
Well, it is still very much that snowflake mentality. I mean, we're going to look at where we bring value based on our subject matter expertise.
Right.
It would be great, so great, as a large-scale EPC to just make something cookie cutter and be able to produce time and time again. But you pay us for our ability to be proactive as well as reactive, and identify the times in which we need to accumulate one side versus the other.
Yeah. So when you're working with owners who are logically trying to drive you down to the lowest possible cost, they are, I imagine they're sort of focused sometimes on things that are, they're over-optimizing for one thing, under-optimizing for another. Where do you see owners overspending for battery projects and conversely under-investing in battery projects?
I see them overspending on that side of the risk profile where maybe a certain OEM meets or gets pretty close to a non-FIOC concern type of approach, right? Again, we don't believe at TrueGrid that there's an off-the-shelf, ready-to-go under current policy, something that just makes total sense. But folks are willing to pay to get rid of the risk. And that can look like a number of different things, especially coming through the EPC or whether the IPP or developer is going directly to those OEMs. But you pay for risk. That's the lesson in EPC.
Well, let's talk about lessons. You've done projects over 16 different countries around the world. You've done gigawatts scale of projects. What lessons from the international markets particularly are most relevant for the U.S. work that you're engaged in?
For the U.S. market, staying humble more than anything else. We are a very large country, very well established. We're all blessed to be here and be able to turn the lights on and see the lights on when we need them. But where we don't need to be is to become complacent on the fact that we are growing and continuing to grow. We certainly do not need to hinder ourselves from all power availability, which is kind of the feel of what we see right now. So staying diversified as a country in general, I think, is probably the biggest and broadest lesson we need to take away from the world.
Chris, what's the one thing that, as we wrap, you want utilities and developers to do differently coming away from this show next week, next month?
You know, I'm not going to ask them to do something different this year. I'm going to say, you know, stay true to your models. Stay true to the fact that as a developer and IPP, you've invested in this technology already, renewables specifically, as well as the energy storage side of things. Stay resilient, and let's hope that history does repeat itself. We talked about that in maybe more of a negative context earlier, but ITCs have gone away for wind and have come back time and time again. We see different administrations with much different perspectives, and sometimes have even been thrown off by an administration that we thought might be more conservative-minded, that would bring ITCs back and things of that nature. So the need is there. That's prevalent. Let's be practical, and let's understand that we are bringing solutions and keeping resilient, maintaining that grit.
Yeah, and I'll add that, you know, based on what I've learned from the conversation, it would be helpful for utilities to really treat the storage product as a reliability product with sustainable, measurable SLAs, and also help us pull interconnection planning forward.
Yeah, there's that.
That is the critical. It is the critical path.
Yes.
Other than that, Chris, thank you so much for helping shed some light on what's happening on the construction side of these storage projects as we try to help our brothers on the solar side of the fence move their projects further, faster than we thought we'd have to. Chris Finley is the Chief Commercial Officer, I mistakenly said CEO earlier, Chief Commercial Officer of TrueGrid, a EPC focused on storage plus solar here in the United States and abroad. Thanks for taking time to be here on PowerUp Live.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nico.
And thank you for joining us here live. The PowerUp Live stage is brought to you by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and all of these fine companies who also helped support, including TrueGrid, that we can have a table here for creators, by creators, to share these live podcast conversations with you and with you who are watching online at suncast.live or on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in, giving us the one non-renewable resource you have. You won't get it back. I hope it was a good investment of your time. We'll see you again on the next session in just a few minutes. Chris, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Quick break as we change over mics here, and great opportunity to run to the restroom, which is right over there, and we're going to be right back online. You might want to take a moment to talk to the team at Clean Industry Resources right around the corner as well. So we will be back in 3 short minutes. And we're back live at the PowerUp Live stage, sponsored by Wärtsilä in partnership with SunCast Media. Thank you all so much for joining us. We've got a really exciting presentation here by Nicholas Morgan from Adaptive Construction Solutions, Inc. These guys are experts in the field, and highly recommend you listen to hear what they have to say. So I'm going to turn it off to people who know a lot more about this than I do. So Nicholas, please take it away.
Well, Josh, thank you. I appreciate the lead in there, and we're excited to be with all of you here today. My name is Dr. Marty Leathers. I'm Vice President at Adaptive Construction Solutions. We hail from Houston, Texas, and really happy to be out here in the desert with everybody. We are the largest intermediary sponsor of registered apprenticeship in the United States for the energy and construction sectors. And we're excited to be here today to discuss the lessons that we've learned over the past 5 years since the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, especially as we've scaled our organization to assist our partners. Today I'm joined by an awesome team with Natalie Cooper, our Senior Policy Manager, John Leapart, our Director of Client Relations, and of course, the bearded man himself, Nicholas Morgan, the President of ACS. Nick, we're going to kick it off with you. With the enactment of the Inflation Reduction Act in August of 2022, how was ACS positioned to support the industry?
Well, ACS first became a sponsor in 2016. We registered as an apprenticeship largely to put veterans into skilled jobs in the ironworking industry in Houston, Texas, and had some immediate successes with local contractors, and then Bechtel became a partner of ACS, where we put pipe fitters that were all veterans on Corpus Christi LNG terminal, and that led to 248 veterans getting jobs in skilled trades on that particular project. And as we continue to work with Bechtel and many other EPCs, not just in Texas, but around the country, we were able to build a team that was uniquely positioned to support EPCs, contractors, and project owners. However, when the IRA was actually passed, we weren't fully sure if that was something that we wanted to support, being the sponsor of the apprenticeship all over the country, because we wanted to honor our commitments. Would we actually be able to fulfill their requirements as they were rapidly deploying? So, John, we made some big decisions. You were part of ACS at that time. Why don't you share how we first supported contractors and subcontractors when the IRA was first passed?
Yeah, absolutely. So while the industry was waiting for guidance and issuance of the proposed rules in 2023, where there were information gaps, we just relied on the existing regulations that were out there. And so we largely focused on assisting companies develop their strategies for meeting the apprenticeship requirements of IRA. We realized we couldn't do everything for everyone, so we focused on preparing others to become sponsors of the apprenticeship programs. And so we leveraged a federal grant-funded team, which now has registered 76 programs at no cost. And many of them are here at this conference as well. And so we assisted long-term partners in preparing for sponsorship roles. And I think the most important thing that we did is we made sure that we built trust through transfer of knowledge, right? And so then as we moved into 2024, we realized that some of our clients were struggling either pushing that knowledge out into the field or coaching their subcontractors. So Natalie, I know if I asked, the entire team would say that you've been invaluable to our partners during those years, especially helping them understand PWA compliance, right? And so how regulations apply to specific circumstances and specific facts. What else do you have to add?
So John, there's a few key areas that I think that are big call outs for me on how we partner with our partners actually. And one of the biggest ones was, I remember Nick talking to us a lot about, and as a team would have a lot of discussions about how vital it was to those supplemental wage terminations being submitted for those projects, right? The accuracy and how that would set the project up for success to substantiate compliance. And then we started looking at it from a field perspective. How can we support our clients even further, adding an extra layer of support in the field? So then came the project coordinators in the field to help assist. We saw labor surveys happening there and questions being answered, and that second layer of support for the client. And then the big one, as we all know, came from the change in the broader expansion on how the participation requirement was viewed and how to substantiate compliance through solid record keeping. Then there was the big misconception of the taxpayer is not being held or bound to the PW requirements until the time of the actual filing. So there is that waiting period where the reviews are not coming right away, right? There is a time, a buildup before that would occur. So what's a proactive step for them to take during that time, right? Instead of just having that sense of complacency or just a sense of comfort, if you will, we want to use that time to really set them up for success and take proactive steps to substantiate compliance. So even though we have that time of waiting, we want to make sure that they're using it proactively, and that we're recognizing that it's natural to want to Monday morning quarterback on reviews that are down the road, but recognizing this, we looked at, towards more 2024, we started looking at deeper strategies to strengthen substantiating compliance, not only from a perspective of substantiating what is happening on the project, but even more importantly, what also didn't happen on the project. So while we expanded our role from admin, software support, as John mentioned, helping navigate the different scopes of work and what would be a triggering activity versus not, and technical assistance. Nick, how do you think our prevailing wage services are going to change in the future from what we are doing now and even more supportive of the client? And how do you think that's going to look?
Yeah, no, those are really great points. And just to add first on what you're saying, I've had a lot of folks reach out to me and say, well, we're not hearing anything where projects are being fined, penalized, or some determinations of intentional disregard. And what we're constantly reminding them is that was always going to be the case. When you filed in 24, or even projects that you're filing now, the IRS doesn't move that fast, right? So it takes some time before these projects are going to be reviewed. They have many years, 5 years from being placed in service, but there's a prevailing wage requirement for 10 more calendar years. So it can really be extended. I think we won't start really seeing those reviews and the outcomes of it from the IRS until probably maybe even late 26, early 27. So it's impossible to know, but don't get complacent like you said, Natalie. When we think about, though, with everything we've learned, what are some things that might change in the future for the way that we support, especially contractors and project owners? I think, when we, what everyone's starting to pivot to is the O&M phase, right? So once you place your project into service, there is a separate prevailing wage requirement. So it's a whole nother set of books, separate from what you used for the construction, alteration, repair with respect to the construction of the facility. And every calendar year, you're going to go and do a new, it's going to be tied to a different wage determination. So if those labor classifications aren't even listed, year after year, you're going to have to continue to submit them and really track and make sure that even like change orders, sometimes it's the original contract, sometimes it's the date of the change order, and it gets very, very complex, especially when it's O&M and it's everyone's eye isn't necessarily on the ball, and you have a very limited review of it. But you also have to imagine some of these owners, they have 40, 50, 60 projects. And how are you going to manage this? So we'll see more of that. We've always done work tied outside of the IRA. I mean, we were again founded in 2016, so we'll continue to do a lot of Davis-Bacon and Davis-Bacon related Act compliance. And then tomorrow we have a great session at 12:30 that Marty will talk about. But to give a little bit more history on ACS as well as it pertains to apprenticeship compliance, there's as we moved into 24, it became really clear that EPCs and owners, it wasn't just what did they need, it was their lower tier subs, right? They needed some assistance. And that's when and we saw just how big the IRA was going to be, we started doing what we call project-wide delivery of apprenticeship, where for EPCs, we weren't just satisfying the needs of their apprentices that they needed, but all of their subs, especially because the participation requirement has expanded. So we had 1,000 apprentices before the IRA. Now it's over 5,000 apprentices, not just in our program, but the programs that we manage on behalf of our partners. So Marty, how is ACS preparing for a 10x growth strategy as we go into 26?
No, it's absolutely an exciting time to be able to think about opportunities around numbers this large is both humbling and exciting at the same time. So there's two words that really jump out for us, and it's investment and advocacy. And last year on this very stage, ACS announced our investment to purchase a 68,000 square feet facility in Houston, Texas, in the heart of the energy corridor as the Apprenticeship Innovation Center. And that's the largest private investment in apprenticeship in our nation's history. Why would ACS do that? Why would the ownership group and the team at ACS make that decision? Well, the idea was we needed to cultivate a market for apprenticeships. We needed to support the employers and the apprentices who are out there trying to grow a sustainable talent pipeline through apprenticeships. So, a lot of people will say, hey, can we come see your training facility? And we'll say, you can, but that's on the job site. And you're going to need an OSHA card for that, and it's going to be hard for you to do. But you can come and see all of us at the Apprenticeship Innovation Center and learn how to build, manage, plan, evaluate quality apprenticeship programs. And so we train the staff that will, at some point, maybe be an employer sponsor. We train the teams that are experts. And so we have 110 great staff members, national experts working for us now in Houston. We have taken advantage of the federal staffing changes. We brought in some great Department of Labor, Department of Housing and Urban Development. We've worked with Department of Energy, Department of Commerce, a lot of expertise at the table. The people that actually were the architects of some of the regulations that we're all trying to understand and comply with are on ACS's team. And they're here to work with our partners hand in glove to ensure that we can continue to to develop and achieve outcomes. We've had also a lot of people come through our offices in Houston who you wouldn't think about. And so we've been privileged to have Speaker Mike Johnson. We've been privileged to have Tom Emmer, the Majority House Whip. We've had Majority Leader Scalise. We worked a lot on the One Big Beautiful Bill. Did a lot we could to help support and protect the provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act that matter to our industry, but also to advance apprenticeship and to develop the apprenticeship market across the United States. So we worked really closely with Chairman Jason Smith, the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee. And we had some really neat accomplishments. Not only were we just up there trying to say, hey, protect what we have, but we're also trying to be a solution and helping them make sure that any new policies will be aligned to actually help and facilitate the industry. So, I think our next step is really to grow maybe by 6x before we get to 10x. We want to get from 5,000 apprentices to 30,000 apprentices. And this is always with our partners here in the energy sector. Again, many who are here, we don't do this on our own. We build the market together with our partners. And we want to be clear, the expansion of organization will directly benefit our partners. As we grow and have economies of scale, that benefits our partners because we're able to pass along those savings to our partners, and we're able to help work together to positively impact the outcomes of apprenticeship and continue to change the lives of apprentices through our programs.
Yeah, I remember when we really started expanding the delivery of apprenticeships, and one of the real conversations we had to have with everyone was, while we had been great at leveraging public resources, it was going to be very difficult on the scale that everybody else wanted, especially the timelines as well. And so in our first 6 years, ACS, 80% of the cost to deliver apprenticeship was funded by our public partners, mainly Department of Labor, state workforce agencies, and local workforce boards. And when the IRA was passed, everyone said, look, we will invest, we will pay ACS what you need in order to have the resources, because they understood the risk. If we didn't have the resources to deliver on apprenticeship and compliance, the consequences were going to be way larger than the costs that we were proposing. So we really appreciated that. Now what we've done is continued to reinvest in the business. And you know, John, you're involved in executing many of our agreements with our partners, right? And explaining the costs of how to deliver. What do you think about the costs and how they may, over the next several years, start to change?
Yeah, you know, Nick, there was a period of time where every project was the first IRA project for many of our partners. And so it was incredibly difficult to price to scale when there was no guarantee of a second project, a third project, a fourth project for that matter. And then you couple that with the fact that, you know, our programs, the length of time for the program far exceed oftentimes the length of the actual project, right? And so when you take that into consideration, it made it difficult to price for scale. But now in 2025, our partners are far more prepared to take on more roles and responsibilities. And additionally, many of our subcontractors now have their own apprenticeship program. Or they've entered into an agreement with a sponsor. In many cases, that sponsor is ACS. And so, as Marty said, this combined with investments to scale the delivery are significantly impacting cost.
So for John, I think one of the most exciting aspects of what we do is seeing how excited our partners get about prevailing wage. They're more prevailing wage nerds than I am now, and Nick. It's incredible to see. They love to dig into regulations and really learn as much as they can. But now they're taking on this active role of collecting the evidence and really educating their subcontractors and just being, you know, the overall transparency of communication and letting their subcontractors know the meaning behind prevailing wage and what it stands for and how to implement the regulations correctly and to put it into practice for their project successfully. And so now we're taking on this role of still helping them with that, but more on the guidance perspective as well as quarterly reviews, monthly reviews, and we're kind of seeing that shift. So it's exciting to see how much they're digging into that. And then also, owners are more looking into daily compliance and being very invested in that monitoring on all phases of the project. And so this reduces that need for contractors hiring us for prevailing wage and an overall success for the project. So Nick, are we missing anything that we may not have touched on?
Well, look, I think our journey at ACS will continue into 26, ultimately the same way as we started as a business, which again was leveraging public resources as a co-investment to businesses that were providing career-changing opportunities that is apprenticeships, right? I mean, there's nothing better than economic opportunity and prosperity than apprenticeships, and there's no industry sector more than energy that's done that for people regardless of the situations in which they were either born in or found themselves in by making different decisions. So whether it's somebody who wants to get into energy or this is a second chance for them, apprenticeships are just a fantastic way to create that economic opportunity and prosperity. And I think, you know, when employers are willing to really focus on best outcomes, you know, is there stability for the apprentice? Yes. And if they can't offer it, are they doing what's necessary to make sure that the apprentice still finds it? And so what does that mean? We have partners, some of them are competitors every single day. And they are now working together so that when one project ends and they don't have another project for that apprentice, that there's an opportunity to move them over to the other contractor and so that they have a chance to complete their apprenticeship. And so when we're leveraging more and more public funding in the future, that is an absolutely critical outcome that we all have to focus on because partnerships are about creating win-win scenarios. Absolutely. A win for us is having the fact that the apprentice completes the program. And so, you know, many of our projects our partners, I should say, they were with us long before the Inflation Reduction Act. I mean, I will be very transparent. The IRA did enhance the demand for apprenticeships, but not all demand is good demand. Some of these companies, right, they maybe did it because of the mandate. And while they were fulfilling that mandate, they may have fallen in love with apprenticeships, which I don't really care how you got there as long as you love apprenticeships, right? But, you know, as these projects end, you know, they may not necessarily be as involved in apprenticeships. And that's just a fact of it. So we have to be very good stewards as we leverage more public funding to make sure that as those resources are being leveraged in replacement of contractors paying for certain costs, that everyone understands we have to get the outcomes of completions. You know, as I turn it back over to Marty for some closing remarks, you know, I really am humbled all the time by the fact that when these RE Plus, how many of our partners come soon as the conference 4 opens up, right? And it's just, that means we know where they sit in their priority. And so it's great to see everyone, and we really appreciate the commitment. Marty, why don't you maybe have some closing remarks?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, you know, it's been great sharing this dais with each of you today, and you know, it's hard to put into a short amount of time the important work we do. So we want to continue to have a conversation with you, and we think we can do that over the next 3 days. So we have a great booth over in the Venetian Expo, 13,000. So right out of the main registration area, you go in, we're right in a corner, you can't miss us. There's 12 of us, either in black shirts or blue shirts that say Adaptive Construction Solutions, and so you can't miss us. Also tomorrow, stay tuned. We're going to be back up here tomorrow at 12:30 for a pretty exciting conversation on engineering compliance for future projects. What does that mean? Well, it means we've got a long way to go on compliance. We will be, this tail is going to wag for 5 to 10 to 15 more years, and as Nicholas said, the IRS is just getting warmed up. We actually met with the Department of Treasury a couple of weeks ago in DC, and they're looking to us to help them understand what they should be looking at and as they begin to think about compliance. So keep in mind, you may not have heard from them yet. They're there, I promise, and they're going to be coming to ensure that we have compliance. So follow us on LinkedIn for other updates. We'd like to put a lot of our stuff out there, and again, we really appreciate all of our partners and look forward to engaging over the next 3 weeks, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are back at the PowerUp Live stage. Thank you all for sharing your non-renewable resource, your time. We're so honored that you spent the time here. We've got another exciting session here with a great group that I think you're going to find fascinating here. So we're going to be speaking about, can data centers get fit? A conversation on large load flexibility. So this is one that I've been actually very excited to hear about, Ann. So we have Ann Collier from SEIA, who is going to be our moderator today, asking the hard-hitting questions, right? So expanding our brains here. We have Tyler Norris from Duke University, who's going to be talking about energy systems and the cutting edge. Hey, hear what's happening down there in North Carolina for us, right?
Absolutely.
And if we should watch the basketball team this year, right?
Always,
always.
All right.
And last but not least, certainly, we've got Nelson Aperson, CEO of Veris. So without further ado, I just want to thank Wärtsilä, our presenting sponsor, and SunCast Media, the presenter for this. So Ann, take it away.
Thanks so much. Hey everyone, welcome to RE+. My name is Ann Collier. I'm a Senior Manager of Emerging Technology at the Smart Electric Power Alliance. I'm so thrilled to bring two great experts on data center load flexibility here to you today. This is the topic that has been keeping us all up at night in the energy and utilities industry. So coming to you live from the PowerUp Live stage at RE+ here in Las Vegas, presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage. So, we've all been having a bit of whiplash in the industry these past few years. We've gone very rapidly for us policy folks from, wait, what's a data center, to how much data center load do you say we need to get on the grid, and when exactly? Wait a minute, and it's not at all flexible? This year, Tyler came out with this great paper and says that it is flexible, and Nelson has a great product that's proving that it is possible. So we're here to kind of demystify some of the early learnings, talk about initial results and potential, and then take a quick look at the future, peel back the curtain and figure out how we get from these initial reps to a whole grid fitness movement. So thanks so much for being here. I'm going to have Tyler and Nelson each introduce themselves and their teams and how they're thinking about the variety of load flexibility issues at hand. So Tyler, I'm going to kick it to you first.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks so much, Ann, and thanks to PowerUp for having us. So I'm a fellow at Duke University, also pursuing a PhD there. Used to work in large-scale solar and storage development, and then in a past life did electricity market forecasting at S&P. And so a lot of our research has oriented towards large generator interconnection and options to get generators onto the bulk power system more quickly. And there have been a lot of learnings on that front over the past few years from ERCOT in Texas, which is interconnecting new generators much faster than any other electric power market. And it turns out that the way we study large generators is similar to the way we study large loads when we're trying to connect them to the power system. And so given this load growth context, we thought it would be useful to extend that analysis onto the large load side, and especially from this perspective of speed to power, right? Because that is such a premium. And what's remarkable is that we don't really have anywhere in the country yet with a product that allows for a large load to offer a little bit of flexibility in exchange for faster interconnection. And so that's what we've been excited to explore and help to inspire other analysis that's going on and new sort of policy and regulatory considerations.
That's great. Nelson.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, PowerUp. Excited to be here. So Nelson Abramson, I'm CEO at Veris. We're a turnkey data center developer. It's my third decade in data centers. I spent about 20 years at Google. I worked across each of the different parts of the value chain that make data centers, working on more than 1 gigawatt of capacity over that time. I also ran Twitter's global infrastructure team, and I got recruited to come stand up a new data center platform. What we're doing at Veris is looking at data centers. We started with a blank sheet of paper and reimagining what they should be, thinking about them as strategic energy assets and technology platforms rather than as industrial real estate. Once you make the logical leap to thinking about data centers as a strategic energy asset, as opposed to something that happens to consume energy, it really opens up the opportunity space for the kinds of things that you can do. And so what our data centers deliver are dependable, reliable, and plannable flexibility and grid interactivity for utilities so that the customers have the 5 nines data center experience that they need in order to deliver services and to their customers. and that the utilities can take advantage of the flexibility that our data centers can deliver in order to unlock stranded capacity and speed to power, these kinds of things. Actually, the exact kind of things that Tyler's been talking about in his most recent paper.
So to that unlocking capacity point, Tyler, I mean, just how much extra capacity are we talking about here according to your modeling? And would love to, think about what that looks like relative to, I have this picture in my mind of a data center really needing to think hard about curtailing tons and tons of their operations, but your paper is suggesting that it can be more nuanced and subtle than that.
Yeah, I think what was really surprising to us when we started to run the numbers was just how much headroom is available on the existing power system in exchange for a relatively small amount of flexibility. And so what we found looking at the 22 largest balancing authorities in the US is that if new load was able and willing to offer the planners and the operators of the power system 0.25% per year of their maximum potential uptime, that across those 22 balancing authorities, which basically represented the whole US, we could interconnect somewhere around 76 gigawatts of new load, which is relatively aligned with sort of the upper end forecasts for data center load growth for the next 5 to 7 years. And so that's the potential. I think what's interesting, and Nelson can sort of elaborate on this, is that this paper was inspired by conversations with regulators, and I've heard from some regulators, and they think, or they imagine, that the data centers are running, like the 5 nines is representative of how close they operate to their maximum potential draw from the grid, 24/7, 365. And of course, the reality is it's dramatically lower than that. And so the actual capacity utilization rate, we don't have data, right? Understandably, it's kind of a touchy topic. But what we've heard from sort of industry experts is that if you can get to 40 to 50%, that's actually pretty good. I've heard people brag about achieving 60 to 65%. And so the sort of query is, if they're operating at, say, 50% of their maximum capacity most of the time, could they offer that 0.25% in a way that would get them some incentive, right, especially faster grid interconnection? So we characterize that, it's a first order analysis. You need to run it for every single balancing authority to get a more granular estimate and layer in transmission constraints. But we were happy to at least offer that as sort of directional potential that then hopefully we can further quantify.
I mean, that's great. I mean, the regulatory education piece is huge. State energy offices, utility regulators, the folks keeping the lights on at the utilities, we're all learning about operational characteristics of these very large loads. Nelson, one of the things that I've enjoyed talking to you about is this different typology of data centers. Are there other characteristics of data centers that you think are useful for all of us to kind of keep in mind as we think about what it would take to get to some of the grid benefits that Tyler's finding in his paper? Are all data centers created equal?
Yeah, there's a lot of different kinds of data centers, obviously, and a lot of different kind of data center users. Today the most straightforward kind of bifurcation is between like an AI training data center versus inference or a more traditional enterprise data center. I think in my career, I've seen a lot of different kinds of loads over time come and go, drive demand at different times. I think all these kinds of loads, each of them has unique components to it that make them difficult in different kinds of ways. But at its core, all of them maintain some level of flexibility, whether it's time of day, whether it's location, a geographic location. And I think the underlying reality is that the most expensive component of a data center, as expensive as the power infrastructure is, the expensive as the data center itself is, and those are the numbers, I think, the headline numbers that we talk about, the cost of the chips that go into the data center actually swamp the costs of the other two pieces. And so just like if you were thinking about a chip fab, where they measure downtime to do preventive maintenance, these kinds of things, in like minutes per year, they're like, okay, the Saturday before Christmas, you're allowed 12 minutes to upgrade all the equipment in the fab, because any down minute for the fab is a direct hit to revenue. Not to mention the cost, the wasted capex by having the facility not running. We have the same kind of problem in a data center, where the chips drive the cost factor, the cost function, and delivering services to customers in the end drive revenue. And so customers need, they need ways of delivering this flexibility without having to impact those two things. And so some of it is there are clever things that you can do depending on the uses inside the data center. Sometimes there are uses that don't have major impacts from being shifted around. But we see a huge opportunity here with the kinds of data centers that we're delivering to bring that flexibility to bear for the utility in a way that the utility can actually depend on. So not just like a statistical nice idea that maybe sometimes it'll be there. Like, no, this is a firm, plannable, dependable, dispatchable resource without the customers having to take any downtime hit for the thing they actually want to do, which is deliver resources, deliver product to customers live.
And so thinking about that theory to practice, I mean, tell us where we are on the walk, crawl, run of some of the technical solutions or software processes that we might need to make the workload flexible or the data center facility flexible in a way that, you know, balances, right, like what the grid needs for certainty and for capacity and what the tenant or operator might need for predictable capacity for computing.
Yeah, so so thinking about it as a crawl, walk, run, which I love that metaphor. So where we stand today on in that arc is thinking about like, okay, the Verus data center can deliver the flexibility that utilities need in a way that they can plan on it, which meaning that if they dispatch it, they know that it's going to be there, so they can put it in the capacity stack and think about it equivalent, you know, watt for watt equivalent to a peaking resource. You can imagine over time, customers get more comfortable with this situation, and they're willing to then participate. It's entirely an optional space. It is entirely additive to it. I mean, Tyler's paper talks about 0.25% flexibility, which is like, I mean, it sounds small. It is incredibly small to unlock, you know, 70, 80 gigawatts of capacity in the United States. Recognizing it's a first order analysis, it's not a, you know, you couldn't write an ESA on that 76 gigawatts, that's a tiny amount of flexibility. There's a ton more flexibility we could unlock over time, incrementally as everybody gets comfortable. I mean, we should recognize we are asking the utilities to change how they operate and plan and think. We're asking data center operators to change. We're asking compute users to change. Like this is a lot of change to implement into the system. So hence the crawl, walk, run kind of connection. Thinking about how we actually bring this and prove that it works, we recently just released a joint technical paper with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory showcasing a Verus data center at 70 megawatt scale, leveraging the NREL lab. They're like the only lab in the US that has a grid scale kind of test bed at this size, showcasing Verus design and system delivering that 100% DR within a minute for grid dispatch in a way that is responsive to that dispatch signal, delivering the demand response, but also doing it without causing any ripples or impacts to the grid. Which, like, the other piece that, you know, it's fun. I think it's nice to talk about the demand response and the flexibility. The natural question is like, well, how do you move 100 megawatts, 500 megawatts off the grid without causing problems? So it's, you know, it's important to showcase all these elements, including the smoothness of operation.
Tyler, I'm wondering how that jives with the landscape you see across the country. I mean, you are out there talking to a lot of different stakeholders, thinking about how we can get ready for this, how we plan about it. Is there a menu of flexibility options that, you know, Nelson's explaining one path, or are there other solutions that we need to keep on our radar?
Yeah, and maybe just clarify one thing, which I think is helpful, because we often get asked, you know, how is this different from existing demand response programs? Because the notion of having responsive load isn't exactly new, but what is different about this, you know, most, or really the vast majority of loads that participate in demand response, they were planned as inflexible loads. So when the original interconnection, transmission, and reserve margin planning studies were conducted, they generally assumed that those loads would be inflexible. And so all of the necessary infrastructure and generation was by and large installed and expended, right, to serve them as fully firm loads. And then later, right, they may have elected to participate on a voluntary basis in demand response program for the economic incentive. What we're talking about here is moving everything up into the planning realm. And we've just never really done that, especially at transmission scale. There are a couple limited examples where it's happened at distribution scale, and you have sort of like PG&E's Flex Connect program is one of the early examples there. And the UK is doing some really interesting work right now with their curtailable connections program. But it is different and new, and it requires a different approach to planning. And you have to account for it both in the transmission plan and in the reserve margin sort of resource adequacy study. So yeah, I think, I mean, one of the big questions right now that everyone is asking is, you know, where is the flexibility going to come? What's most likely? Google came out obviously in early August with their announcements of their 2 flexibility contracts with Indiana Michigan Power and TVA that were based on, they claimed, you know, flexing actually their machine learning workloads, and that is planning grade flexibility that those 2 utilities are going to use. But as Nelson, you know, sort of refers to, is that there is hesitance, right, on the part of a lot of the owner-operators and the customers to do too much to flex around the compute. I think Emerald AI is offering a really interesting solution there that, you know, it is a software solution, right? So from, you know, the speed of implementation and cost, you could argue is one of the fastest you could do. But at the end of the day, what's going to probably support the highest uptime requirements is going to be more a solution in line with battery storage, which I think everyone's excited to see. You know, Verus is, you know, groundbreaking, and see these data centers come online, and obviously seeing the test results with NREL. But I think one of the big questions right now is, will others start to put batteries at data centers? And we did, Iron Mountain Data Center came out and said that they are planning to size batteries at 100% of the nameplate capacity of a data center in New Jersey.
That's a lot of batteries.
It's a lot of batteries. I think it's a relatively smaller data center. I haven't actually heard the megawatt rating. They want to do the same at a Virginia data center. You know, just last night, Tesla here announced their new mega block, and I know they're very eager to be a supplier to data centers, and it sounds like some deals are in the works. So it'd be really interesting to see how the next few months play out.
So Nelson, when you had your trial, and as you've been talking in the industry, you know, are there nuggets that you're crystallizing that kind of clarify your path forward? I mean, what are some of the, we're talking here about changes, can data centers get fit? Like, are there specific actions that us in the policy realm or us in the, you know, the hardware and software realm can be doing to support the kinds of innovations that you need to get these projects developed and interconnected and counted on as a real grid asset?
Yeah, I mean, we are on track for groundbreaking on our first hyperscale project later this year, so looking forward to announcing that.
We can bring the podcast down.
And we can definitely bring the podcast down. And you know, we're looking for the next wave of utilities to engage with, that are interested in doing this, both on the transmission and delivery planning side of it, as well as on the power delivery side of it. I think there's a huge opportunity here to continue to pave the way in terms of how this looks from a contractual structure, how it looks from a planning and operation structure. And you know, I think it's easy to gloss over how big a change that this really is when you start integrating it all the way upstream in the planning. I mean, these are, you know, 30-year decisions that we're all having to make about the infrastructure build-outs, about the generation portfolio. The data centers like that we're building, we're thinking about them in those 30-year timeframes as opposed to on the, you know, 6, 12 months kind of timeframes. And you know, that's a critical thing for us to partner with utilities and regulators and communities on, because these are decisions that impact everybody.
Right. I mean, there's like a meta level of flexibility, right? We're talking about the premise flexibility, but we also need some level of flexibility given that they are very long-lived assets, right? Like, how do we, I'm curious both of your thoughts, this is a little off the cuff, but like, what do we think about the level of certainty needed in these planning mechanisms now, and leaving room for enough flexibility that we're sure that this plan is going to be enduring over the lifetime of the asset?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's there's like an interesting sort of human relationship element to that, where the more the interactions across counterparties acts like a sort of a cross-combatant kind of problem, where like we have to try to solve every problem over the next 30 years in the contract in advance.
Oh boy.
The harder it's going to be, and the more we end up defaulting to this world where like nobody can afford to do anything. This is going to have to be a scenario where we work together in partnership, and we're co-planning, and we're co-siting, and we're looking like, hey, we really obviously none of us actually know what the world looks like in 30 years, right? Like, it's just impossible to know, other than what it doesn't look like today. And so the real answer is like, how do we set a course that like we feel pretty confident about, and we build relationships across companies and across organizations and with regulators in a way that we're going to work together to solve inevitable problems that we did not foresee, right? But build that on a foundation that is that makes sense and points in the right direction.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that I think one of the biggest challenges in creating a product like this with Flex in exchange for faster interconnection is having it be bounded flexibility. So, right, a certain number of hours per year that the load could be curtailable, and sort of what happens if curtailment exceeds those limits. And there are a variety of possible ways to approach that. It's fascinating, in the UK, in their curtailable connections program, they've actually committed that if they were to curtail the load beyond what's in the contract, they will be compensated for it. It'd be interesting to do a case study on sort of how they came to that conclusion, that that had a good sort of benefit-cost ratio. But short of that, it does put a lot of pressure, right, on the planner to sort of put a number that they feel comfortable with long term. I think, though, it's also important to note, like, even when we talk about fully firm products, there's always uncertainty. And I mean, just as an example, in June, during the the heat dome in Virginia, I mean, Dominion called on a variety of data centers to shed their load and curtail themselves. And of course, the data centers, they didn't go into this planning for that to happen. It's already happening, though, and that's part of the reality is that we are adding so much load so quickly, and it's just physically impossible to keep up with the pace of transmission, distribution, and generation expansion, especially with all these supply-side constraints and tariffs and everything else. And so we certainly don't want to see higher and higher loss of load expectation, but I think that may be the reality of where we're going, and that's why, I mean, what PJM's proposing right now is extraordinary, really a fundamental sort of rupture in the market design for capacity with non-capacity backed load. And of course, with Texas passing SB6, requiring, just mandating flat out that the large loads of data centers, they're going to be curtailed first before other customers. And I won't be surprised if other regulators want to go that direction, because I think the last thing that any regulator or policymaker wants to see is a situation where you have millions of residential customers kicked off the power system while data centers, are a few miles away, humming untouched. I don't think that that's going to be a viable solution.
I promise to turn off my Instagram feed when I also turn off my air conditioning on a peak day in the summertime. If the data centers can do the same too, I would like to see that partnership. Yeah, I mean, I think these are great points on I'm hearing themes on markets, I'm hearing themes on policies and technologies. To me, it's a stacked approach where we need all of the above, not just on the technology side, but also on the levers that we have as an energy system to provide the right signals for folks. Yeah, I guess looking at the clock, we have a couple minutes left. At SEIA, we're tracking large load tariffs, so rates and contracts that utilities and regulators are kind of agreeing on are appropriate and just to help manage some of the costs and risks. And I think there's a great opportunity for baking a little bit more flexibility into those. Right now, we're seeing historic industrial load curtailment concepts when flexibility does come up, and I'd love to see a more nuanced take that's responsive to some of these technology advancements like Nelson's talking about and Tyler, you're sharing as well. Just sticking to the cheesy title of this, can data centers get fit? If those industrial load curtailment programs of old are sort of like the jazzercise from the 80s and 90s, like what do we need to do to modernize our dance steps here? Like, are there little bite-sized moves, like some stretches, like warm-ups that we can be doing? Are we just going to jump right in? Like, no one wants to sprain an ankle here, but we need some changes.
I'll just add that I think that, if the data centers are unwilling and unable to be flexible, outside of those that go, end up becoming customers of Verus, there's so much opportunity for them to procure flexibility from other customers, right? So they could go out and do a distributed capacity procurement like Pierre Lafarge is talking about with Spark Fund. They could go out and procure their own virtual power plants. If they're actually going to get the benefit of faster interconnect, it's going to have to be on the same circuit. But I think that's going to be, a really interesting, almost like secondary market to sort of keep an eye on. And one of the questions would be like, are the hyperscalers going to basically go out and do that procurement themselves? Is it going to be sleeved through the utility like we do with these sort of sleeved green tariff programs?
Right.
And I think that's going to be really interesting.
Side note, SEIA has a paper out with Spark Fund on that DCP model, so head out to the SEIA website and over to our booth if you want to learn more. Nelson, curious your thoughts on that question too.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to start building some reps here on how we think about, plan, and operate the grid with the flexibility from the start that we've been talking about. I think if we're able to at a larger scale start bringing out these planning methodologies and these ESAs and agreements to deliver infrastructure and deliver the power on expedited timeframes and with the appropriate compensation built in, I don't think we'll have any difficulty delivering the amount of flexibility that the grid needs. From a Verus perspective, we are actually building the flexibility for the utility also unlocks a significant amount of efficiency for the end customer. So from a Verus perspective, actually, just to tie it back to something that Tyler mentioned at the beginning about the low actual utilization side of the data centers, a Verus data center both brings the flexibility that utilities need as well as much higher utilization of the underlying interconnect with the utility because we're able to pack up to 30% more compute on the same underlying megawatts. And so from a from viewed from both sides of this equation, whether you're on the customer side using compute or on the utility side, you're just fundamentally getting a lot more value out of the system.
I love it, and we all could use some more value from our system, so this is great. With that, I think we're going to close. We see the path forward, continued innovation to unlock speed to power, cost savings, smart policy. Tyler and Nelson, we appreciate you getting up here on the podcast stage, sharing your insight and leadership. Thank you all for joining us here at the PowerUp Live stage at RE+, presented by Wärtsilä Energy Storage and produced by SunCast Media. Hope to see you all around RE+ and continue the conversations. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ann, Tyler, and Nelson. That was fantastic. Wow. Wow, really fantastic. So with that, thank you. We've got, can't wait to hear more of your insights. So you guys can, we can start wrapping it up here. So don't go away. Thanks again. One last thing. Thanks again to our presenting sponsor. If anyone is not familiar with any of these sponsors that are aside, highly recommend you do your research. We're talking about industry leaders really revolutionizing in a lot of the ways that they were just talking about. So before anyone goes too far afield, just know that we've got the one and only Jigar Shah coming up to the stage next, who's going to be interviewed by our very own Nico Johnson. So this is the Canvas interview all about the superpowers that they are seeing the industry leaders really leveraging to navigate us into this next chapter of renewable energy's future. So stick around. We're going to be bringing them back to the stage here in about 3 minutes. And we are back at the PowerUp Live stage. Welcome, presented by Wärtsilä in partnership with SunCast Media. Thank you all for joining us today. I am really excited about this next one. We've got two industry titans, thought leaders here, in Nico Johnson and Jigar Shah coming up to the stage to talk about superpowers and those in the industry and how we can use our superpowers for good, how we can leverage our own individual strengths to not only talk to each other and impress each other in our own echo chambers, but then to also reach across the aisle and figure out ways that we can be working with others. So I'm actually hearing that, Nico, that there's actually some superheroes working on some construction sites, like Captain America.
Yeah.
You like that one? Yeah, that's better than Thor's favorite musician's MC Hammer. Do you like that one? No? Oh, all right. Well, a fun fact on this one, Nico's superpower is actually growing a beard. He actually was clean shaven yesterday. Can you believe that? That's overnight. That's an overnight thing. And Jigar Shah, if I'm not mistaken, you make your own T-shirts, right? Is that your superpower, right? Like your own Hawaiian shirts? Yep.
Yeah, you got to look good.
That's right. That's right. So obviously, Nico Johnson of SunCast Media, turn the floor over to you, and then we've got Jigar Shah, the one and only, has done so much for our industry over the years, and a personal thank you to you. Jigar is now doing some great work with Multiplier as a co-managing director and managing partner. And take it away, boys.
Thank you, Josh. Welcome back.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm going to reach over. I'm going to adjust you for a second.
All right.
Raise your hand if you recognize what state flag is represented by Jigar's shirt. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Who shouted out? Maryland. That's right. Woo! You got some fans in the crowd. You got some.
Well, I mean, people should have fans for well-designed flags.
You got some terrapins in the crowd.
There's some really crappy flags in the United States.
It's true. Have you listened to the 99% Invisible episode on state flags?
No.
It's so good. I'll send you a link.
No,
This is two podcast junkies talking to each other.
My kid gave me this like YouTube video.
Yeah.
Where they rated all 50 flags. And there are a lot of like F, FA, FB, right? I mean, like you can't just have like a plain color with a seal of your state on it. Like how?
Wait a minute.
You can't do it.
That's the South Carolina state flag, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's terrible. I'm just saying, you got to be able to identify which flag it is from a mile away.
Yeah,
otherwise,
it should look like it's from the Caribbean. It should look like it's from the Caribbean, which is another way of saying it should be recognizable from one ship to another.
Right, you can't just like have like little words on there that you got to read.
That's totally true. I fully agree with you. All right, well, we are live. Actually streaming at SunCast.live.
Streaming?
Yeah.
Wow.
We've been streaming since 2019, Jigar. Where you been?
I mean, clearly not here.
Yeah, you have actually. We've streamed you like many, many times. I'm Nico, the host of SunCast podcast. I'm joined by the illustrious Jigar Shah, the host and co-host of many podcasts, but most recently, Open Circuits. Congratulations, that's a kick-ass show.
Thank you, thank you. We did a good one this morning, so it'll come out on Friday.
Sweet, you've got the gang back together.
We do.
How many people come up to you and they're like, hey, I listened to the Energy Gang Redux.
Like 5 in the last hour.
In the last hour, exactly.
Like they were like, hey, I started my career like listening to the Energy Gang.
I'm so glad you guys are doing it again.
I think it's damn inspiring.
It is. Well, look, you have inspired a lot of folks, myself included. You said it plainly, clean energy is not losing on economics, it's losing on political power. So we're going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about what we as an industry are going to have to do to regain, or rather to build this muscle of political power. Obviously, the OB3 moment, or HR1 as I've started calling it, has
HR1?
Isn't it HR1? That's like the official number for it. Anyway, we'll call it OB3 for now. It showed us that survival requires unity, speed, and resourcefulness. Political power is no longer an option. We got to go after it, folks. We got to really get after it. So Jigar really doesn't need an introduction. You have been a really crystallizing voice for the industry around how to make your voice heard. You said that breaking the cost barrier is the industry's top job. I want to hear from you, how are we going to get residential solar specifically below $250 a watt?
Well, first, I think we have to define why we need to do it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, when you look at where Australia is today, where over 40% of all rooftops have solar on it, we're at 5%, right? And so we've been held back because people have been, using, less than efficient processes, right? Tesla published their piece a couple weeks ago.
Super good.
Right? And they said that there's a really straightforward way of shaving 40% off the cost of residential solar. I went to the Mona Lee Artemis dinner last night. They had 40 dealers in there, all of whom were committed to hitting that price target, right? And they're moving away from door-to-door sales. They're using folks like the 257 booth I saw in here, Pink, right? They've got next-generation ways of doing customer acquisition. You've got, the equipment packages, which frankly I think have gotten pretty good cost-effective. Then you've got this inefficiency between when we sign a contract to when you're allowed to install. Can take months.
Yeah, that permitting process.
Right, and it can cost 60 cents a watt just to do the engineering and the re-engineering and the inspector wants you to move the battery 6 inches to the left. And so all of that stuff is getting redone, and it's getting redone in ways that frankly I think are blowing people's mind. Right, there's now people going, why do we need a battery on the wall anyway? Why don't you just get like Jackery is here, Pila is here, like just
EcoFlow,
just buy one of these things for Father's Day. Right, you take this thing, you hold on to it, and you just stick it around. Like, you don't need a permit for that.
No.
Right?
And you can take it camping.
Right, but it's large enough that you can actually like make a difference on virtual power plants and helping to manage the grid. Right, and so I think people are starting to get their minds blown around what's possible when you move from solar to plus storage to storage plus solar. Like, we are now a storage plus solar industry, right? And that's where everyone's headed. And so I think that there's actually a coalition of the willing. Right? It's not going to be everybody. A lot of people old habits die hard.
Right.
They're not going to make it. Sorry. And there's a bunch of people who are like, we're going to try something new. And I think they're going to thrive and they're going to take up all that empty space. And, I think solar's never going to be, more successful after that transition occurs. Right? So I think we're on track. But we're in this weird spot where I think people are like thinking in dollar per watt. They're thinking in all this other stuff instead of market share.
That's right.
We should be on 40% of rooftops.
Yeah.
Right? And if we're at 40% of rooftops, that's enough energy to power the entire data center growth for the next 5 years.
Miraculous.
Right? So.
And to be clear, the 250 per watt, is that with or without batteries?
With.
With. All in.
Yeah, you got to include batteries. I mean, remember, we're storage plus solar.
That's right.
Right? I mean, it may not include solar, but it definitely includes the battery, right? I mean, we're storage plus solar now, so that's where we are.
Yeah, I used the saying you said earlier that I'd heard you say earlier in a conversation where I said, imagine that batteries are the ubiquitous thing, and all of a sudden you kind of turn around and you realize, wow, I've got this sun shining, free resource shining on my roof, and that's the cheapest way to power these batteries that I really want.
It's fuel. Yeah. It's fuel. That's right.
And I completely agree. It's not, people don't buy a generator because they wanted gasoline.
Well said.
Yeah. Where do you see the industry most resistant to cutting these costs?
Well, remember, I don't know that I care, right? Like, what I care about is that there is somebody working their ass off to cut those costs, right? And when I look on this floor, there's a company doing every single thing that we need them to do to hit that goal.
Yeah.
Right? Now, if there's some people who don't want to actually follow in their footsteps and learn from their leadership, well, then they may not make it. They may make it late. They may pivot later. Like, I don't care, right? Like, what I care about is that we are heading straight into an electricity crisis.
Right.
Right? As we hit an electricity crisis, when you take a project that's 80% completed on offshore wind and you tell them they can't finish it, that's a crisis, right? The New England ISO was expecting that thing to get turned on. When you go to the largest solar developers in the country and say, give me your top 7 projects, I would like to review the permits one more time just to intimidate them, that's a thing, right? And so I just think it's important to recognize we're going into an electricity crisis, and if you want to build capacity fast, importing a coal plant from China is unlikely to be fast, right? So the fastest thing you can do is actually figure out a way to take the pipeline that we've created the last 6 years and complete it, build it, get all those projects online. That's what's going to give us that reserve margin to make sure that we win the AI race.
Yeah. How many here read Jigar's Trellis article recently where he called us out? Yeah, it was a good one, right? Very good article where you outlined sort of where the OBB political wake-up call, exposed fragility.
Too many Bs. It's hard to keep them.
I say OB3. Let's stick with OB3. But it exposed some fragility in the industry. There's a couple of things that I want you to touch on. Sort of where is that fragility, that sort of the muscle we need to build that it turns out we didn't have, and then where are areas of opportunity where you see this resistance, in particular in the distributed generation space? Let's start with the muscle first, the political power we need to build, and then I'm referring specifically to the resistance around node, sort of building where the utilities want.
Yeah, so remember where political power comes from, right? Political power comes from the fact that folks are willing to do the hard thing to protect your industry, right? So in the OBBB, right, there were a lot of people who signed letters, but when it came down to voting against the bill, they were not willing to vote against the bill, even though it was against their interests in their district, right? So that fear came from this side, not from this side, right? And so we got to make sure that that gets covered. The other piece, though, for us is really just like, you know, we need people that look like us elected into Congress.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there are a lot of people in our industry. I mean, when you think about what this conference looked like in 2015, after, you know, the Saudis went after the fracking industry, if you went to Houston, there were half the people there.
Yeah.
In our industry, we've never had more people, right? We have a full 50,000 people here, right? And so we have a lot of passion here. Some of you guys need to run for office.
Yeah.
Right? That's how this works. It doesn't have to be President of the United States.
Yeah.
You can run for mayor, city council member, right? Like Public Service Commission, whatever it is you want to run for. But we need people with the expertise in this room to run for office, because without that expertise, we're not going to keep the lead that America needs to keep, right, for a long time, right?
Yeah.
The next thing we got to do, though, is we got to make sure that we're actually countering misinformation.
Right.
Right? For a long time, nobody has had a True Social account. And if you get on a True Social, it's crazy in there.
It is.
Right? Like, it's a one-sided conversation, and it's not surprising to me that a bunch of people in there basically believe the stuff that they keep repeating over and over again, right?
Because there's nobody telling them otherwise.
We got to be there, right? And there's a lot of people who are willing to listen, right? They understand that, like, they want to make sure their bills get lower.
Totally.
They want to make sure that they've got resiliency after, you know, hurricane or whatever it is. So we got to, like, tackle misinformation. That's real money. Right? And it's not just like, you know, like a little bit here and a little bit there, and a podcast here and a podcast there, right? And so, like, for instance, like, everyone should pay for a $200 billboard, right, in the community that they put a community solar system in.
That's right.
It's $200. But, like, you got to do it, right? Then 25,000 cars drive by that thing, right? So I think that's important, right? The next piece, though, is, like, you got to actually make sure that you give to these candidates. You got to, like, actually, like, you know, like, vote your values with your money. Like, when you talk to people who run for office in our area with our backgrounds, they'll say that their smallest fundraiser was their renewable energy fundraiser, right? Right? Everyone's, like, writing a $50 check. Okay.
Right.
But, like, you know, we got to get these people elected, right? So folks got to, like, to fund that stuff. And it's more than that. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, when you think about, like, the state of New Jersey, you know, the governor's race is featuring the PJM capacity auction.
Right.
Like, that is some esoteric stuff. But it features it, right? If you asked each one of the governors, the candidates running for governor, you know, what can the solar industry do? What can anyone do to reduce those capacity auctions so that you don't have a 20% rate increase? They don't know the answer to that question. But the answer to that question is deploy a crap load of solar and battery storage in the state of New Jersey.
Right.
And everyone in this industry who knows power knows that that's what it is. But they don't know what it is, right? That's a problem.
Yeah.
Right? And then the last thing that I'd say is that, like, when you think about all these different organizations, right? It's not SEIA's responsibility to do all of this, right? Everybody wants it to be SEIA, fine, whatever. They're wonderful people, and, you know, it's a great conference. But they do a part of it, right? But then you've got folks who actually need to do the ground game. We need 70,000 people on the ground showing up at city council meetings, showing up at the county commissioner meetings, showing at the Public Service Commission, right? That's real ground game, right? So that's why I'm excited about what Bill McKibben and Jamie Henn are doing for Sunday, you know, on the 21st of September. Everybody should get involved. But, like, you need an army of volunteers to show up to all those things. We have 15% of counties right now that have banned solar and wind development.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
That is a problem.
Right?
Yeah.
You got to show up, right? You got to explain yourself. And it's not a fight, right? These people don't want to, like, give up on economic development.
No way.
But they have not been talked to in a respectful way to say, hey, this is what we do for your community. This is why what we're doing is, like, really great for you. And the people who do that, they do get their permits for battery storage. They do get their permits for community solar.
Yeah.
Right? If you show respect, they'll show it back.
Yeah. Well said. Also, I want to shout out to Run on Climate. I was hanging out with the folks from Run on Climate last night.
Great guys.
And they're one of the beneficiaries of tonight's Solar Fight Night. They said that there are 90,000 local AHJs in the United States, local sort of even just like call it decision-making bodies.
Yeah.
So your 70,000 number is still low in terms of if we wanted to actually hit all of them, right? We have a tremendous lift, both human resources and fiscal resources. One of the things that I think you've got a good grasp on is the benchmarks of how we're being outspent by the oil and gas and fossil industry, and just sort of how what we do really is really small. I want to, by comparison, I was talking to Jan about this last night. Turns out that at the board meeting, they laid out a piece of paper that showed how many people had paid into the PAC. Do you know how many people had maxed out at the PAC? 11.
11.
Yeah, do you know what the max is? You probably do, right? The max any individual can give is $5,000.
Yeah.
It's pathetic. It really is.
You can't work in an electric utility company unless you max out the PAC.
Yeah.
Like, they just go to other executives and they're like, I don't know if that promotion's coming through.
Right.
I don't see a PAC, donation max out.
11 people in our industry maxed out the PAC for SEIA.
I know.
So can you put that into perspective, just like how we're being outspent?
So when you think about, like just all forms of influence across all of the categories that I talked about, and that includes like sponsoring the 4th of July parade,
right?
Sponsoring the Boys and Girls Club, all of those things. Like, the oil and gas industry spends about $4 billion a year. We spend about $150 million a year, right? It's a lot. That's a big difference, right? But I think to compare, right, we're not smaller than the oil and gas industry. We're bigger than the oil and gas industry. They've spent roughly $200 billion worth of CapEx last year. We spent, a lot more than that last year in CapEx, right? So from a CapEx standpoint, we're bigger than they are, right? But in terms of like setting aside money for influence, like that didn't make our spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Right? And I think it's critical. And when I say this stuff, I don't mean Democrat or Republican.
Right.
I mean political power. I don't care what which candidate you vote for or how that stuff works. What I care about is that you actually want to make sure that you're seen in the communities that you work in, that you actually make sure that you're exhibiting a set of like principles and pride in your work, right? And I think for a lot of people, they just want to stay on the radar screen. They're like, it'd be great for no one to know that we're doing this project. It'd be great for like for us to just just quietly get it done.
Yeah.
And you're not sneaking anything.
No.
Right? Like that eye is like in that bubble.
Yeah. Right. The eye of Sauron's on us.
Yeah. It's looking at you.
Speaking of, many think that the eye of Sauron could be referring to the utility in some cases. You've said that rooftop solar in particular engages in random acts of deployment. What do you mean by that?
Oh, gosh. I love that, random acts of deployment. So, when you think about where we are today, we basically, have underinvested in our distribution grid for over 40 years, right?
Yep.
Right. On the advent of air conditioning, we've underinvested. Now we're in a place where we're catching up. So the utility industry went from $20 billion of CapEx for the whole industry in 2003 to $178 billion last year. So they're overspending on distribution grids, right?
Right.
Now, in order to actually not spend that money, there was a grid lab Cavala study in California that showed that if we put our battery storage units on the right distribution circuits, we can offset $13.7 billion of investment.
Wow.
It's enormous, right? Way more money than anyone was accusing us around the cost shift or whatever BS is coming out of people's mouths these days. And so now you're in a place where you actually have real numbers and real data. But they got to be on those circuits.
Yeah.
Right? And for a lot of our companies, they're like, well, we randomly carpet bombed that entire county with flyers, and we serve the people who said yes. And I was like, well, that's not going to work, right? So when you think about what Base Power is doing for GVAC and some of these other people, they're picking the circuits that matter. They're knocking on those doors and saying, do you want a backup power system for $15 a month, and it's going to help your neighbors greatly reduce costs for the entire territory? There's a lot of people sign up for that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who want to be good to their neighbors, right?
Yeah.
You know, SparkFun is doing the same thing with their distributed capacity procurement with XL Minnesota. Right? Same thing. They've identified the circuits. You're going to them intentionally, solving that problem, right? I think that, you know, people want to know that our industry is actually directly working on reducing their bills.
Yep. And if you want to hear more about SparkFun, Pierre will be on the Daily Roundup right after this. What about also the Bandera co-op? Is base part of that?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
25 kilowatt units. And it's fantastic, right? Because it's not being deployed randomly. It's being deployed at specific circuits. And as a result, the co-op has invited them in.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? And given them their brand.
Yeah.
And they're allowed to say to homeowners, we're partnered with your trusted co-op to bring this solution to you.
Yeah, another way of saying adapt your business model or risk irrelevance, because the utility ultimately is picking winners in that regard, right? And they're looking for people that are going to be actually complementary to what the grid needs, not just what your economic model shows as the best neighborhood to go after.
Yeah, that's right. And when you're as dominant as our industry is, right, where we're 80% plus of everything they added to the grid last year,
right? 83%, yeah.
Then you are now in charge of making sure that, you know, the whole system benefits from the work that you're doing.
Totally.
Right? You just can't do it random anymore.
What do you see? You've been an advisor before, during, and now after your time at the Department of Energy. I'm curious what you see from outside of the U.S. that we really should be paying attention to. What is the global market telling you about how the U.S. could be or should be behaving?
Well, I mean, the global market is not slowing down at all, right? I mean, 80% of all grid connections globally are now solar, right? That's the International Energy Agency saying that, right? When you think about, like, the dislocation that happened in Pakistan 3 years ago, and the Pakistanis were like, we are used to having power, we're going to solve it. They did it with solar plus battery storage. They got specialty products made where the electronics were integrated into the module so that you could DIY all the projects. They went to like bodegas, they bought like 3 pieces of equipment, they had a YouTube video, they had WhatsApp groups, and they just like rebuilt half of the entire grid of Pakistan in 2 years, right? From bodegas, like on DIY projects, right?
Amazing.
When you look at like folks like Greenlight Planet, which were invented at the University of Illinois, where I'm from, where my alma mater is, and you know they're now doing $600 million a year. They are providing more electrification to people who are electricity poor in the world today than fossil fuels are every year.
Wow.
Right. So the solar industry is now meeting that sustainable development goal of giving, you know, electricity to all people in the world. We have about 700 million people who still don't, you know, have sufficient electricity or electricity poverty. They're actually the ones who are meeting that mark. I mean, after 6 decades of the fossil fuel industry failing those folks, the solar and battery storage industry is rising to the occasion.
Yeah. Josh, are you around? Where's Josh Beck? Microphone. Nobody? I was going to say, does anybody in the audience have a question for Jigar before I ask him my final question? Maybe Mike Casey has a question for Jigar.
Mike Casey. He's going to challenge me to a jiu-jitsu competition.
Does anybody?
Jigar Shah, that's what I want to know.
You what?
How did you land such a big star like Jigar Shah?
Indeed.
How does someone like Nico Johnson get Jigar Shah to come on stage?
You have to know Jigar's gatekeepers.
Yeah, exactly. Meet Jamie Nolan.
That's right. So does anyone else have a question for Jigar? I mean, we've got an audience full of professionals out here. Nobody fashions themselves a
They're all ready for a
This
drink.
guy's ready.
They're all ready for a drink. They're like, what are we doing here?
So, all right. So final word for you then, Jigar. How do we inoculate ourselves against the kinds of political attacks that we have endured over the last 8 months as we move into this current electricity supercycle?
Well, I think it's important to recognize that you can't inoculate yourself from this, right? This is infrastructure that we're building. It's not a one-time, thing. This is like, people are so smart in this industry, and they have been so good at investing in their own skills, their technical skills, figuring out policy, figuring out all these other things. They now need to invest in political infrastructure.
Yeah.
Right? Invest in relationships, right? This is why you're a member of the Chamber of Commerce locally. This is why you actually pay that membership fee for the Rotary Club.
Right.
This is why you do all of those things. And yes, you probably get your own pleasure out of doing those things, but you also like intentionally spend time on all of those things. Why? Because you matter.
Yeah.
In the same way that the guy who runs the largest roofing company matters, and the plumbing company matters, and the electrical company matters, we matter, right? We're the ones that are driving affordable energy and reliability and resiliency for this country. When you matter at that level, they want to know you. They want to meet you, and they want to be able to get you on speed dial so when they need something, they can call you, right?
Yeah.
And so that level of an intentionality in building political infrastructure is something that most of the people at this conference don't actually know how to do. But we're all going to have to become experts at it.
Yeah, got to remember, presence builds that allyship. We have to be there long after the project is built.
That's right.
Yeah. Jigar Shah, everyone. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
And thank you all for joining us here live on the PowerUp Live stage. We will be back in just a minute with Sylvia Leyva Martinez and a lineup including Pierre. I think Pierre's either today or tomorrow. I can't remember. Now I'm not sure. He's tomorrow, isn't he? Tomorrow. Yeah. So we've got a full lineup today. We'll be starting the Daily Roundup in about 3 minutes. Thank you. We are back. We're live for the first of 3 daily roundups. This is where we talk about how the day has gone. We bring in some thought leaders that are going to talk a little bit about what they're seeing on the show floor and how their technology expertise sort of influences the way they look at the show. I'm joined by the lovely Sylvia Leyva Martinez, fellow podcaster.
Yes. I'm excited to be here, Nico. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. You know, it's funny. You were not a podcaster when I first had you on SunCast.
No, it was what, like 2022
22,
or something?
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and immediately I recognized the talent, and I asked you to join one of the sessions at that year's RE Plus PowerUp Live stage.
Yes.
And now here you are hosting the interchange at WoodMac.
Oh my God, a lot has changed over the past few years.
Indeed.
Not only like in the energy industry, but also for myself.
Totally.
Personally, professionally, so I'm really excited to be here.
Indeed. Well, I'm excited to have you here. We've got a great lineup of guests today. You've been interviewing folks all day long in the Pro Studio, which is something that we've added since 2022. Terra Hive is sponsoring our Pro Studio. Thank you, Terra Hive.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if there's anything that you particularly learned or something that was fascinating about the interviews that you did today.
I think something that I have confirmed over the interviews throughout this day is like there is this shift in the industry from, I don't know, trying to address all projects at different stages of development to focusing on things that are either under construction or that are already operating. So just trying to figure out how to optimize the assets that are already there. And it goes all the way from existing renewable assets and all the way to transmission. How do we make interconnection more efficient? So it's just like trying to figure out how do we make the most out of the things that are already there.
Yeah.
And a bit of a slowdown on early stage development. So all the policy uncertainty has caused to hit the brakes on early stage development. It's not that it has completely stopped. So there's still like some hope there, but there's not as much movement compared to what we have seen when the IRA passed, for example.
Yeah. I think this is my 6th or 7th interview, plus 2 there, so 8th or 9th today.
Yeah.
So I don't really have any clear takeaways. I'm just happy to be on our final session of the day. I did want to shout out to the folks that did bring their swag. Reminder that we have our swag roundup. Each and every day we're taking in swag like these nice Tygo gloves, and one that I shouted out in check that out. How cool is that? So One Planet Solar is talking you a second shout out. This is a Hydro Flask. This is the good, when we say the good swag, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, like that's like the OG water bottle.
It is.
Before Stanley.
It's before Stanley. That's funny. So Connor Hogan, thank you for that. That's a second one that I've got now to show for. But the point of the swag contest is actually to say, like, it's fun, everybody has swag, but oftentimes people sort of stumble into swag. Like, they just waste money on swag, and it turns into stuff that gets dumped in the trash immediately. So my goal with the swag contest is to encourage folks to make good swag, like the Burns McDonnell Nike running hat that I got last year. Thank you for that, Ben Varan. So speaking of, we have our first guest today. Our first guest is Ben Queasley, Director of Energy Storage at Burns McDonnell, here to share how the storage market is evolving in a post-OB3 world. Ben, welcome to the stage.
Welcome.
Oh, look at that. And right on time, swag. Let's see what this is. Now, we gotta open this up because I think this is going to be, look at that. This is a charger. I think this is going to be something that my illustrious co-host gets to walk away with.
Oh, I love that. Perfect.
Fantastic. This actually has, you are currently winning the bribe the host game of the swag contest. Well done. We're going to do this right here so the camera can see it. Well, it's not even in the camera. There you go. There you go. Thank you.
Excellent.
Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. Excited to be here.
Indeed. Ben, let's start with OB3. There's been a lot of anxiety across the industry, especially the wind side of the industry, but solar, wind, you guys do a lot of batteries as well. You know, the storage credits, for the most part, stayed intact, almost entirely. How has OB3 really impacted the storage market from your lens?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at it, there's definitely been an impact to solar and wind.
Yep.
I think there are some silver linings for us in the fact that, you know, one, the storage credits are pretty much unimpacted at this point. And I think it moves us into a little bit of a new era, right? To where as we start to look at what the future of our projects look like, right? I think maybe one of the bad things is if things don't change, right, and tax credits start to move away, right, the cost of power is likely probably going up,
No
right?
doubt.
And so that's not good for our consumers, but it might be the reality of the world we're in today.
Right.
I think that also leads us into maybe another means of, maybe there's clients that are specific to solar or specific to wind, and we start to look at those folks go back to those projects and retrofit them with battery storage, right? So it kind of creates a new application of what that might look like. And I think moving forward into kind of new build side of things, they're looking at things like, okay, what's the value of my asset? If I go in now, those folks that were traditionally only solar, right? I think almost everything we've seen has implicitly been, hey, let's do combined solar plus storage now.
Right.
Yeah, and it's something that, like Jigar Shah was just talking about, that like we're having this trend of storage plus solar instead of the traditional solar plus storage that we have seen before. And definitely, like, policy is part of the conversation, but is not all of it.
That's right.
So what are you seeing in terms of what is driving the growth for solar storage or renewables in general beyond what's happening right now with OB3?
Sure. I think if we were to go back and look at kind of our crystal ball of last year, right, we were trying to predict that we thought we saw a growth going into the solar plus storage market. I think at the end of the day, that crystal ball was maybe a little bit murky, or maybe we just didn't know what the time frame was going to be for what that crystal ball was telling us.
Yes.
And so I think as we move into the next couple of years, we'll see it. But really, as we look at kind of where battery storage is, there is a whole new market sector out there, right? There was a gentleman up here earlier talking about data centers and the application. And right now, right, that is just on the cusp of what's going to be available for those data centers. And, I think as we look at what the challenges are with the load profile, as we look at what it takes to deploy these, right, speed to market, we know is one of the critical assets of being able to be successful in the data center market.
Yep.
And so the ability right now is solar and storage right now still remain to be the fastest deployable asset out there, right, in comparison to what gas market's going to be.
Totally.
And so I think that is a huge catalyst for what storage can bring, not only in what the traditional plants were, but now we're looking at a whole new market sector.
It seems clear that the BESS market is coming of age, right? You guys have been committed to expanding your services into batteries very heavily over the last few years as a company that has been involved in infrastructure development for a very long time, and bringing these, I would say, critical infrastructure needs to market. How are your teams adapting to the challenges that you're facing around just getting these projects across the finish line? In particular, costs are not what they were, and it's a constant question, and just getting the right boots on the ground to get these projects across the finish line.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, we started doing EPC projects in battery storage back in like 2018.
Yeah.
And it was right on the cusp of when the market was coming to light. And I think the form factors, right, it seemed like every project we did, it had a different form factor, right? It was a different technology. They changed it from the last version. Maybe some of the O&M manuals weren't fully baked, right? It was very immature at that time. Yeah. And I think over the years, we have really started to see the consistency start to build, right? If you walk these trade floors now, right, almost all the OEMs, right, are a OEM-based container with batteries already in it, and they come pre-packaged to site, right? And you start to deploy that consistency. You start to move into the realm of that maturing solar side of things, where things are so much more consistent, right? That helps on cost effectiveness, right? It gives clients confidence in delivery to know, okay, I know there's no surprises out there. This is a well thought out product. It's a well thought out execution team, and I know I can go sign up for this with my PPA. And so I think all of those things, right, start to bring in the safety aspect of it, right, to where now we are deploying confidence, safety, cost effectiveness, and really starting to see the market grow up in front of our eyes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was having a conversation earlier where it does still seem that while everything is now sort of standardized around some form factor of lithium, battery projects still feel a little bit like a science project. Like each one looks different from the neighbor, and as we begin to standardize, we'll be able to move a whole lot faster. I really appreciate the perspective. I mean, you guys are one of the top 5 EPCs in the marketplace, and it's really helpful to get a sense of where the storage market from a constructor's perspective is going. If folks want to dig deeper with the Burns Mag team, where are you guys able to be found this week here on the show?
Yeah, so we don't actually have a booth out there, but you'll see us walking around Ben and I are here. Feel free to come up to me after the show.
Yep.
You can reach out to us online, but we've got a big crew here, so you'll find us.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
And we'll link to you guys on the show notes as well, how to connect with Ben and the team to connect with you guys.
Perfect.
Well, thanks for joining us on the stage, Ben Queasley.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. So, up next, we've got Kevin Lee. He's head and AVP at TerraHive, a company rethinking how we deploy clean energy and EV charging with smarter software and storage. So, Kevin, welcome to the stage.
I'll make this slight correction because those are my bad notes. Kevin Lynn.
Here's swag.
Oh, look at this.
That's neat.
I love these multi-tools. And I lost mine, Kevin. I don't know how you know that, but I've lost mine. So this was going to Shay Johnson.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I want to take a moment and say thank you as well to our Daily RoundUp sponsor, Honda. Thank you, Honda, for helping make the Daily RoundUp possible.
Thank you.
Kevin, welcome to the stage. I've been looking forward to this conversation as well. You guys have quite a different perspective on the battery market.
Yeah, so just to get started, let's start with the big picture. So what are the bottlenecks that you're seeing that are keeping us from scaling clean energy, particularly on the EV side? It seems like EV adoption accelerates faster than the infrastructure itself.
Yes.
So what are the challenges around that?
I think that one of the biggest challenges that we're seeing, is also some of the frequently asked question, is the infrastructure, especially when it comes to the grid, right? Whether we're talking about solar, fuel cell, or EV charging, the pace of adaptation is surpassing our ability to upgrade and expanding our grid to support those solutions, right? So those upgrades usually takes years and cost millions of dollars, which slow everything down. And taking EV charging as an example, right? Demanding has grown very, very fast, but deployment of charging station is often delayed due to the infrastructure, especially with the power capacity issue from the grid. That is the exact problem that we are solving at TerraHive. Our battery boost charging solution use on-site energy storage that with smart software to bypass those bottlenecks. We can get the site to deploy in months instead of a year, and then to reduce the upfront costs up to 50%. Right? In my opinion, while the policy and technology is heading the right direction, we need more of those solutions that is able to resolve the bottleneck instead of waiting to be clear.
Yeah, Kevin, I think that storage plus smart software certainly helps to cut years off deployment timeline, something that we're all aware that we need in the face of the current demand surge, the load growth we're seeing in the United States and elsewhere. But it still is the kind of technology that once it's in place, customers have to manage it. And energy management software has traditionally been sort of complex and has a reputation for being intimidating. How is it being made simpler and more intuitive for customers?
Okay, and that is exactly the problem that we're set to resolve with TerraHive, with our AI EMS agent, right? Think of it as an AI personal assistant for energy. With the birth of ChatGPT from a couple years ago, the way that we interact with data and synthesize from it, it has changed rapidly and greatly as well, right? And that also including EMS. With our AI EMS agent, instead of navigating dashboard, digging through setting, user can actually have natural conversation with it. You can ask it to configure devices, generate report, even optimize energy usage, all in plain language, right? It takes something to use to be very technical and challenging, intimidating, but make it feel like as simple as testing a friend, right? At TerraHive, it's all about making the energy management feel accessible and not overwhelmed.
Yeah, so it seems like there's still a lot of opportunity to improve and to innovate, particularly on the software side.
Yes.
So microgrids, when I think about it, I think about hardware. It's very hardware heavy.
Yes.
So it seems like there is this niche on the software side. So could you tell us a bit more about that?
Well, traditionally, microgrid solutions have been very hardware-centric, right? Lots of infrastructure, upfront costs, offer very vendor lock-in, right? And that makes it hard for organization, company to scale or to adapt as their energy usage evolve.
At TerraHigh, we are flipping this model through a software-led approach. Our platform can integrate with the existing hardware assets. And then so the customer doesn't have to flip and rip places and then to do an upgrade, right? It's modular hardware agnostic and designed to scale with flexibility with the DER growth as well. That means faster deployment, lower cost, and no lock-in, which exactly the customer are constantly asking for. Simple, flexibility, future-ready, and then more importantly, they can be deployed in months rather than years using the existing equipment.
This is awesome. Like, it seems like there's a lot of opportunity there on the microgrid side. I'm excited to see what else you're bringing to the table. So where can we find more information on TerraHigh?
Well, you can visit us at our booth over there, and also go to our website, terrahive.io.
Awesome.
All right, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Kevin.
I appreciate
you
it.
taking the time.
Thank you.
So next up, we are going to subject ourselves to the possibility of professional ruin.
I was gonna say like public humiliation, but that's also another way to frame it.
I thought it would be fun to bring up someone we collaborated with last year who is beginning to make a name for himself, not the least of which for his beautiful purple beard. Derek Solarboy Mast, why don't you come up on the stage? Derek approached me and he said, hey, wouldn't it be fun if we do something that felt like for fun, like a game? So with very, very, very little information beforehand, we are ready for your games, Derek. Bring it. I hope that it's at least TikTok worthy.
Yeah, well, you know, we hope so. And I appreciate you having me on, Nico. If my mic gets cut, then you know I've flown too far, too close to the sun.
Like this is the sign?
Yeah, that's right.
So this year has posed a lot of challenges, impossible decisions with difficult options. So in the spirit of that theme, the game we will be playing this week during the Daily Roundups is... Drumroll, please. You all are boring. Yes, thank you. Would you rather? A game of strange situations to reveal the heart of the player where we will not judge them for the choice that they make because the choices are all terrible. Nico and Sylvia will be posed two options, and they must pick one of them and give their reasons for why they think it's the least bad option.
Okay.
They can ask clarifying questions to make it better for themselves, but let's be honest, we're still putting lipstick on a pig. And not only will I get to pose them silly questions, but Nico, do you know what that QR code is up there?
Do I know what it is?
Yeah. Did you approve that to this QR code right here?
I don't.
You don't know what that is?
I was not involved in putting a QR code on there.
Oh, so you as an audience can also participate in this come Thursday. We will be picking an audience-suggested Would You Rather for the hosts to play. And if you're picked, I will send you some swag, as long as it's in the United States. I don't know how to ship internationally.
Don't ask.
So scan the QR code on the screen to participate.
If they're in the crowd, they can scan it. If you're on suncast.live, you should also be able to scan it at some point because we'll be moving back to a different camera.
Yeah, or go to Solarboy with an I, not a Y, solarboy.com/WYR. Anyway.
Perfect.
That's
a little plug for your website. I like that.
You know, I got to do what I got to do.
Creator's got to be a creator.
That's right. That all out of the way, Nico and Sylvia. Your first Would You Rather of the week.
Okay.
Would you rather answer the statement, but solar only produces during the daytime in every conversation for the rest of your life? Or answer the statement, why aren't we installing solar on parking lots instead of farmland in every conversation for the rest of your life?
I think I'll take the parking lots.
I prefer the parking lot one.
Yeah.
So every conversation you have with someone, it will come up from the other person.
Exactly.
And you will be.
So I have to basically say, the argument is, why are we in fact putting it on farmland? That's a bad thing, and we should be putting it on parking lots instead.
Well, and the assumption is that we aren't installing solar on parking lots. And so you have to explain to them that
in fact we've installed terawatts of solar on parking lots. Ah, interesting. And the other one again was?
The other one was, but solar only produces during the daytime.
But
as like a rebuttal of like, we can't install solar. Like, solar's not reliable. It only produces during the daytime. Sort of ignoring that batteries exist.
Yeah.
So I take it back. I'm going to take that one.
Okay. So why are you feeling that?
Because I think that it's so much easier to defend the reality that solar plus batteries and hybridized systems are already producing over 70% capacity factor. Like, I had Martin Herman on the podcast from Bright Night, and he's got a contract already in, I think, New Mexico for 76% capacity factor, right? And I just think the data exists to debunk that, and I would proudly die on that hill and not have to talk about parking lots ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can feel that. How about you, Sylvia? What are you feeling?
No, I'm gonna stick with it. It's just like I kind of agree with that, like with that argument, like why we're seeing more.
Well,
I know that there are like a lot of technical challenges around it, obviously, but it's like it's a new space. Like you can make the most out of your parking lot. Like not all, but many commercial facilities have a parking lot. So why not install solar? Like.
Oh yeah, no, I mean in an ideal situation, obviously we'd install over any parking lot we possibly could. It'd be super rad, shade for everybody and power for cars and all that jazz.
Yeah,
but solar saves farms.
Yeah, it's true. Solar is good for farmers as well.
But everyone can be happy. Like, why it has to be one or the other?
Exactly.
Because Derek,
that's the assumption in the question is that the person is leaving out context. So. That's why it's annoying. And,
but I think
I appreciate the annoying sort of under the skin, dirt under the nails question.
Yeah, and tomorrow it will get worse.
Oh, perfect.
So
every
please
day
come back.
Progressively.
Yes. Well, I assume that Thursday I will have a ton of audience suggestions.
Sweet.
Please scan the QR code, submit a question.
Do it.
Would love to hear what you guys have in store, but that. So I love that you guys both landed on different questions or on different answers here. So I love that.
I do too. Derek, thank you for joining us. Derek Mast, everybody should go look up @SolarBoy on all the socials.
Thank you, Derek. So.
Nick's here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Perfect. So please let's welcome Nick San Germano, President of GS Power Partners, here to share why distributed generation is having a moment and what investors are watching most closely. So Nick, welcome to the stage.
All right. Nick San Germano, I've been looking forward to this conversation, especially since you wore that snazzy purple jacket. You're looking good.
I think it takes on the Nolan.
Indeed, indeed. So let's get that headset on you, the number 3, or 4, it doesn't matter. We're going to be on number 4. Make sure the microphone is... You're good. Yep, there you go.
Yep,
perfect.
Perfect.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Very nice, yeah.
I'm really excited, too. Like, I cover, for my research, I cover utility-scale solar. So DG is like, I know about it, but not that much. So really looking forward to it.
So now the little brother gets to move their way up to play in the big leagues?
We're going to give her some lessons.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Okay, so, Nick, I mentioned in the intro, like, it seems like DG is having this moment. So what's driving that momentum right now?
DG is having a moment. I can't tell you it's going to be forever, but I can tell you
make the most out of it, at least right now.
It's in the moment, and look, I think it's a long time overdue. There's a lot of practical reasons why DG, can be should be part of the equation. I think, look, if you look at it, well, what do you have with DG? Historically, I've been doing power for 20 years, 25 years, solar, 18 of that. DG last 10 probably. So you can see an evolution, but it's always been sort of a small portion. And so what do we always hear, right?
Yep.
Love the revenue story, love the diversification story, and it kind of ends there. And now what's happening is you're getting this this aspect of velocity, this idea that you can execute in the windows of uncertainty, the greater the uncertainty.
Yeah.
It's funny, the last time this kind of happened was previous Trump administration, when there was some disruption at that point, people were also looking a little bit more. That was actually kind of a heyday for DG as well. And I think, look, at the end of the day, you got the velocity aspect.
Yep.
And also some people, people in DG, some people run businesses better than others, I think, just to be honest with the segment. So now the question we're getting is what's your SG&A look like? How do you, what's your leadership team? There's a lot more scrutiny on it.
Yeah.
And so people are more serious, and I think, maybe last few years it's been a bit more of a gold rush.
Yeah.
People kind of moving in quick, a lot of new companies starting now. There's a bit more of the sense that there's a segment here. And let's face it, you're hearing about these stories of renewables are ugly or whatever. We don't get that much in DG.
No.
Right? It's 40 acres, 50 acres. We can, come in, make a difference. generally the local communities generally like it.
Yep.
Utilities generally, even the most resistant utilities are kind of grudgingly, sure. And so, yeah, it's a lot of things kind of converging on a spot.
Yeah, it's very interesting because not only is there traction in the market, I've been covering this on the podcast since January. I know you're good friends with Jorge at Aspen and our friends over at Encore, like both of whom raised a ton of money, over $300 million each. Yeah. I think you guys, I mean, you should brag about yourself a little because GS Power is one of those like quiet gorillas in the marketplace. But I really want to hear that, like, why you think Wall Street is paying attention now. I mean, Nick, you and I have been doing DG since the aughts.
Yeah, right.
And I've never quite seen the level of investment, and I would say flight to quality, as we see right now in rooftop in particular, but DG, distributed generation. Congratulations, you've been out raising capital. I know you've had some success with that. What do you think is driving this investor, I don't know if it's frenzy yet, but attention for sure right now?
Yeah, look, there's no sort of universal answer, but I think what it comes down to is there's people have like changed the lens, the way they think about the business. I think they've gone through this. There's a Simpsons episode I love, which shows Homer going through the 5 stages of grief or whatever.
Yeah.
And then coming, there's a Simpsons about everything, but and then coming into acceptance. And I think people have kind of changed. They've come through that transition. Negative energy is wasted energy, right? So, and people have leaned in. And I think if you were to look at it, like talk about Wall Street, I think if you asked Wall Street people, or 6-7 years ago, I'm a long-time banker, a long-time, developer, but if, 2018 time frame, 2019, if you had told people this is where we'd be today, they'd be pretty pleased.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, you got an excellent demand environment, for us. Supply is good, like in the dynamics, there's definitely a place for what we do. You look at the scale, like we actually matter now.
Right.
And then on top of that, you've got the speed to action. So those factors are fantastic. And so Wall Street's just following the money. They're looking and saying, this makes sense, that's practical. If anything, look, this about me, I'm a bit of a kind of pretty straight about how I feel about it. Like maybe the IRA had some unintended consequences.
Right.
Brought a little too much capital in, maybe a little too much heat, a little bit too much political polarization. Now that things have kind of changed, there's a flight to quality. It's like, it does make sense. There's no question. So, and they know about DG, like just as you are, sir. Solar is, you got to be scrappy to be in solar.
Yeah.
You got to be scrappy. It's, I'm going to steal, can I steal a quote from it? It's like, passion is not enough.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Totally.
Passion's great, but you need more than passion. You need skill. You need tenacity. And solar's been that, like chip on its shoulder, especially DG solar. And even the most, like, I think for a number of years now, even the most detracting naysayers of DG Solar have grudgingly shown respect.
It's true.
Can't get rid of you guys. All you do is you just work it, and you do a lot with a little, and you kind of produce. And so I think Wall Street sees that.
And the industry needs them. So it's like there is this need, so it's inevitable for investors to come.
Yeah, and they see people have been around a long time. A lot of DG platforms have been around for a while. It's obviously been a lot of new entrants also. And now I think that, they see there's going to be winners. We'd like to think we're going to be part of those winners, but we'll see how it progresses.
Yeah.
Actually, I was going to ask about that. Like, DG, as you mentioned, as an industry, it has all this tenacity and has been growing over the past few years. But what does it take from the discipline, the leadership perspective for a company to stand out for the investors?
Yeah. It's, well, I wish I had the perfect answer on that. I'd, be done closing a lot of money. Well, here's what we've been hearing. People want to know that you've got all the things that, you've picked target markets, you're focused, all those good things. But they really want to know that you can execute.
Yeah.
So you can manufacture projects. Well done is better than well said. I think it's starting to become a real thing. Yeah. And you're just seeing people, I think we joke around like what rank is going to be that, question on your corporate efficiency. There's a real difference right now between teams. So, we talked to a competitor, and they had, double our headcount, double our, and they were similar size to us. We've seen other teams that have been a little bit smaller than us. So can you run a company well?
Yeah.
For us, we're pretty straightforward. We just need people's capital, we are sort of joke internally. Our mantra is
only that. We only need
one. Just like stay out of like sunshine and a little luck, and like we'll take care of the rest.
Right.
Right. Like we'll take care of the rest.
Yeah. Well, the good news is you've got a lot of credibility, a lot of track record doing that.
Yeah.
It's clear that while DG as a category is having a moment, GS Power Partners is as well, and clearly proving that distributed generation belongs at the center of the clean energy conversation. Nick Sangermano, thanks for joining us on the stage.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you both. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, last but certainly not least, as we round out our daily roundup, I want to say thank you once again to our presenting sponsor, Honda, and welcome Ryan Harty, the director of Honda's Energy Solution Business Division, where he's leading their 000 vision for carbon neutrality, clean energy, and circularity. Ryan, good to see you. Oh, thank you, and thank you for joining us up here. You know, Honda's working with utilities like SoCal Edison. We had Chanel Parson on this morning to talk, and I know you guys spent some time on the electric drive stage today. You guys are doing test vehicle integration for vehicle to grid. How do you see the partnerships like what you're doing with SoCal Edison helping the grid as EV adoption accelerates?
That's a really interesting and important question, but we should look at it from a really big level, for example. So all of the auto companies combined are going to add about 200 gigawatt hours of energy storage capacity in this year, right? So the entire U.S. Energy storage market typically is 40 to 50 gigawatt hours a year.
Wow.
So autos, cars themselves are the lion's share of the energy storage.
That's right.
Yep. So if we look at this as an opportunity to both improve the value of electric vehicles to the buyers, to our customers, as well as improve the utility of the electric vehicle to the electric grid as an asset for managing the grid, for absorbing the mitigations, permutations of renewable energy, making use of that energy storage in vehicles. It's not just an opportunity for Honda and our vehicle customer, but for the utility and society as a whole.
Yeah.
So working hand in hand with Southern California Edison is key to making that happen, because it's our same customer, right?
Yes.
The electricity paying customer who buys the vehicle, uses the vehicle, it's the same customer, and so important to work together to make that happen.
Yeah, definitely. And all of the customers also have a home.
Yes.
Like if you have the car, which is going to be connected to the grid connected to the home. So how did you make them speak all the same language? Like we saw at your booth, the home energy ecosystems that you're developing.
Yes.
So solar, storage, energy management, bidirectional charging all together, right? So how does this help customers simplify clean energy at home?
Making your electric vehicle a key part of your home energy ecosystem. On the one hand, you're talking a lot of jargon, right? V2G, V2X, and customer's head is spinning.
Yep.
But finally, customer doesn't really care what it is. They care what it does for them.
Yep.
It can save them money on a daily basis by helping them to manage their energy use, right? It's going to make the best use of their home solar that's on their home. The energy management can help decide to charge the car so that they can use the energy later in the evening. It can decide to make hot water in a heat pump hot water heater so that that energy can be used later. Honda has a deep history of home energy management research and development. Honda Smart Home at UC Davis demonstrated with real people over 10 years how to implement these in cost-effective customer set it and forget it ways that are easy for our customer to adopt.
Yeah. Ryan, I have one more question because I'm still fascinated around the, here in the U.S., in the IRA, there was a lot of focus on hydrogen hubs. I remember even as far back as 2020, I did a whole series on green hydrogen. Yet the zeitgeist at the moment around hydrogen is coming, for the most part, out of Japanese auto manufacturers. Honda as a leader in that. But hydrogen has not always been particularly consumer friendly. I'm curious to hear how Honda's overcoming the hurdles to adoption and deployment, specifically to hydrogen and not EV.
Sure. Well, we are showing off an electric vehicle powered by hydrogen at our booth in RE+.
Wait, a hybrid electric hydrogen?
It's a hybrid electric hydrogen fueled vehicle.
Has anyone else done that? I don't know. I genuinely am not aware.
I don't know. Ours is the only one that's in the market now. That's a plug-in hybrid, hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. It's available in California to retail customers. But part of the idea of hydrogen, it's really about the success of renewable energy. So if you think about, like, if we want to power everything with renewable energy, the problem is not powering it when the sun is shining, when the wind is blowing. It's what you actually, the biggest problem is what you do with the excess and the surplus. And you need a way of storing massive quantities of renewable energy for monthly, even a yearly cycle. And to be able to offset, say, petrochemicals and natural gas usage for fertilizer production and other things. And that's really what hydrogen represents to Honda. And for Asian countries like Japan and Korea, it really a fundamental resource. So we're showing that off not just in the transportation with the fuel cell vehicle, but also as a stationary power generation device. And so you can see a demonstration at our booth about that. But if you think about, say, storage batteries versus hydrogen, there's a crossover at maybe 30 to 40 hours of storage, where if you need energy storage beyond that for long duration storage, hydrogen's cheaper than battery. And so, we have data center companies who are coming to us and saying, we really need a 96-hour backup power solution. What do you have for us? And it can't be diesel fuel because air quality and CO2. So what do you got for us?
4 days of power backup.
4 days of power backup.
That is true long duration energy storage.
Long duration with hydrogen fuel cell to back up the data center. And so that's part of our core mission here. We want to show that technology off, bring customers, expand our ecosystem. If you want to be an installation partner or a utility or a customer of this, come by our booth and say hi.
That is fascinating. Awesome. I mean, that might be one of the most surprising things I've heard this week, to be honest. So far, you have the most
you heard it here first.
Yeah, the most diverse answer set of the day. If you're interested, you can go check out Honda's booth at 8659 across the RE Plus bridge over in the Venetian. 8659. It's right across from Chint Power Systems, our friends over at Chint Power. Thank you so much, Ryan.
Absolutely welcome.
Not only I was actually genuinely pleasantly surprised when they said, yeah, Honda's going to partner with us for the Daily Roundup, and everybody in our group was just like, wait, Honda, what are they going to be doing here? So I was super excited to have you on today.
Now we know.
Yeah, now we know.
And we're showing off at our booth like the very first bidirectional power vehicle from Honda, Acura RSX, as well as our bidirectional EV charger concept.
Amazing.
So come by, have a look at it, and go to our website and check it out.
Fantastic. Go by and check out Honda over in the Venetian. Ryan Hardy, thank you for joining us on the Daily Roundup.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Well, as we wrap up our first Daily Roundup, I want to say thank you to my illustrious co-host, Sylvia Leyva Martinez, and all of you who this late in the day are still sticking around. There's still one more podcast, the Power 52 Kissing Booth. We are going to be, is somebody yelling? I can't hear it in these headphones. Michael, worry. We still have one more. I want to encourage folks to stick around. We've got the Kissing Booth with the Power 52 folks. And I just want to say, it's awesome to be able to share the stage with you.
Thank you for having me. It has been great. Like, I've seen at the PowerUp, the PowerUp live stage from afar, like from the audience. So just being here is awesome.
So we'll be here again tomorrow at 5 o'clock, 5 to 5:30. And then we'll be back at 12:30 on Thursday, where Sylvia and I will give a proper roundup with Solar Boy of the week. So we encourage you to come back and check us out at the Daily Roundup presented by Honda. Thank you once again, and we're signing off. We got one more coming up, Power 52.
Hi, my name is Cherie Brooks. I'm the president and CEO of Power 52 Foundation. I am your host, and we're coming to you from the PowerUp Live stage at RE Plus 2025 in Las Vegas. The PowerUp Live stage is presented by, y'all get ready to get me, but Wärtsilä Energy Storage. Don't kill me, RE Plus. Do not kill me. And with me today, I have, go ahead and introduce yourself, sir.
I am Marlon P.J. Bonner Jr., and I am the Community Relations Manager of Power 52, and I am excited to be back again.
I am super excited. And I want to, before we go any further, acknowledge all of you for sticking around. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. So I know we're like a little bit tardy for the party, but guess what? You are here, so we are here, and thank you for joining us. Also, and tuning in, because we have a live audience, and we also have people tuning in. Thank you, RE Plus SEIA for inviting Power 52 Foundation to the PowerUp stage. You know, y'all, I'm just a little nervous. I think it's Erica just got me having the jitters today. But you know, Power 52 is bringing the kissing booth. And if you don't know about Power 52 and our kissing booth, you need to know who we are and what we're doing. And before we get started, we have Erica Simmons here. Do you guys know Erica? Introduce yourself, Erica.
If you don't know me, Erica Simmons here. I am serving as the VP of Equity and Workforce Development with the Solar Energy Industries Association, better known as SEIA. Thank you all for being at RE Plus and celebrating with all of us. It's been an interesting year for the industry, but I'm feeling super pumped up to see this kind of turnout, this type of engagement as we get focused, get it in, and try to figure out our future.
Yes, and you know, I think the climate of the nation right now has all of us being resilient and coming together as a family, which inspires me because this is what Power 52 does on a daily basis. We definitely serve our underserved community members, those who are fighting for looking for opportunity. And I kind of feel like we're all in the same boat, brother, as my grandfather used to sing in that church song. I'm a church girl, y'all.
Yes, but let me tell you a little bit more about Power 52. Power 52 is a nonprofit organization, and we've been around 10 years this year. So I'm going to put a little plug right here. Go to our website, power52.org, and you can get tickets to our 10th anniversary gala. And it's going to be fun. We don't just be, dressed up for no reason. It's going to be a party. So come and celebrate with us.
Party with a purpose.
Yes, party with a purpose. But Power 52 also owns and operates a private career school where we train individuals to start careers in the solar and renewable energy industry. It is a hybrid program, only 4 months long, and it's all at no cost. You get credentials and certifications that are recognized in the solar and construction industries, and then we bring in our employer partners, our industry partners, and they interview our trainees, and many of them get hired and start working in the renewable energy industry at the time of graduation, and we have an 80% placement rate, so we make sure we put boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground. I know y'all like that boots on the ground. And is it just for guys?
It is not just for guys. Let me tell you,
Where
our
my ladies at?
Our ladies come in and they give our guys an uppercut. They come in and they do it.
That's how it works.
So yes. So definitely, if you're interested, again, go to our website, power52.org.
Yeah, and so not only are we giving them the skill set to work in the renewable energy sector, but we also bring the soft skills, career services and mentorship. So how to get the job, how to keep the job, and then how to spend your money, financial literacy. And now we just added social capital building. So that's what we're all here doing today. We need that skill set on how to network, how to let our partnerships bring our partnerships together and work for everyone. So we are super excited about the work that we've been doing. And now we're going to talk about is not just about the power, but empowerment. So with our guest being here,
What's up?
Share your story Talk about how you got into the renewable energy sector, and then why equity?
Why equity? Equity is not a choice for me. So we'll come to that. But it was kind of serendipitous. I grew up following my mom around. She was, I grew up in Brooklyn. She was a member of the Central Brooklyn Lion Club. And our weekends, many events, like we spent time doing service within the community, creating access, creating opportunity. And so service has always been in kind of like my bloodstream. Like that's just what we do. And when I had the opportunity to go away to a private prep school for high school, I went to fanciest college, and I remember walking across that stage. I wasn't sure if I was going to have a diploma in there because I had apparently owed some fees at the library.
I know all about it.
But I got to my seat, I opened that up, and it was there. And I remember reflecting that day. I had spent years going back and forth between Brooklyn, where I grew up, and Boston, where I went to school. And I could see that for some of my friends, we just had different exposure to opportunity and possibility. And I reflected at graduation, like, how do I make sure folks from my community understand and get exposure to the different options out there for them and don't feel limited by what they might see in front of them. So my career has always been centered around that, and my career has been centered around people. I came up, my first job out of school was working with Outward Bound. I was working with junior high students in the Boston Public School student doing like outdoor activities. But the outdoor activities, that was a classroom to learn about yourself. We put people through different challenges and experiences and reflecting on those experiences. And the goal was to help people discover their power, their agency, also what they needed to work on, what they needed to grow on, and also to see that they can work with others through hard times. And that experience had kind of grounded my whole career. So I kind of ended up in solar energy in this green space. Habitat for Humanity was an organization I was very dedicated to. I did 2 years of AmeriCorps service with a Habitat office that happened to be a green building affiliate. This is back in the early 2000s, and that's when I first got introduced to solar. I was out in Oakland, and we partnered with Grid Alternatives, who at that time was a baby organization, and they trained us to install solar. They helped us train our volunteers to do so, and that was my introduction to clean energy. I then ended up in Gulfport, Mississippi, a year after Katrina. Much respect to the Gulf Coast, to NOLA. I know we just not celebrated, but recognized the 20th anniversary of Katrina, but through Outward Bound, I got introduced to the values around environment, like the basics, like leave no trace. Through Habitat, I got introduced to green building and got to understanding that this green thing was an urban thing too, right? It wasn't just a like wilderness thing. But through all that, I was working with people. I was leading volunteers. I was working with young people. On the Gulf Coast, I was working with Youth Build, and we were helping folks recover, doing rebuilding. And it all just kind of came together, where to the point I ended up during the recession back in 2007, ended up back home in New York reflecting on my career, like, what's this all been leading to? And I was like, I actually want to help folks connect to green jobs. So I co-founded an organization in New York, Green City Force. We like, I don't know, 15 years strong or something at this point. Got engaged with at least over 400 core members at this point around energy efficiency, solar, urban agriculture, but it's all about the community. Using service as a tool for training. And a few years after that, ended up back at Grid Alternatives, the original organization that taught me solar. About 15 years later, I ended up back working with them on their team, helping them transition their volunteerism program into a workforce development program. So it's always been about people And just because my different exposures, it happened to be focused around green jobs, and coming back to that connection at grid, it ended up focused in solar. So I was with them for 7 years and been with SEIA for the last 3.5 years. So quite embedded in this industry at this point.
Okay, and so as the VP, because y'all, she is the VP of Equity and Workforce Development at SEIA, what does a typical day look like, and what drives your passion in the work?
Yeah, so typical day. So my day might combine different committee meetings. So as a trade association, we have various committees and task force where our members can help inform us about the needs of the industry and help do some problem solving together that informs some of the programmatic work that we're doing and also some of the policy work that we're doing. So it could be a series of committee meetings. I lead a team of 3 people, definitely coaching my team, meeting with my team, making sure they're on track with their projects. And oftentimes, events like this, maybe not as big, but representing SEIA publicly on panels, on inter-industry committees and events, etc. But those are typical days for me.
Okay.
And of course, getting a little walking, getting hydrated, all that stuff.
Yes, so that is awesome. And I know Power 52, we can definitely speak on how it is to be on the front lines of environmental justice and, working in workforce development and equity. Now, I might get my coat pulled a little bit with this, but with the current political climate that we are in and just how was your day-to-day work impacted by the political climate and also the climate that, it affects the renewable energy industry. So how has that affected your work and how have you navigated around some of the barriers and challenges that have been put up?
Yeah, well, first off, right, like at the end of the day, we're all humans and like living our lives, and I live in DC. And so many of the people that I know have been impacted with their government jobs and navigating either leaving those jobs or just working in a very different climate than they were a year ago. So emotionally, it's a lot. It's a lot of change. It's a lot going on, and we bring that right to work. So we are seeing in people's personal lives and what they're doing, and also at work how we're affected every day. SEIA does a ton of work in the policy and regulatory space. Shout out to my teammates because that is not my particular role. My team is more programmatic, but we are as a organization. There was so much advocacy that happened throughout this year, straight up to this point, and that will go through this point. So it's constantly thinking, how can we impact this? How can we get more people involved, from our members to everyday citizens, and on the workforce development end, it's really navigating those different challenges, understanding from our members how they're being impacted, and then being able to communicate that to what I consider the workforce pipeline organizations. That's folks like Power 52, Grid Alternatives, my former organization who I work with. One of my teammates has done a ton of work engaging the community colleges space over the last year. But I'm very much, y'all are about the people. I'm about the people. We want folks to be clear what's going on so they can plan accordingly in regards to their focus, what they invest their time in, and how they engage with the industry. So it's been challenging because you want to stay positive. Right. You also want to keep it real, and you got to navigate that space in between. So it's been a super interesting year, but I've been really inspired by the resilience of folks, the fact that we're all here today. This industry did not get here by lack of creativity and fight. So I know, like, there's no giving up. It's like, okay, we tried this. All right, we're going to move this way. We're going to adjust and adapt in this way. And for us, it's learning as an association what our members need, what we can do, and how we fight alongside everybody to keep this moving forward. And we have to think on the federal and also on the state and regulatory level. So it's also understanding, like, all right, we might be having these federal challenges. How do we continue the work, because we're always doing work on a state level, but how do we do that even more strategically during this time? But it hasn't been boring.
Not at all. So look, let me ask you this, because we're all over the place, Power 52. You know that, and I think it's important for us to be on all levels. The federal, state, just nationwide, just going to see what's going on, having conversations with other organizations. And it is, I don't know the right word to say, but it's just, it's not good, and I'm just saying, just the people and their well-being and mental capacity and things like that. And some of the conversations that I've had in different rooms, I'm just going to pose, it to you, because, I know you guys are a membership, right?
Yes.
You're a membership organization. So when your members, are they calling for guidance on how to change the language, of, say, their website, and, how to navigate things? And then, how are you guys, helping them navigate through that? Are you receiving calls like that?
Yeah, I mean, this year, I think a lot of companies were navigating that, and we're definitely getting calls and hearing about that. Luckily, there was organizations across the country, right, that were looking at, the legality of things. A lot of what we were doing was letting folks know, one, check with your legal resources, because we're not your legal.
Right. Exactly.
We're not your legal, but also here's some resources to look directly at, so that you can make your own decisions and what's good for your organization, your company. But yes, definitely getting those. Tons of calls and engagement. And I deal with other, I deal with folks in the nonprofit space. Some folks I'm on board with, some folks I'm just engaged with, and from for-profit to nonprofit sector, right? Folks were navigating. Do we adapt? And if so, how? And also a big struggle of, like, we don't want to leave our values, right? Or make it seem like we have changed, but we also want to survive in this moment.
You're going down the line that I said I wasn't going to go down to, but we're going to. But that's the conversation. So I literally was in a room and, having these conversations, and I think it was kind of like a 50-50 split. Some organizations were saying, listen, we're going to stay true to the game. However, we going in our, because I asked the question, is it about the message or the mission? See what I'm saying? See, the mission is more important than the messaging is to me. Right. So as long as I can continue to do the work and have the impact, who gives two shakes of a rat's tail? You know how I get there. Yeah. And I'm just going to say it like that. But have you guys as an organization, how are you guys navigating it? Is it kind of like, well, the messaging really doesn't matter, but it's the mission and the impact?
Yeah, I think this year we've definitely been focused on, like, what do we need to do to make sure this industry is as strong as possible in regards to being able to complete projects, have as little as possible taken away,
exactly,
et cetera. Because there's, right, you're saying, like, there is, like, saying things out loud, and there's also just doing things.
Right.
And I have found that, folks have continued to do things without necessarily screaming it out loud. And in some ways, I think we've been in part of that, and also not. It really depends on the day. We've been marketing, right, to certain audiences where that doesn't make sense. right?
Right.
So we're not going to do that. But internal to our organization, we know our culture, we know our values.
Thank you.
And that has not changed at all.
Because I said, not people trying to say some people will sell out for maneuvering like that. I said that is
I think it's
being resilient.
I think it's complicated because sometimes your organization's work is about like what you're producing day to day, and you have like a limited sphere in which you have an influence. But sometimes your influence is your messaging. And in those situations, it's a tough thing to figure out. You got different audiences who are going to be asking the question like, why are you not doing this? Why are you not saying this? Why are you not screaming this out loud? And honestly, we got to be strategic about where we do that because we are a messaging organization and we are a producer of something which is the strength and growth of the industry. So it's, I think for us and for many folks, it's been tricky, but the values are still there. Our programs are still there, and we are going to continue to do the work to build equity in this industry as it relates to who has access to solar, who is part of this industry, and but it's work. We all got a lot of work to put in because the barriers have been continuing to be put up. So we got to bring out our creativity, and we do have to ask ourselves. Now, there's screaming out loud, but there's these private one-on-one conversations too, and I think it matters to what happens in those closed-door conversations, what we're doing. At the bottom, at the end of the day, we know things are better for folks if we have more renewable energy on board, and if we have a way to get the ear of the people who are making decisions. So it's a complicated thing to navigate, and I think we're going to look back, you know, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and be like, all right, well, that made sense, and maybe I would have done that differently. But I've been, you know, proud of the work that we've done to definitely promote women in space.
Yes.
And proud of our partnerships around workforce development to get more folks exposure to like the opportunities of this industry and get them tapped in. We're definitely fighting for you know, solar for all and the greenhouse gas reduction fund, which we know we're lined up to have significant impacts in our communities that have been lacking access to these opportunities. And so, you know, those are things that we're fighting for, and, you know, we're going to have to come about them in a different way.
Okay.
Right. So we got just a few more seconds left. So I'm going to ask one last question. Where do you see the biggest opportunities for growth in clean energy jobs right now, and how can nonprofits like Power 52 align with that industry demand?
Yeah. So this industry isn't going anywhere.
Let's say that one more time. Can we, come on, audience, we got to big that up. It ain't going where?
This industry is not going anywhere. It's going to continue to grow. We need to continue to have the folks to get the work done. Electricians. That is something that's not going away. I think we have huge opportunities in the storage space that wasn't hit in the same way as others, and that requires electricians. I think in order for us to get the land and the spaces to install this technology, community engagement and project development is a key area where we need finesse.
Okay.
We need work, and we're going to have to continue on the advocacy front.
Right.
But also trainers. So SEIA has been doing a lot of work, and we became an ANSI standards organization last year, and have been in the process of developing many standards for the industry around training, around the way installs are done, around consumer protection, and in the workforce space, I know like we need quality trainers. Y'all are an organization. You know the importance of like it's not just providing training. It's like who and how it's delivered.
Oh yeah.
We want our work out there to be done as well as possible for the sake of the customers, for the sake of the industry, and for the sake of the workers. So trainers, quality trainers, and quality.
I think that's something.
Quality training programs are definitely key and something that we're not gonna not need in order to keep this ship moving forward.
Right. We're going to have to do a part 2 of this. We're going to have to have you come to Power 52 in the kissing booth so we can have more a conversation on this. But to everybody listening or watching, please be sure to partner in your communities and advocate in your communities for clean and renewable energy. Partner with nonprofits in your communities, because this is how we're going to continue to be an impact, because it's not just about the power, but it's empowerment, empowering our communities. So we want you to, one way to empower your communities is support Power 52.
Yes.
You can do that by, again, buying a ticket to our 10th anniversary gala coming up. You can go to our website, power52.org.
I'll be there.
Yes.
All right. You can volunteer with us. We are not just doing training, but we also are in the community and providing services. So volunteer with us. Yes. If you are an employer, if you're a solar company, construction company, partner with us. Become an employer partner so you can help and hire our trainees that we train, and then we try to get employed. Again, if you have some dollars, you can go to our website and donate. And then also, more importantly, follow us on social media at Power52Official. That is how you do that, okay? And we are getting ready to wrap up. And Ms. Brooks, how
we want to thank you for joining us here at the PowerUp live stage presented by, again, don't kill me, Wärtsilä Energy Storage, and produced by my favorite, SunCast Media. So like we say on the kissing booth, remember, life is short, so be sure to forgive quickly, love truly, and kiss the community with your gifts. Until next time, bye-bye.